Raider Nation, what's going on? It's Mitchell Renz here, host of the Raiders Report, and it is NFL Free Agency Day 2. I'm going to be breaking down all things going on around the Las Vegas Raiders, whether that's trade rumors, free agency rumors, all that kind of good stuff. On top of that, we're going to be keeping you guys up to date with all of the signings that are going on around the National Football League. Major shout out to all of y'all that decided to tune in yet again with us. Major shout out to yesterday's MVP, Ira Jackson, and I see some people commenting about what the Raiders could potentially do today. One of the shows that I am going to do right now, like probably in the next 5 minutes or so, is I'm going to be breaking down some updated Raiders free agency targets that they could potentially sign. However, I want to know, if you want the Raiders to make a move today, type me. I want to see who's awake with me bright and early this morning. I know a lot of y'all are over on the West Coast, which I hear you. Get up was a little bit tough this morning for me. You guys kicked my ass a little bit yesterday, but you know what? I'll take it because Christian Wilkins is a Raider. We'll get into maybe a little bit more of the Gardner Minshew, why the Raiders decided to do it. I've sat here, I thought about it, I've talked about it a lot yesterday. I'm not as thrilled maybe as some people. I also don't think it's maybe the worst thing that the Raiders could have possibly done. It's still not something that I personally would have done, but hey, then again, this team does what they're going to do. I see Cloud, Raider man, what's up, man? The Juice, Flying Ignacio, Twisted Jeffrey, Andre Raider. A lot of comments going down there in the comment section right now, and already 1,000 people tuned in, watching our live show. If you haven't already, make sure you smash that like button. We got a lot of fun games to play today. That's all I'm going to say. Let's go to my man, Arizona Tim. And Tim, you are in. For those that do not know, we are going to do another Raiders Report jersey raffle today. So a $10 super chat gets you entered in for a chance to win your very own Raiders Report jersey. Mitch, please. That's actually what my phone is for if anybody wants to get, what's it called? Like not the connection? Spot? Hotspot, yeah. If anybody sees a Mitch Please in Vegas, it's me. Tell me why did we not sign a starting quarterback yesterday for the year? Penix, I hope, is still in play. I think he's going to be a real Raider if we draft him. I mean, to me, every single quarterback in the draft is still in play. If there is one thing that I feel like I just wrapped my mind around yesterday with the Raiders, when you look at some of the other signings that have happened at the quarterback position, like Tyrod Taylor got, 2 years, $18 million. Jameis Winston just got an $8 million deal. I want to say Marcus Mariota just got like a $10 million deal. And this is the price tag for backup quarterback. Sam Darnold got a $10 million deal. Mariota got 6. Darnold got 10. I just think it's what you are paying right now for a high-end backup. Like, I don't view Gardner Minshew as a starting quarterback for the Raiders. Do I think he's an upgrade over Aiden O'Connell? Yes, I do. Do I think he's going to be a good locker room fit? Yes, I do. I also think it's one of those things where, yeah, you probably still don't have a top 25 quarterback on your roster, but based off the money that they gave him, that's going to be your quarterback 2. Aiden O'Connell is going to be your quarterback 3. They're probably still going to be able to battle it out. But for the Raiders, their plan has always been to draft a quarterback. So now you have a guy like Gardner that's played in multiple different schemes and that he has been a quarterback that multiple NFL teams have used before as being that backup. I mean, think about it. When the Jacksonville Jaguars, they drafted Trevor Lawrence, who was their backup, Gardner Minshew. When he was with the Eagles there for a little bit as well. Think about even this past year with Anthony Richardson on the Colts, who was the backup, Gardner Minshew. He has shown that he has at least been able to handle that role before, so I think that's ultimately why the Raiders decided to do what they did. But it also screams to me that they never thought that Aiden O'Connell was going to be the starting quarterback for the Raiders. Raider Muerte sending in the good vibes, which I appreciate. He sent in some of the good vibes yesterday, and it worked out pretty damn well. I know that some people aren't sold on the idea of Minshew. I'm not sold on the idea either. However, we got Christian Wilkins. That, to me, makes us a big-time winner. You're going to be able to bring 4 and get pressure just about every single down. I mean, good luck trying to stop, because right now, the Raiders, to me, do have one of the better defensive line groups in the National Football League. I mean, good luck trying to stop Max Crosby, Christian Wilkins. You could say what you want about Tyree Wilson, but Tyree Wilson next to Wilkins and potentially Crosby, that's really going to help him out. And then you got a guy like Malcolm Kuntz, who had 8 sacks over the final 9 games with Antonio Pierce. I love what the Raiders are doing on the defensive side of the football. And I'm really, really excited to see what ends up going down here. So what we're going to be doing here on today's show is I'm going to get into some updated free agent targets that the Raiders could potentially look at. Now, some of the names you guys are probably going to like, some of the names you're not. I'll explain why that I am picking out all the names that I am, because some positions I want to spend more money on. Other positions I don't want to spend nearly as much on. So we're going to get into all of this kind of stuff. That's going to be coming up here on today's show. Seeps, you ready to get this one rolling, my man? Seeps is giving me the thumbs up. Jeremy is recording a segment because, for those that do not know, the Houston Texans, they traded for Joe Mixon, so just keep that in mind. And as today goes, there's going to be a lot of other news that continues to flow in here, and we'll do our best to keep you up to date. Coming up right now, updated Raiders free agent targets. Raider Nation, what's going on? It's Mitchell Renz here, host of the Raiders Report. And coming up on today's show, we're going to be looking at some updated Raiders free agent targets. Day one is in the books. Now our sights are set on day two. I do anticipate that the Raiders also today, so keep this in mind, could potentially cut Jimmy Garoppolo. They could potentially move on from Hunter Renfrow today. It's going to be something to look at. But what did the Raiders do yesterday in free agency? They ended up signing Christian Wilkins to a monster deal. They got Gardner Minshew to a 2-year, $25 million deal. You re-sign Andre James over the weekend, and you also brought back Amir Abdullah. Here's the thing, though. We're going to be doing our best to keep you guys up to date the entire freaking day today. So if you're not already, make sure you are subscribed, because we're going to be balling out on live. The first thing that I want to talk about, though, is not a player that's a free agent. It's a quarterback. And right now, there has been multiple discussions around the idea of whether or not the Raiders should trade for Justin Fields, or shout out to Raider Man 01, as he calls him, Justin Shields. Like, his trade value continues to go down. That is a cold, hard fact. There was a lot of speculation yesterday around the Raiders potentially trading for Fields, and I'm sitting up here going, if nobody wants to trade for him and his value goes down, what if you were able to get him for a third-round pick, a fourth-round pick? Because I'd be shocked if they just hang on to him for a whole nother season. So this is going to be the pinned comment on today's show. This is the question that I want all of y'all to answer. Should the Raiders trade for Justin Fields? Give me a yes, give me a no. Let me know down below what you guys are thinking. My answer on Fields is, if you don't think that you're going to have the opportunity to trade up to get Jayden Daniels, to trade up and get a Caleb Williams or Drake May, the next best option, in my personal opinion, would be to trade for Justin Fields. I'm not sitting up here saying you give up a second-round pick. Honestly, there's some speculation that you might not even have to give up a third-round pick, but if it's in that third, fourth-round pick area, I would rather the Raiders trade for Fields. I know what y'all are probably thinking. Mitch, why are we going to do that? They already had Luke Getsy, same song and dance. Maybe you just need a little bit of a different scene. I also think that this Raiders team is a lot more talented than that team he previously was on with Chicago. But I'll also say this. I would be okay with the Raiders trading in the back end of round one, maybe trading up from 44 to target a guy like Michael Penix Jr. Bottom line is, I would rather the Raiders trade a third-round pick for Justin Fields than take Bo Nix at 13 or anywhere in round one, then take J.J. McCarthy at 13. Heck, I'd rather even trade for Justin Fields and take Michael Penix Jr. at 13. I don't want the Raiders to reach on a QB, and you cannot go into the season with just Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell. Let them all battle it out, but if you don't think you go get your guy in Jayden, I don't think Justin Fields is a terrible idea. Now, if you haven't already, make sure you do click that subscribe button. We're trying to grow this show, and I know that we did a hell of a job yesterday. We were live for about 9-10 hours. We're going to be live all day again today, so if you want to know everything going on around NFL free agency, we got you covered. If you also want to have a good time and ball out here a little bit, we got you covered as well, so make sure you're subscribed. All right, coming up here, we're going to get into some free agent targets that I could see the Raiders potentially look at. This one's a little bit of a gamble. Mekhi Becton, he is a monster of a human being. He's had a lot of knee injuries because he, at one point, was up to like 400 pounds. If you can get him into shape, and if you are legitimately confident in a player like Thayer Munford, you let Mekhi Becton battle it out with Munford, and if Becton's healthy, he could be a legitimate tackle in the NFL. If he's not healthy and he can't prove to be that guy, then I think turning over the leaf to somebody like Thayer Munford, to me, though, you could get Becton on a one-year prove-it deal. Another name to at least keep in mind is George Fant. And this is if you want to go a little bit of a cheaper route. I was talking to some Raiders players over the weekend, and they told me that if Jermaine doesn't come back, Fant could be a name to keep in mind, with Illuminor signing a 2-year deal to the Giants. It's just a name to keep in mind. Let's now go to the guard position. With the Raiders securing their left side of the line with Andre James at center. At left guard, you got a player in Dylan Parham. Left tackles, Colton Miller. I'm not sitting up here saying that I want Greg Van Roten to start again this upcoming season at right guard, but to me, he's at least a halfway decent guy that you could have as your sixth man. Think of it as your offensive line. Also, like, He was the 7th ranked OG offensive guard according to PFF last season at 79 guards. Another name to at least throw out here is Laken Tomlinson. He does give you some versatility on both the left side and the right side. If it was up to me, I'm going to be looking at offensive tackle in the draft, and I'm probably going to be even looking at signing a potential starting guard or looking at a potential starting guard in the draft. That's why I like the idea of going a little bit cheaper at offensive guard and offensive tackle as it stands right now. The next thing that we're going to be getting into here on the show is probably the position that a lot of y'all are wondering about, and I'm wondering about it. Coming up, we're going to get into some free agent targets. I mean, for Antonio Pierce to say finding a cornerback one is a priority, I'm still sitting up here going, all right, if it's a priority, let's get this thing going. Good news, not a lot of good corners got signed yesterday. Bad news, it might cost a pretty penny, but hey, we'll get into that in just a second. I also want to say this. We're about 500 subs away today from hitting 167,000 subscribers here on the Raiders Report. I'm going to give away $100 to a watcher that's chilling with us today. So if you aren't subscribed, you're like, shit, I could use $100. If you are subscribed, you're like, well, wait a minute, what about me? Basically, if you're subscribed and you're watching the show live today, you're going to have an opportunity to make $100 if we end up hitting 167,000 subscribers. Let's now get into the cornerback room here a little bit. Kendall Fuller is the #1 target. He's the #1 free agent corner out there on the market right now. It was reported before free agency started that the Raiders were interested in him. However, I'm thinking you're probably going to have to give him about $13, $14 million. Let's look at another name here, Xavier Howard. He has some ties with the Raiders safety coach, and he's got some pretty good overall mixes with, I think, this Raiders defense. Like the fact that he has previously worked with Gerald Alexander, the Raiders safety coach, is pretty interesting. And when he's healthy, Howard can be a pretty dominant player. Let's go to another name here. It's Adoree Jackson. Jackson was drafted in round 1 when Patrick Graham was the defensive coordinator of the New York Giants. And his best year was back in 2021. With Patrick Graham. I'm not saying I want to pay him a lot of money, but if you do legitimately want to look at a potential cornerback one in the draft, maybe like a Terrion Arnold, maybe like a Nate Wiggins, maybe like a Rakestraw, maybe a Quinion Mitchell, somewhere in that regard, you sign Adoree Jackson now, and then you also go get yourself another corner to give you just more depth in that position. Another name that I'm going to throw out there is Akila Witherspoon. I like his versatility. Not somebody that you're going to have to break the bank on, long, lanky type of dude, who I do think can play press man pretty damn well, so that would fit I think that's fitting what the Raiders are trying to look for in their cornerbacks. So how about this? Out of all those guys, I'm sure there's a lot more to at least wrap your mind around. Name a corner that you're hoping the Raiders sign today, or maybe at some point in free agency. If I had my #1 pick, I'm going to go out and get Kendall Fuller. If you told me right now the Raiders end their free agency with Wilkins and Fuller, lock it in. I'm a happy man. If you can't get Fuller, I'd go then with a guy like Adoree Jackson. Let's now go to the tight end group here, and I'm not going to spend a lot of money. To me, I want Michael Mayer to get all the freaking targets out of the backfield. So what am I going to look for? I'm going to look for a dude that can block. Mercedes Lewis is not going to cost a lot of money. However, he just continues to follow Luke Getsy everywhere he goes with Green Bay, with Chicago. He is just a blocker, and if you need another blocking tight end, a name to keep in mind, I'll throw out another name that's continuously followed around Luke Getsy, Robert Tonyan. And Tonyan has struggled of late. He was pretty damn good with Aaron Rodgers. Maybe it was just he didn't fit with Justin Fields in that offense. But at one point, Tonyan did have 15 receiving touchdowns. Again, with Aaron Rodgers. However, though, maybe some connections. You don't have to spend a lot of money. I want Mayer to be the main focus. Let's now go to the defensive side of the football. At linebacker, I'm going to look at Lavonte David. From what I understand, the Raiders like a lot of the linebackers in the draft because Rob Leonard saw a bunch of those guys at the Senior Bowl. So I think that that's where they're going to concentrate on in the draft. David, to me, though, he does have some ties with Mike Caldwell. Remember, Mike Caldwell, the Raiders linebacker coach, was the inside linebacker coach for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers back from 2019 to 2021. So if you just want to do a one-year prove-it deal at a guy that's still playing at a pretty damn high level, $6, $7, $8 million, I'm okay with that for David. Let's now go to the safety position here. I'm going to go Jordan Whitehead, and Whitehead's got some of those connections as well with Gerald Alexander / also has some of those connections with Ricky Manning from this past season. A very versatile safety overall. Another player to at least keep in mind at safety if they want to go this route is Deshaun Elliott. He also has some of his ties with a guy like Patrick Graham. Also has some of his ties with Gerald Alexander on top of that. But again, I like our safety room enough where we don't have to go out there and spend a lot of money at safety. From a wide receiver standpoint, one of the names I'll look at is Curtis Samuel. I do think that his ability to do a lot of pre-snap motion, which was one of the things that the Raiders said that they were trying to do this season, could be used. On top of that, good screen receiver. Could be a better replacement, if you will, than somebody like a DeAndre Carter. But him next to Trey Tucker, you're adding a lot more speed, and this could be a Hunter Renfrow replacement. Another name that I'll throw out there is Matt Collins. I know Hollins balled out with Derek Carr 2 years ago, but this is like more of a, if the Raiders want to be a physical football team, which it does sound like they want to do, Matt Collins might be one of the best pass blockers, sure, run blocking wide receivers in the National Football League. He also might be one of the best special teams players in the entire league. So this might not be a sexy pick, but you know what? If we're not going to run all that much of a sexy offense, but we want to walk around with a chip on our shoulder like, hey, we're the bad boys on the West Coast, well, let's start to prove it. Going out and getting Matt Collins, I think, could help you do that. If you want to add a vertical threat, Quez Watkins is a name that I'll say to at least keep in mind here. Watkins is a legit 4.3 type of speed, and if you want to add a legit vertical threat that you're not going to have to pay all that much money to, Quez Watkins is a name to keep in mind. Let's go to another name here, Kyle Van Noy. He has some time with Patrick Graham. If you're looking for more of an edge rusher / versatile player overall, Van Noy does have a lot of experience playing underneath Telesco. He's got some experience as well playing with Patrick Graham, and he just can do everything, and I don't think it would be a bad idea at all to bring him in. And then the final name I'm going to bring up here is Caleb Van Chasen. This one is going to scare some people away, but remember what Arden Key did when he left the Raiders. He got a new scene, and he was able to be a lot better of a football player. Sometimes guys just need a change of scenery. Caleb Van Chasen was a first-round pick out of LSU. He's got a ton of talent. The problem was, though, they always continue to add more talent on top of him. He got buried in the depth chart, and maybe he was a little bit, upset about it. Worked with Mike Caldwell last season with the Jacksonville Jaguars, so if you want a high-risk, high-reward type of player, maybe even not high risk. I mean, he's probably not even go for all that much money. It is, though, just a name to keep in mind. That's all the players that I'm talking about today. I know some of you are sitting here going, well, Mitch, we lost Josh Jacobs to the Packers. Aren't we going to go out and sign a running back? I don't think that we should. I know that they were interested yesterday in Austin Eckler, but Eckler, apparently, according to from what I'm being told, the Raiders weren't willing to pay that money for Eckler, and Eckler ended up getting like $12 million in total. So to me, if they're going to pay a running back, the only name that I'd probably be excited about would be King Henry, but even that's going to be a lot of money. If I'm the Raiders, I am focusing on my running backs in the draft. I'm not spending at running back. I'd rather you allocate that money to build your offensive line, continue to build that defense, and go get yourself a cornerback one. All right, let's get into some super chats here. Appreciate all of y'all for pulling up here. 2,200 people are live. And you know what, Seeps? I'm going to read this one, and then I want to go to the next, I want to show the super chat menu. That way people understand some of the games that we're playing here today, because we already owe one thing. According to Hondo, quarterback one is Aiden's position to lose. Minshew in the future, new quarterback, have to earn the spot in the quarterback gauntlet. Aiden, as of now, is QB1. Yeah, I'm no disrespect to Hondo. I just don't think that that's an accurate statement. I think that's just Hondo, who's always been kind of a Aiden O'Connell, I don't want to say truther, but definitely believes in Aiden a lot more than I do. I don't know if he said this or where you're gathering that. To me, that's just more of an opinion. If this is actually factual, then I don't think that's a very smart move by the Raiders, but Minshew's a better quarterback than Aiden. So I'm going to take this as Hondo's opinion, not as just actual fact, because I don't really believe that that's going to be the case. Here's our super chat menu today here on the Raiders Report. Every 250 likes, I got the Bean Boozled back.
Oh, let's do it.
I got the Bean Boozled back. If you're like, Mitch, what are they? Which technically they're the Harry Potter kind. So the jelly beans that we have today are marshmallow, rotten egg, sausage, lemon, soap, tutti frutti, vomit, watermelon, earwax, earthworm, dirt, cinnamon, cherry, candy floss, booger, and blueberry, as well as banana and black pepper. So every 250 likes, I got to eat one of these, or we're going to go back and forth. So if we hit 500 likes,
we can do it at the same time.
You're going to have to eat one as well. Every $10 super chat, you're in for a chance to win a Raiders Report jersey. If you're like, Mitch, how do I get a jersey like Ira Jackson did? You can enter our raffle. We're going to do that at the very end of the show. Every $20 super chat that we get is going to be a wheel spin. And yesterday, Jeremy went through a gauntlet of wheel spins. I mean, he got his ass whooped. This is also supposed to be a list 5, just so you know.
Oh, yeah.
Every $100 super chat that we get today is going to be 2 banks for our March race. And since y'all just kicked my butt yesterday, I'm going to try to go a little bit better of it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah,
I also had a few people ask me, Mitch, I can't send in 100, but I want to make you do a beer bong. Well, how about this? Every 250 that we get today on today's show, I'll do one. So if we're 20 away and you're like, you know what, I'm going to make Mitch do it, let's freaking get it going today. These are the deals, and we're going to be live all day today here on the Raiders Report. Some Venmo deals that we got going on. If you want to get our 50-50 raffle race, $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365 for a chance to get in there. Yesterday, we gave away $400 to the first winner, $400 to the second winner, and I want to say we ended up giving away maybe a little over $600, $700 to the third winner.
Oh, yeah.
So we gave away close to probably $1,200 yesterday on Venmo. If you want in our March Madness bracket, this is what we're going to do. The first 64 people that Venmo me $50 at Mitchell Renz 365, we are going to do 1v1 duck races once the March Madness tournament actually goes. So it literally could be like Tri-Van versus Ira Jackson. Winner advances to the round of 32. And then it could be Ira Jackson up against Rebel Montana. Winner advances to the Sweet 16. Whoever ends up winning that March Madness bracket, you are going to win $1,600. Sounds pretty good.
That's awesome. I might have to send 50 in there.
You might have to get in.
I'm serious.
Hey, I'm actually thinking, I was like curious if I did it, but I would actually hate for me to win or if like Chuggs won.
They would call it rigged.
Oh,
Easily,
there's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. So what we are going to do is for the 64 people that get in, then I'm also going to create a tournament like on CBS or ESPN, and then that's how Chuggs and I are going to be able to compete against all of them.
Oh, I like that.
So we're gonna do a real March Madness, and then we're gonna do March Madness Raiders Report style. Let's go to Black Orchard or Orchid Wellness. My bad. 2 questions, brother. Appreciate it. You think so far in free agency cards are falling in place for us to trade up? You think Patrick Queen is an option? He's a beast. Well, first I'll say Patrick Queen. He is a beast of a player. He's a good player. But again, I'm not going to spend let's say, at least $15 million for Patrick Queen. Like, if I'm the Raiders, I would rather them go out and get a cornerback one. Kendall Fuller or Patrick Queen. I'm going to take Kendall Fuller. To me, it's a bigger need. Like, yes, linebacker is an important position-ish, but I also think it's the least important position in a Patrick Graham defense. I also think linebacker is the least important position right now in the National Football League. You have Robert Spillane. You have Divine Diablo. I'm hoping that both of those guys get it going. But the other reason why I might not be sold on the idea of going out and getting a linebacker is because I know the Raiders like a lot of the linebackers in the draft. The other reason is the linebacker job should be significantly easier this upcoming season with Christian Wilkins in the middle. Like, Wilkins is going to literally move mountains for that defense.
I always say, it's similar to compare, offensive line, the running back, is like defensive line, the linebackers. They're going to be the ones opening up the holes for all of them. What if I throw this out there? What if you take Terrion Arnold at 13 and you sign Patrick Queen? Raiders would have the best defense.
I mean, I wouldn't be upset about it. Like, if we can still figure out a way to get our cornerback one, the problem is then we still need a right tackle. Like, that scares the hell out of me. Yeah. There's still so many needs that the Raiders need a starting right tackle, you need a starting quarterback, and you need a number 1 corner.
Yeah.
Like to me, if we can fill out those 3 needs, then we could look at a guy like Patrick Queen. Yeah, right? Like, even like Jacobs is a great player, but that wasn't a big time need for us. So then that's why you decided to move on and so on and so forth. In terms of trading up, I don't have a great answer for you there. I will say it probably got at least a little bit easier with the Atlanta Falcons going out signing Kirk Cousins. Like, that's one less team that you have to worry about. But from what it sounds like, it's not going to be easy to go up and get your quarterback. Let's go to John Rodriguez. What the F, Mitch? Thought you were going to go live at 9 a.m. Pacific time. What did I miss? I mean, I think you didn't say this right. Am I tripping? I think I originally scheduled it for 11, so that would have been 9 a.m. Pacific time, your time. Bottom line was there was a lot of news that started to pour out today, like Darnell Mooney. He ended up signing with the Atlanta Falcons. The Texans, they traded for Joe Mixon. Shaq Barrett signed with the Miami Dolphins. So I was sitting here, I go, well, let's freaking get this thing up and popping. I wanted to get this show rolling. The news that upset me the most today, I was hoping that the Raiders were going to be able to bring back Trent Sieg, their old long snapper.
Oh, yeah. He went
and
to
Sieg's
Dallas.
going back to the Dallas Cowboys, so that one kind of broke my heart here a little bit. Let's go to Doc Holliday. Mitch, weird obsession with pitiful Justin Fields and bias against AOC ruined his cred. Cry some more. He's not coming to Vegas. Doc, man, I used to be an OG watcher. I'm upset that you said this. I don't have an obsession with Justin Fields. I just think that Justin Fields is a better quarterback than Aiden O'Connell. So at the end of the day, I want to improve at every single position out there. And I don't have a bias against Aiden. If anything, I feel like I speak the truth on Aiden. He's a good backup quarterback in the NFL. He's not viewed as a top 32 guy, and that is what it is. I mean, we can disagree. I'd rather have an adult conversation about it, but at the end of the day, thanks for watching and appreciate the super. Let's go to Dylan. Can Raiders go into negotiation cap space? Oh, negative cap space. Now signing free agents, knowing we have cap space coming June 1st from Jimmy G and Renfrow cuts. I do think that you can end up signing players and you could technically be in the negative. However, the problem with this point of the day, yesterday, we kind of knew what the Raiders salary cap situation looked like. Now, because you never exactly know what the exact breakdown of some of these deals are, it can really change it up overall. I don't know where the Raiders are at according to Spotrac, according to Over the Cap. Both of those numbers have not really been fixed yet. But, you do know that they're going to move on from both of those guys. I don't know if they're both going to be post-June 1st cuts. To me, from what I've been told, that's still up in the air. Renfro's a guaranteed post-June 1st cut. But there is some speculation around the Raiders just outright cutting Jimmy Garoppolo to get that money now instead of designating him as a post-June 1st and then getting that $24 million after June 1st. But at the end of the day, I would look at it as the Raiders are probably going to have somewhere around $36 extra million to go out and spend at some point in this offseason. So how about this? What about this? I got you on screen.
Okay.
I was talking about Aaron Jones yesterday.
Yeah.
I was very surprised that the Packers decided to cut Jones, sign Jacobs, because Jacobs is a hell of a back. Yeah. But you could also make an argument at the end of last year, the best running back in the NFL, not named Christian McCaffrey, was Aaron Jones.
100%.
So now he's going to Minnesota. You're a Vikings guy.
I like the move just because mainly you get to play the Green Bay twice a year. I was shocked when the Packers signed Jacobs originally, and I was like, all right, I'm assuming Aaron Jones does get cut here.
Yep.
I love it that he went to Minnesota. And plus, for a 1-year, $7 million deal, you can make the argument he's had injuries. He's 29 years old. I get that. But for 1 year, you got a dude with a big old chip on his shoulder. And I'll tell you what, he's going to want to outperform Jacobs both games. He's going to be hungry. So
we've seen Aaron Jones be motivated, right?
Against the Cowboys in the playoffs.
Well, that's what I mean. He's every time he goes up against Dallas, he walks around with that chip on his shoulder. That was the team that he rooted for. I think a lot of his friends and family grew up rooting for. If he carries that chip against the Packers.
And also, think about, locker room for, the Packers here.
Yeah.
You said no to Aaron Jones, who clearly was a leader there, and he's brought in a younger option. I think, that could, a lot of the veterans on that team could be like, hey, we could have paid this guy for maybe 1 or 2 years. Instead, he went there.
Aaron Jones, 1 year, $7 million, or Josh Jacobs for 4 for $48. I'm surprised by the move by Green Bay. I really was.
I'm surprised running backs are getting paid.
Running backs are getting paid. A lot of people are getting paid this entire offseason. The extra salary cap has proven to me that guys are going to get paid.
Yep.
Which you got to love. All right, actually, we did just hit 500 likes, which means jelly bean for me, jelly bean for Seeps, every 250 likes that we get here on today's show. And let's pump up these numbers here a little bit. We got to eat a disgusting jelly bean. I don't know which flavor it's going to be.
Oh, I'm excited.
Excited is not the word I would have used. So I'm going to pick out 2.
Okay.
And they're totally random. I'm going to put one in my left hand and one in my right hand. I'm going to let you pick. Do you want left hand, right hand?
Give me right.
Dude, I don't know. I don't think you picked the right one.
Give me right.
This one scares the hell out of me.
Oh, that's frightening. What are the options for this one?
All right, so you either have, to be honest with you, I don't even see that one on here.
A little mystery.
Yeah, it's a mystery.
A little mystery action here.
I'm not going to lie, I have no idea what that is. I think it might be marshmallow.
Okay.
Vomit.
Oh.
Sausage.
This is giving me sausage vibes right now.
Yeah?
That's what I'm going to call.
All right, go for it.
That might be vomit. That might be vomit.
That might be vomit. All right, I don't know. Mine is either banana. Oh, crap, my bad. Do I send it to you?
Yeah, 100% vomit on that one.
100% vomit? Yikes.
And we're already 150 likes away from another one.
Oh, that is just absolutely brutal. All right.
See, these are better than at least the hot ones we had.
I have the hot ones over here too. That might be part of the wheel.
That might be.
Dude, I don't know what this is. This one also might be vomit.
100% vomit.
Oh my God.
Dude, it's got an aftertaste too.
Oh my Lord. If you guys have never tried these are the Harry Potter jelly beans. They are unbelievably bad. Sometimes they're almost too accurate. I believe they're almost too accurate. Remember, y'all, if you want to get those questions, comments up here on the show, hashtag Raiders, or you can super chat to skip the line if you would. So if you see any good hashtag Raider questions in there with free agency today, don't be afraid to throw them up there on screen. Let's go to my man, MT. I don't hate the Minshew signing. Could be a Matt Schaub Carr situation that turns into a Rich Gannon situation. I'm excited about the competition. I wish I had this much optimism in your mind. Like, I don't really see Gardner Minshew winning the NFL MVP. I don't really see him being a top 5, top 10 quarterback. Like, Minshew's going to be a good locker room dude. He is a solid human being. He's a competitive SOB, and to me, you're going to have a lot of value there. On top of that, it does also just have, like, now you have a, I think, reliable backup quarterback just in case you're unable to potentially get your starter in the draft, so it gives you a little bit more insurance. That way, you're not going into the draft with only Aiden O'Connell, and then you're in even more of a bad spot of, all right, we got to try to potentially reach to go get our dude. To me, the Raiders are still going to draft a quarterback. I don't know where that's going to be necessarily. I'm not going to sit up here and say that I do. I know that they want Jayden Daniels. That doesn't mean it's going to happen, but it could be I think Gardner is one of the best backup quarterbacks in the National Football League, where if your starter goes down, then you at least have somebody like Gardner.
And plus, like, if you expect the Raiders' defense to be top 10 this season, you can almost tell Gardner, get to 21 points.
Yeah.
And then we got a chance to win every game with what we got going on.
Considering the fact that the Colts, went to the playoffs last year, right? Or no, they just missed. They just missed the playoffs. They were just there, but they were one of the worst teams on paper. I legitimately thought that they were one of the worst teams on paper. From an offensive standpoint, they didn't have anything.
And he's never thrown to a guy like Devontae Adams either.
No, I will say with Gardner, if that is your answer, I do want a better option at running back than just Zamir White. Like, definitely. I would like for them to maybe add a Jalen Wright, a Marshawn Lloyd, a Ray Davis in the draft.
Maybe if the Raiders want to get to that physical, old-school brand of football, you just give Derrick Henry what he wants, and it's just get downhill.
I'll tell you what, if you had Gardner Minshew, who is a really good play-action QB.
Definitely.
Who kind of fits Getsy's play action, which I think they're going to go a lot of shotgun, though. I mean, downhill running with Derrick Henry, man, that's about as physical as it gets. We'll see.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of unknowns. What's up, Eric? Send Aiden and Renfrow to Chicago for Fields. The problem with that is Chicago would laugh in your face. Again, Renfrow's value at this point is probably only worth a 7th-round pick at best. I mean, people aren't going to trade for his contract. Like, if Renfrow was making $3-4 million a year, then sure, but nobody wants to pay him basically $12 million a season. So because of that, you're not going to get anything for him. And I know Raider fans, the way that they view Aiden O'Connell, but Aiden O'Connell and Justin Fields is a major downgrade for all other NFL teams out there. Like, if you were to ask all 32 NFL teams, would you rather have Aiden O'Connell or Justin Fields? Every single NFL team is going to say Fields, and it's not a knock on Aiden. It's just, that's just the truth, right? Yeah. Like, that's just the truth. Let's go to Misty Williamson. Hey, Mitch. I can't wait to see what the Raiders do going forward. According to Spotrac, the Raiders have about $29 million in space with Wilkins and Minshew counted. I mean, let me just see. Because I was looking earlier today, and sometimes, like, they put the players in there, but they don't actually, like, add up the correct cap hits and whatnot. So Gardner Minshew is $8 million cap hit this season. And Christian Wilkins is a $11.5 million cap hit this season. So based on Spotrac and them saying that they have about $29 million left, also it says Andre James is about a $6.3 million cap hit. So those contracts are going to be very back-loaded heavy. But I mean, I'll tell you what, that's a lot more money than what I was expecting. So that's Tom Delaney working his magic here.
And maybe you backload those contracts, get a rookie quarterback in there, and then you can kind of play that game where you have that rookie quarterback contract, spend everywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, the Gardner Minshew situation also kind of reminds me of what Telesco did before, where they brought in Tyrod Taylor for the Chargers and ended up drafting Justin Herbert. Now, I think the plan all along was to start Taylor, but then if you guys remember, he had that lung or
he got
stabbed
before a game.
It was something strange like that, and then he ended up not playing, and then Justin Herbert got the keys to the car. But at $29 million, which is right now what I'm seeing here on Spotrac, and the fact that they're going to be moving on from Garoppolo and Hunter Renfrow, you're going to have a lot of money to spend. The Raiders are still big-time buyers here in the market, which I want to see what they end up doing today and tomorrow. I also just saw it pop up on the bottom of the screen. Cleveland Ferrell, he ends up signing with the Washington Commanders, and you're going to see it on top. You're going to see it on the bottom. It's a continuous of what is happening in free agency for today. Let's go to Mr. Yoder.
Mr. Yoder.
Mitch, would love your thoughts on the Raiders thinking AP is a better coach than Jim Harbaugh and Minshew better quarterback than J.J. McCarthy. Spin the wheel. All right, every 20 we will spin the wheel. I would say that I don't think that Antonio Pierce is a better head coach than Jim Harbaugh if you look at just the resumes, right? However, it wasn't a question of who's the better head coach overall. The question is who's the best coach for the Las Vegas Raiders, right? Like, who's the best coach for the Raiders? And in that situation, I do think that it was Antonio Pierce. He was the guy that the Raiders players wanted. When you get a dude like Max Crosby just at least threatening the idea of a potential trade, like, you got to be able to own that up and say, all right, well, we want to hold our guys together. And at one point, everybody doesn't have a good resume. At one point, everybody has a blank slate. And what happens if it turns out that Antonio Pierce turns into one of these coaches that is a very well-respected guy because he has that previous playing experience? And you're looking at a lot of the coaches that they're bringing in, and results, they speak to that. And the defense is one of the best in the league. Also, Minshew better than J.J. McCarthy. I never said that. I said I'd rather have Justin Fields in round 3 than drafting J.J. McCarthy at pick 13. So I don't know what's in those ears, but maybe you should clean them out a little bit. Let's go to the wheel here. Every 20 that we get, we spin the wheel. And just for the sake of time, every time it says Chuggs, that's going to be Seeps.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay. Ready? 3, 2, 1. I'm warning you. Yesterday, Jeremy got a lot of these. And it's a good start to the day.
All righty, let's do it.
All right, so this is how this game goes. I need you to put 60 seconds on the clock.
Gotcha.
Every 50 that comes in the next 60 seconds is a beer bong for you.
Oh, let's do it.
Is a beer bong for Seeps. I will also say this, because this is the game, every 50 will count as a bang for the month of March. So if you're in our March bang race, which as it stands right now, in first place is Fat Bearded Dad. In second is Ryan Campbell. Third is Taino. Fourth, David Zahn. Common Raider at, what is that? Fifth, Abjin, and sixth. That's what our race is as it stands right now. So if you want to get this party started, every 50 that comes in the next 60 seconds. But here's how this show goes. If Seeps is doing one, y'all better do one as with him. Yesterday, Jeremy had to do 210 jumping jacks. I hope that some of y'all did 210 jumping jacks.
It's a family. We're in it together right now.
If you got to drop down and do 50 push-ups, I expect y'all to drop down and do 50 push-ups. Now, if nothing comes in, then, hey, we just do a cheers to the nation, and we keep this party rocking and rolling. I'll also say that we are one like away from another jelly bean. So I don't know who's going to be like 750, but whoever that is, shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to y'all. Hannah said, can my 50 count towards the tourney? If you send it in on Venmo, yes, because that's the only way that I'm going to be able to document it. So just we'll let the fax machine roll in here a little bit. Kenny said it's 9 a.m. on a Tuesday. I'm aware. I'm aware, Kenny, but sometimes you got to be built different. Sometimes you got to be built just a little bit different here. Raider Sancho! Hey! Half of the bang again. Bang me. Raider Sancho. That is one on the board for my man Sancho. His second bang of the month of March. Moving up the board here a little bit for my bang race in the month of March. I will open my phone just in case I did get anything on Venmo. which I didn't even think about that. That might be the better deal to do, 50 to get in our March Madness. All right, Seeps.
All right,
I'm going to pour one up for you here, if you don't mind. We're doing Happy Dad. Is that all right? You can chill over there. You're good. I was just passing them over to Chuggs. It's a little bit easier. Good, sir. And the first one down the hatch is officially at 10:25 in the morning. No, that's a lie. 11:25 in the morning.
Get started early.
9:30 on the West Coast. Who did it with me?
That's pretty much like having a coffee. Wake up.
It's a little bit of a wake-up call. There's no doubt. Honest question. How many people did that with Seeps? If it was you and you want to shout out, I want to see a me down there. Let's get Pat White Girl Wasted. All right, one more just because
We'll count it.
Just because it came in after the buzzer.
Yeah.
Just because it came in after the buzzer.
Appreciate it, Stephen Rockwell. Shout out to you.
Is it Stephen or Steven?
It could be Steven.
This is like a Jeffrey Joffrey situation here.
Oh, man, here we go.
Steven, is it Steven or Stephen? If it's Steven, type 1. If it's Stephen, type 2. That's what I got to know.
Yeah.
That's what I got to know. We're going to put Rockwell in here as a well. Steven or Stephen? I don't know now. Now you got me thrown off here.
Oh, man.
They're going down.
There's going to be a rock in my belly in about an hour.
I'm actually impressed. That's 2 Happy Dads right down the chute to get this day started the right way, which also Seeps now. We are 50 likes away from both of us doing the jelly bean again.
Let's do it. Come on, hit that like button.
What scares the hell out of me is when they get stuck in your teeth.
I know, I already got some in the background.
When they get stuck in your teeth, it's brutal. Absolutely brutal. I did just get another one in here for the duck race. That's a lie. Jason EB. And EB also sent one in for a beer bong. However, it came in very late. And just because Jason was one of our real ones yesterday, Jason, I'll drink one up for you right now.
Shout out to Jason.
Cheers to Mr. Jason.
Cheers. Also, this super chat on screen, this might be my favorite name and profile pic I've ever seen.
Thugador Strawberry.
That is badass.
He's an OG here, man. I think when you get to know some of the names, I would actually be upset if he's not a strawberry in real life. Like he's just like
fraud
he's
like a human or something.
He's like, it's Thugador Strawberry. I'm like, it's not how I pictured you. It's not what I pictured. At work, but still tuning in. Love y'all. Real one for life. I actually had a few people yesterday, which believe it or not, I do love when I get these type of messages that are like, hey man, appreciate you guys keeping us up to date. Listen to you all day live yesterday, which, again, we were live for 9 hours yesterday, so a lot of free time. So if you enjoy the show, believe it or not, a message like this does go a long way because these days for us are long. Like Seeps was up, I mean, when Sam Darnold signed with the Vikings last night, that was at what, 12:30, 1 o'clock?
12:30, and then Aaron Jones at 7:15.
Right, so I mean, don't get me wrong, love working in sports, love doing this, but free agency week might be, that and the draft might be the most taxing week on the body.
Definitely.
Minus the 26-hour live stream for McDaniels, that kicked my ass, but at the end of this week, it's a struggle bus. And then Alex on Saturday is going to be like, let's go out for drinks and let's do brunch. I'm going to be like,
it's like, nah, I'm sleeping.
I don't know if I can do that. Let's go to my man, Jason Kahn. And if you're wondering, Kahn, you get into our raffle? The answer is yes, you're in every 10. If we can't get Jayden Daniels, I believe we should just be patient and get the best available draft prospect. Do you know anything about Joe Milton? Trying to see the rest of that. I don't see the remainder of it. Do I know anything about Joe Milton? Yes, I know Joe Milton, the quarterback from Tennessee. I just don't think that he's going to be a very good quarterback in the NFL. Good athlete, strong arm, super inaccurate. Like, he's the Dollar General version of Anthony Richardson. And that might even be putting it a little bit lightly. If you were to go into the season with Joe Milton, Gardner Minshew, and Aiden O'Connell, I mean, to me, you're still looking for that potential starter. I'm good on Milton. If you don't want to take a quarterback in round 1, I'll probably just target a guy like Spencer Rattler would be who, if you can get Spencer Rattler in round 3, I'm okay with that type of value.
I'll tell you what, and also the kind of noise about him, maybe having some character issues and all that. I feel like that was mainly from his high school days. And
Rattler?
It kind of translated into college a little bit. And also, we all make some dumb mistakes when we're 21.
Here's the thing. When you're that young, and if you're the number one quarterback prospect, you're going to Oklahoma, where the last 2 Heisman Trophy winners just came from, and Kyler Murray and Baker Mayfield. A lot of big shoes to fill there.
Yep.
And maybe sometimes in life you got to get humbled. And I do think Spencer Rattler got humbled. Had the opportunity to listen to some of his interviews at Media Row, and just talking around him. He's a lot bigger than what I actually anticipated, a lot more broader. People are like, oh, he's a little bit small, but he might have arguably the best, I don't want to say the best arm talent. Pound for pound, the best arm talent in this draft is probably the best way to say it.
And when he was at Oklahoma, he got beat out by Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
It's not it's Caleb Williams.
Sure.
So.
Hey, I hear you. To me, Spencer Rattler does have the tools. We'll see what ends up happening. I'm not a big fan of Bo Nix. I don't love J.J. McCarthy. Penix, there is some risk in there. What scares me with the Raiders with Penix is you've addressed your left side of the line. You still need a right guard. You still need a right tackle. Are you going to try to draft a QB where that's going to be the weakest part of your line, your blind side? Now, maybe if that happens, you decide to kick Colt Miller over to the right side. Could be something to think about. Let's go to Raider J. Also seeps. We got 2 jelly beans to go.
Let's do it.
2 jelly beans to go here. Remember, y'all, every 250 likes, we got to take down a nasty jelly bean from Harry Potter. I'm looking at the flavors right now, and I'm just going to tell you, it is either booger, I want to say grass, green apple, soap. I think one is soap. The other one is either grass or green apple.
I feel like soap has to be the worst one.
You think?
Yeah.
What do you want?
Give me right.
I don't know which one it is.
Green apple or
grass.
Oh. All right.
Green apple or grass, which means I'm pretty sure I got soap.
Yeah, that's grass.
Grass?
that tastes like grass.
It tastes like grass.
Would taste like.
Dude's eating grass right now.
Yeah, you got out of it. Shout out to Raider Nation. Appreciate hanging out with you guys.
This I just dropped an F-bomb because that's soap.
That's soap? This is terrible.
I'm not going to lie. The jelly beans, what they're good at, this might be a weird, they taste how it smells. Does that make sense? That soap tastes like the soap in the bathroom. It literally, the way it tastes is how it smells. I don't know. Does that make sense? Has anybody ever had that before? Does that make sense? I have absolutely no idea. It does not taste very good. Jeremy Chuggs is getting ready to walk in here right now. Remember, every 250 likes, we do a Bean Boozled. So if you want Chuggs to do one, click that like button. Every $10 super chat, we get a Raiders Report jersey raffle entry. Every 20, we spin the wheel. We got a lot of interesting things on the wheel today. Every hundo is 2 bangs for our March bang race. And every 250 that we get today, I'm going to end up doing a beer bong. It's a marathon, not a sprint here on the Raiders Report. Also on top of that, if you want a chance to win a little bit of money, $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. We're going to do that at the very end of the day's show or maybe in an hour or so. Well, we did a few races yesterday. And then if you want in our March Madness bracket, it goes to the first 18 people. And I saw Jason E.B., you were already in that one right there. So as it stands right now, we got 18 people in our March Madness bracket, which we are going to do probably next week, 2 weeks from now, at some point when March Madness is actually going down. I did not read that one. However, I don't know if you saw the one from Riverside. I was waiting for you for this one. Riverside Raider Bang! If you want a shout out here on the Raiders Report, spam Riverside Raider. I grew up in Riverside.
Riverside.
I did. I grew up in Riverside, Pennsylvania. That's probably what you're talking about here.
Woo!
Gardner and A.J. Cole, 2 peas in a pod. I mean, are you saying...
2 pods with peas.
I'm not going to lie. My initial thought, I don't know why, was Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. But Gardner Minshew is obviously what you're talking about here. I do think Gardner Minshew and A.J. Cole are going to fit very well together. Like, they're the dudes that are just like going to sell their house, live in a van, and just surf once their football career's over. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it's going to be. That's what they're going to do. That's what I feel.
Bad choice. Sorry.
What? What'd you
this
get?
Turkey jerky.
Not great?
Flavor good. Really hard to chew.
Really hard to chew. That'll get you sometimes.
Feel it.
Feel it? You want me to feel your jerky? Oh, it is a stiff piece of jerky.
My giblets.
Yeah, dude, that's... You can honestly smell the pepper in that.
Really?
No. Riverside, my man. He said, you know what, Mitch? Put me in that bang race. Riverside Raider. I'll also say whoever's the MVP of today's show, which right now is looks like Jason E.B. or Riverside. I'm going to wear your jersey tomorrow. If you don't have a jersey for the Raiders Report, every day the free agency MVP, we're going to get you a Raiders Report jersey. So just
hell yeah.
Be on the lookout for that one. Also, because he sent that in, I got to do a beer bong now, which it's going to be, today's going to be a marathon, Chuggs. Today's going to be a marathon, but
not a sprint?
I do think that both of those guys are 2 peas in a pod. They're going to be similar. I am very interested to see how the Raiders do actually decide to use somebody like Gardner Minshew. I am. Is he legitimately going to be the quarterback too? Do they think that he can actually start in the NFL? It's going to be intriguing.
I think it's quarterback too. And like I said, when the signing happened yesterday, I think this is a quarterback backup premium.
Mm-hmm.
Like a premium backup. So we'll see how they implement him moving forward, but I believe he'll be the backup.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, you gave him backup money. You gave him a lot of backup money, but you gave him backup money at the end of the day. I mean, $12.5 million. I mean, we saw Sam Darnold last night get, 10? Mariota got 6. Jameis got 8. Like, in the realm of where all those quarterbacks end up falling.
And it'll look a lot more because also the cap has gone up. So everybody's making more money. Like the rotational defensive ends are making more money.
This is interesting here. The New England Patriots are pushing to sign free agent Calvin Ridley, but sources believe that Ridley currently prefers to stay in Jacksonville. I mean, so that's the team that you might see a deal go. I mean, if Ridley's like, nah, man, I don't want to go to New England.
What do you do?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Right.
Riverside Raider, you're a real one, my guy. Let's go to Raider J with Tyrone Smith being too pricey at the tackle position. Would be a solid pickup, and with a hell not a Trent Brown. I feel that. What are your thoughts about picking up Jonah Williams? Didn't he sign? Didn't Jonah Williams sign already?
Let me see.
I'm pretty sure he did. Or maybe I'm just crazy.
No, I think
Who am I thinking of?
I think you're thinking of Jonah Jackson.
Jonah Jackson, yeah. To me, the right tackles, I would actually just rather the Raiders go draft somebody. Based on what I have heard, they're pretty confident in Thayer Munford's ability to potentially be that right tackle. That does make me nervous. However, 2 of the right tackle names that I threw out in my video that went out this morning is Mekhi Becton's got a lot of upside, and then I think George Fant would be 2 names that you're not going to have to break the bank on. Probably Mekhi would probably do a 1-year prove-it deal, but if you're the Raiders, to me, and you don't think that you're going to be able to trade up and get your quarterback, that's where you target a J.C. Latham, Talisi Fuaga, a Olu Fashanu, somewhere in that regard, and then you could try to potentially put them at right tackle instead. Let's go to Jacob Yacaro, Fields or Minshew. I mean, who do I think is the better quarterback? I think it's Justin Fields. And to me, Fields is in this area of, I still think that he does have some upside. He has some of that athletic ability. It's pretty damn close. Like, I would say Fields is a 20-ish ranked quarterback. Minshew's probably in that 25 to 32 range. In all honesty, like, I do think he's probably better than some of the starters that you saw last year. Yeah, I would take Justin Fields over Gardner Minshew as a starting quarterback option in the NFL this upcoming season.
Carmella.
What up, Carmella? Love the channel, guys. Where's Chuggs and go Raiders?
Right here.
He's he had to go film some other stuff here at Chat Sports. Again, we do a lot of other videos here at the company.
Carmella was worried.
Carmella was worried. I actually think that you stole her pants and put it on your top. I don't know.
Exactly what happened.
Exactly. It had to match.
Also, maybe different in the camera. Pink or maroon? What color is this shirt?
I mean,
if you had to pick between pink or maroon.
I mean, it's clearly one color.
Let me know down in the comment section. Is this pink or maroon?
I know where
It's been a highly debated topic in this office.
I don't even think
Is this maroon or is this pink?
I don't even think it's close.
Like a dark pink.
I don't even think it's close. I know my answer. I don't want to say my answer because then I feel like it might persuade a lot of other people.
I think it's already, the persuasion is going. Is that what you were going to say?
Yes.
Maroon? It's pink. The shirt is pink.
No, it's not.
It's pink. It's dark pink. It's like a magenta.
That's closer to maroon 5 than pink.
No way.
Dude, it's not pink. And
this shirt screams, I'm coming out, so you better get this party started. I'm coming out, I'm coming. That's a Pink song.
Derrick Henry is signing with the Baltimore Ravens. Done deal.
Woo!
Derrick Henry, 2-year, $16 million deal.
Travis.
Worth up to $20 million.
Travis says, I'm an art teacher that's not pink. It's like a dark magenta pink, though. I can't fathom that this is maroon. Like, whenever I see
but I'm saying it's
Texas
closer,
A&M.
it's closer to maroon.
Tex, you went to UT. Is this maroon? He's lying.
He's
He's
maroon.
lying.
Bro, I hate to break it to you.
It's like a warmer maroon, but
I'll tell you what.
there's a little bit of pink.
I always thought Derrick Henry
Coop was the real UT fan.
I always thought
He would
Derrick
say
Henry was going to go to the Baltimore Ravens. This is good. That's a really good move for them.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to talk about the ultimate weapon now next to Lamar Jackson, good luck trying to figure out who you're gonna stop, Lamar or Derrick Henry. I mean, that's a big time deal.
2 years, $16 million. A little bit more than what they were reportedly going to give him yesterday was $6 million a year. So they went up a little bit.
He can make up to $20 million. $9 million guaranteed. I mean, the zone reads with Lamar and Derrick Henry. Like, you got to pick one of those guys. Good luck.
Yeah.
That's a really good move there by Baltimore, as much as I hate to admit.
Gary Russell.
What's up, Gary? AP wants to feature the run. Zeus, Fields, and Henry would be monstrous. Well, unfortunately,
it would have been
horrible timing, but I do know that he wants to feature the run. I also don't really just think up here that they only want to feature the run. Like, they're still going to want to pass the football. Like, Getsy's offense, they're going to want to pass the ball. Now, I will admit, you might go a little bit more conservative because they're going to try to rely on that defense than what they have in years past, but Derrick Henry, unfortunately, is not an option anymore. Let's go to Alex. Been watching the show since 2019.
Alex,
love the show. Go get Fields or move up and get Daniels.
Alex, you're a wizard, Potter.
You're a wizard, Alec.
You're a wizard, Alex.
I mean, been a watcher since 2019. That's an OG watcher. I greatly appreciate that.
He said, I don't always comment, but I always watch, most of the time in the corner.
Wearing a Superman cape.
Where's that from? Who knows where that's from? Do you remember where that's from?
So the only thing that I can think of is a show that I love.
It's that.
Okay.
It animated?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
If anybody else knows what show that's from, go let me know down in the comment section. I usually just watch in the corner, most of the time in a Superman cape.
Yeah, that would be Derrick Henry. Yeah, he just tweeted Flock Nation. There's only one nation.
Josh I, let's go Raiders. Steven Nelson for CB1. Well, I would say even if you sign Steven Nelson, he's not your CB1.
Correct.
Mekhi Becton for OT if he's healthy. Got to put faith for White and Abdullah for running back. Good duo. I mean, yes, but at the end of the day, if they don't sign anybody, they're going to draft a running back.
Correct. Yeah, you're not going to go into the next season with only Zamir White and Amir Abdullah. Like, Amir's a good special teams back, gives you obviously some ability to catch the football. Zamir's a good running back, but also Telesco kind of hinted at they're looking for 2 to 3 backs that you can rely on. Not that you can't rely on both of those guys, but to me this would probably be one of the worst running back rooms in the NFL just because of the inexperience. So don't get me wrong, Zamir White can surprise us like he did the final 4 games of last season. And you still have Sincere McCormick, who I know is a running back that fans do like. But to me, you still got to add another running back to this mix. And I just think where the Raiders could potentially spend, they have around $29 million in salary cap space, according to Spotrac. Like, I would just rather you invest in other positions in free agency and then go out and get a running back in the draft. But Josh, salute to you, man. You were a big-time baller yesterday, and it was greatly appreciated. Let's go to Fox Hound. Do we move on from Tyree Wilson?
No chance.
I don't even see how this is a thought.
I mean, why would you want to? He played his best ball at the end of last year whenever you moved him to the interior, whenever somebody on this show had been saying that for a little bit. When you moved him onto the interior, and now that you have a more solidified nose tackle in Christian Wilkins, who he's going to be your guy who can play over the center and in the middle of that defense. Tyree Wilson is going to be more over the guard play, like between the guard and tackle. You have Wilkins, Wilson, you have Kuntz and Crosby. Best D-line in the league, in my opinion.
I mean, right now, it's definitely in that conversation.
Now that Eric Armstead away from the 49ers, they really just have Nick Bosa and Javon Hargrave, I guess, on the interior. But I would take the Raiders' our defensive line over the 49ers. I think that next year they will be the best defensive line in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely got to put them up there in that consideration. There's no doubt. And I think the only way legitimately, and I mean this, the only way that Tyree Wilson is not a member of the Las Vegas Raiders this upcoming season, because you can't cut him because you just eat all this money. And even if you were to trade him, you would eat a shit ton of money on top of that. But like,
hot take, I think Tyree Wilson gets more sacks than Christian Wilkins next year.
whoo,
Hot take, I think he does. I think Tyree Wilson.
If that's the case, the Raiders are leading the NFL in sacks next year.
I think Wilkins regresses a little bit.
That's a hot take. I like it, though.
I think he'll still be good. I think he regresses a little bit more to the mean. I think Wilkins gets 5-6 sacks because he'll be a guy in the middle who eats up blockers.
Yep.
I think Tyree Wilson gets double-digit sacks next year. I think he's second behind Crosby.
I mean, I will admit, it was one of the things that I said last year with Wilson, where their plan was not to put him on the field right away, but because Chandler Jones went insane, like, you had to force him out there on the field a little bit before he was ready to go. Like, his foot was not ready. Like, he was 75% healthy to start, but, you got to give him credit for being like, you know what? I'm going to go out there, I'm going to play, my team needs me. And as the season went on, you could see he got into better and better playing shape. He started to find, I think, his footing a little bit more as that interior defensive tackle. You could probably also stand him up, put him out on the outside, because his best move right now is power, and that's what Tyree does at the best.
Dude,
but
he is powerful, dude.
No, he really, truly is a very strong player. I will say the only way Tyree Wilson, though, is not a member of the Raiders is if the Chicago Bears, the Washington Commanders, the New England Patriots said, sure, if you want to trade up with us and we want a player, I could see the Raiders being like, all right, we didn't draft Tyree Wilson. We'll put him in the trade. Like, that's the only way he's not a member of the team. But again, if you trade him, you're still eating some money.
Rocky.
What up, Rocky?
Thoughts on Raiders getting Tre'Davious White or Patrick Queen? Tre'Davious White, I think you can get really cheap because he's been extremely injured over the past 3 seasons.
Yeah, I to be honest with you, how many games do you think he's played? Like, off the top of my head, I feel like he's missed the last 3 years.
So I remember looking at the graphic. I know over the last 2 seasons he hasn't played 16 games. I think he's played maybe 13, 14.
The last 3 seasons, the last 3 seasons. The last 2 seasons he's played 10 games.
Yes.
Yeah, the last 2 seasons he's played 10 games. The last 3 seasons he's played 21 games.
Yeah. So he's been out a ton. He'd be a guy that you get really cheap, like
1 year prove-it deal.
$3 million
For Trey White. I mean, there's some upside there, but I still want a corner that we can count on. Like, and no disrespect, I just don't want the situation where we happened last year. Luckily, the Raiders found Jack Jones.
And you don't want to go off of name because I think we fell into that trap last year with Marcus Peters too, being like, it's Marcus Peters. He's going to be amazing. But when these guys get up in age after they've missed some time, after a couple of years, not at the top of their level, when they come and get that 1 year prove-it deal or they come and get that one last contract, it's really a crapshoot whether or not you're getting a starter or somebody who's washed.
Yeah, I would just rather the Raiders invest their money into a more reliable corner, somebody like a Kendall Fuller. Fuller's played over 1,000 snaps in 3 straight seasons. Obviously, it's the NFL. Anybody can get injured on any given Sunday, any given day. Same thing with Patrick Queen here. Patrick Queen is a really good interior linebacker, but I would rather the Raiders allocate some of their money to either figure out, hey, do we need another starting offensive lineman? Do we need a starting corner? There's still so many missing pieces for this team that I would rather them go out and address those needs instead of giving, Patrick Queen, and we kind of talked about him earlier. Patrick Queen is going to make, what, $15, $20 million this year?
I think so. I think after you sign Wilkins, like you said yesterday, some of these higher profile guys now should be off the table for the Raiders.
Yeah, I'm looking to find other holes that we could potentially address, and if we're going to spend another $15, $20 million at any position, I don't really think that it should be at the linebacker position. We do got some breaking news here in the NFL. The Kansas City Chiefs, they are signing tight end Irv Smith Jr. to add to their roster.
Travis Kelce replacement?
I mean, you want to talk about a team that struggled with drops last season, that Irv Smith is the drop king. Dude can't hang on to the football, but they'll probably figure out a way to use him. Got another deal here that looks like it's rolling in. The Jets are expected to sign Cardinals defensive tackle Leki Fotu. He was a player that I talked about last year a few times if the Raiders were going to try to figure out a trade partner. Let's go to the Wolf. I want another signing to jump out the truck. Do you remember that yesterday?
Yeah. After the Christian Wilkins, he said he was on the way to the restaurant with his girl, had her pull over, jump out of the car, screamed obscenities and Raiders. Which, could you imagine you're just taking Chuck for a walk? Maybe a guy who's like a fan of like another sport, like a hockey team or something, just here in Dallas, jumps out of his car. He's like, "Fucking stars!"
I mean, could I imagine it? Yes. I see.
It's like that time you ran into all those dogs.
Oh my Lord! I also feel honestly that's like Coop. Like Coop is the YouTube watcher. Coop's that type of fan.
Fucking stars. He'd be on the opposite. He'd be mad though.
Or Tex, yeah. Keyshawn Johnson said Raiders trading up for Jayden Daniels. I mean, I'm not going to take Keyshawn Johnson as a credible source. Also, if you haven't heard that the Raiders are interested in Jayden Daniels yet, and if you think that, like, if Keyshawn Johnson thinks by him saying that he's breaking like stories, I don't know what to tell you.
Exclusive here on Raiders Report: the Bears want to trade Justin Fields.
The Raiders are interested in Jayden Daniels. It's just, we know that that's what they want. That doesn't mean that it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
it's up to the top 3 teams on whether any of them want to draft Jayden Daniels, and then 2, whether or not anybody in the top 5 is willing to trade down.
Yeah, I mean, right now, based off of what we've seen, I see those top 3 teams taking a QB. Like,
and then you
the
have
Patriots signed Jacoby Brissett. That's their backup.
And then you have 2 or 3 teams ahead of you that want a QB as well.
The Giants?
Giants, Vikings, Broncos.
Yeah, true. Vikings kind of forgot about. Broncos are the other sneaky team in there that
I've been, talking to our Broncos host and seeing people on Twitter saying, apparently the Broncos really love Bo Nix.
That would make me so happy. I'm telling you right now, if it's draft day and they take Bo Nix, I might cry.
And apparently, Sean Payton does really like Jarrett Stidham.
Perfect. That is music to my ears. There would be nothing that would make me happier than the Broncos drafting Bo Nix at number 12. I'm not. That would be dream scenario, man. Dream scenario. Ultra. You're a real one, Mitch. This is Jason E.B. Yeah, I'm going to say Jason E.B. right now is the MVP of today's show as it stands right now.
So $50, 2 wheel spins.
We're giving 2 wheel spins, yeah. So there was a deal earlier on today's show where the wheel spun and Seeps had to do a beer bong for every 50. So I don't know if that's what this is from, but because it happened a little while ago, but I'm pretty sure it happened after that. So we'll give you 2 wheel spins here. Also, for those of you that do not know,
dude, you gotta be shitting me.
Let's go. I'm actually curious. Do you just have more of yous in here?
I don't. I did one of each. Oh, let me shuffle it.
You want to shuffle it up a little bit? All right. Chuggs is just in shambles right now. All right, run in place. We'll do another one then. Or do you want to run in place and I'll do the push-ups? You want to trade?
I'll trade. Do you want to trade?
Yeah.
Okay, here. Let me get you the. Hold on one second.
I don't really want to run right now. My knees kind of hurt me from standing yesterday. I'm not gonna lie.
All right, here. You go ahead and do the push-ups first, so I can show them.
I gotta do push-ups first. 10
Yeah.
of them. All right. How about this? You guys want to do a push-up clock? No.
Do you want to?
I don't know. We'll see how easy these are first.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Very nice.
I think next time we gotta do a push-up clock. We gotta stay in shape here if we're gonna drink all this beer and all this Fireball.
All right.
I'll also say we are 50 away from our next beer bong here on the Raiders Report, and we're about 125 likes. How long do you got to run for?
I don't know.
In your maroon shirt. Maroon 5, running to a studio near you. What's impressive is your arms are moving drastically faster than your feet.
I'm matching them.
Honestly.
Oh, shit. Ow.
Jesus.
Ow.
Again. It's just too much speed. Too much speed to handle. And that's how the treadmill was invented.
4-5.
And that's how the treadmill was invented.
Solid 4-5.
Somebody just walked in one random day and they're like, why are you running in place? And they're like, you know what? What if we did this? Treadmill.
All right, John.
What up,
OMG.
John?
So happy to see Chuggs. It's a great day.
It is a great day. I agree with that. It's a great day. It's also a great day to get in a duck race here, which right now the only person in our duck race is Jason Eby. $20 Venmo to get in the duck race. If you want in, here's your opportunity. We'll do this one, I don't know, maybe we'll do a race in like an hour. 1 o'clock our time, we'll do it in an hour. We'll get a duck race going here. I like it. Though, we did, yesterday we gave away probably, if the money, we did what? We gave away $1,220 yesterday. That's what that ends up, that's what that math I think comes out to.
I think it maths.
I think that math's pretty close, yeah. Which we are 50 likes away now from doing a jelly bean, and you're the next one up for the jelly bean, by the way. Let's go to Logan Gray, and again, we're just sitting here today talking about all the NFL news that could potentially happen. We'll keep you guys up to date with a little bit of an NFL free agency tracker, so you're going to see a lot of the moves that end up going down today on top and on the bottom of the screen. And then if the Raiders do end up doing anything, like, I think today would be the day that they decide to cut Garoppolo and Renfrow. What?
I was reading comments, and then somebody's name is Elon Muck.
Oh. He evolves into Elon Grimer. I know, Grimer evolves into Muck. Yep, a Pokemon reference.
If the Raiders don't trade up, what is your honest opinion on who they're picking at 13?
I would say...
You were saying yesterday the Raiders really like Terrion Arnold.
If I had to put a bet down right now on who they would take, I would say Talisi Fuaga is definitely a name to keep in mind. He was very impressive at the Senior Bowl, and I know that means a lot to the Raiders.
Bring some oos to the Raiders.
Bring some oos. J.C. Latham is another offensive tackle that I would say to at least keep in mind.
I know it's a totally different player, and we've already...
The whole Alabama.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally different player. I like J.C. Latham. And then Terrion Arnold, I would throw his name out there, would be a name to consider. Like, I want the Raiders to go best player available. Now, don't get me wrong, you have certain needs.
A lot of people now. It's obviously maybe changed with Christian Wilkins, but could you see if they really fell in love with Byron Murphy or one of the defensive tackles, them taking DT at 13?
I would be kind of shocked about it. Like, I really, truly would, just because you did spend all that money on Wilkins. Now, if they were to do that, maybe it would be pretty damn telling of what they think of Tyree Wilson, but, man.
Maybe just to add to the D-line, or possibly get another edge saying maybe, I don't know if we're going to keep Malcolm Kuntz past this year.
See, to me, that they got to figure out a way to extend Kuntz and Robert Spillane. Like, those are the two guys that I'm extending. Like, as good as what Kuntz was last year, the final 9 games of the season, if I was Las Vegas, like, I would figure out a way. I'm going into next year with those two guys secured. And then, because what you don't want to have is you don't want to go into next offseason with, because next offseason, free agents that the Raiders are going to have is going to be Nate Hobbs, and be Robert Spillane, Malcolm Kuntz, Trevon Merrick, and Marcus Epps. Like, those are 5 players right there that I don't want the Raiders to lose, and I don't think anybody here for the nation wants us to lose those 5 very key players. So to me, you got to extend at least 2 of those players this offseason that way, because you're not going to be able to do all 5 next year.
If not quarterback 2, a sneaky option that I wouldn't mind is if they pick one of the top wide receivers in the draft, say Roma Dunze falls or one of those top guys that they like. I don't know.
Oh, man. I would be shocked if they went receiver at 13. Like,
I know, but like if Roma Dunze falls and they absolutely love him and he's like their number 1 wide receiver behind, or best wide receiver behind Marvin Harrison,
sure.
that'd be scary. Jacoby Myers, Rome, Devontae, Michael Mayer at tight end.
Oh, there's no doubt it'd be a scary offense. It's
Gardner
just...
Minshew slinging the rock.
Oh, dude, Gardner just slinging it.
Mitch.
It's going to be something. Also, I got to say, Anthony Marigal, you in.
Mitch Eisenberger, glad Chuggs is alive after the wheel did me dirty yesterday as well.
Bro, I'm not going to lie to y'all. I got home last night at probably 8:15 because Chuggs and I got done doing our live show, and then a bunch of other NFL news happened. So, I had to stay back, help out the rest of the guys here. I got home, like I said, like 8:15. I was hurting. Like, my body was hurting yesterday. I went to bed. I don't even know what time, but I was very thankful that the Raiders didn't do anything else late last night, because I literally told Alex, I go, if something happens, I'm in trouble. Guys, you guys kicked my ass yesterday.
Yeah. Carlos, trading up is likely. Vikings are our only competition. Carlos, I don't think so. We just talked about how there's 3 teams, the Giants, the Vikings, and the Broncos, who are all ahead of the Raiders right now in terms of draft order.
See, I do think it's likely that the Raiders try, and I know that the Raiders do try.
But there is competition.
But not only is there competition, there's teams above you for competition, and then even more on top of that, are the teams that are ahead of us going to trade, right? Like, I don't see the Bears trading out of number 1. I don't see the Commanders trading back. I really don't even see the Patriots at this point.
Worst case scenario is Jayden Daniels falls to 5. The Cardinals don't want to trade out because of whatever reason, and then you're sitting there and you're like, damn, we have to try to jump the Giants, and we're trying to trade with the Chargers.
I think that's a big problem too. Like, are the Chargers going to trade with Telesco, who was just there with them? Like, I don't know if that's going to be the case.
I think your only options are Patriots or Cardinals to trade up if you're trying to get Jayden Daniels before he falls to the Giants. Because I think if he's there at 6, the Giants pull the trigger and they draft Jayden Daniels.
Oh, boy. I'm not saying that you're wrong. There's obviously a lot of things that can happen here. We've got some news happening. Malcolm Roach, defensive tackle, he's signing a 2-year deal with the Denver Broncos.
Malcolm, are you really smoking that Roach?
I mean, it's a perfect guy to go to Denver, I guess. What up, Raider man? If we take Rattler in the 2nd, who do you think wins the quarterback 1 battle? Just win, baby.
Gardner Minshew.
In all honesty, in year 1, I'm taking Gardner Minshew to win that quarterback battle over Spencer Rattler in year 1, and then he's probably going to be your bridge guy, and then you hand the keys to Rattler in year 2. I don't think Rattler goes in round 2, though.
Yeah.
I really don't. Like,
I think he's more of a round 3 guy. It's just quarterbacks are the sexy names, so they're always going to be hyped up more than any other position group in the draft.
Yeah.
Like the same with, a couple years ago with Kenny Pickett and Malik Willis. Everybody was like, Malik Willis top 5? He went in the 3rd round.
Correct.
Kenny Pickett top 10? He dropped to 20 to the Steelers.
yeah. And, you got to think about, I know people don't like to have the conversation, but, people that put out mock drafts, guys like, Mel Kiper, Daniel Jeremiah, like all these dudes that put out all these mock drafts, I guarantee you that the people that they work for, right, which, hold your ears, they're going to have a content meeting and they go, why don't you have more quarterbacks in your mock draft? Because what people care about, what gets clicks, what gets the people to share content is quarterbacks.
Gets the people going.
It does. So they're going to try to put as many quarterbacks as humanly possible in those rounds. And then what happens, I feel like almost every year is there's a QB, like a Will Levis, falls out of the first round, right? Like there's going to be quarterbacks that everybody thinks are going to be like I feel like if you were to ask how many quarterbacks, how about this? How many quarterbacks get drafted in round 1 this year? How many quarterbacks get drafted in round 1 this year? Let me know down in the comments. We'll give a few shout-outs because
I'm going 5.
with free agency today, we're going to be live all day. We're going to be interacting with you guys, but I'm cracking 18. That would be nuts.
I think it's 5. I think 4 is a lock, in my opinion. I think it's top 3 guys, Caleb Williams, Drake May, Jayden Daniels, J.J. McCarthy, all locks to go first round now.
Okay.
Michael Penix is the one where I think he goes in the 20s, if not early 2nd round.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people probably think, see, Jesse says 7. I'm going to bet on 4. I'm going to bet on 4 just because I think it's the top 3, and then I also think that McCarthy does end up going in round 1 because some team's going to fall in love with the fact that he's 21, good athlete, has won a lot. Though Penix to me in round 1 is another very interesting move, but when you look at the draft from top to bottom, there's not a lot of teams, I think, in the late 20s or in the 20s that would take Penix.
Well, in that scenario, it would be a team trading back into the first round,
correct.
in my opinion.
Well, that's like if I were to look at the teams right now, like who's going to trade up? Because if the Raiders want to take Penix, let's say at 25, 26, you go from 44, you have to give up a first-round pick next year.
Crazy scenario, 4 QBs go top 10 with the 3 and then J.J. McCarthy. The Vikings or the Broncos go quarterback at 11 or 12. Vikings go Penix.
Yeah, I see some people saying Bo Nix. I don't see Bo Nix going in round 1, and the only reason why that I say that is, again, Bo was very bad at the Senior Bowl. That was very clear to me. Based on the conversations that our team had at the NFL Combine, Bo Nix was not good there either. Yes, Nix was able to execute his Oregon offense, but the conversations that our team has had with a lot of the people that were at the Combine and at the Senior Bowl and even at Media Day for Super Bowl was they just think that Bo's offense was so simple to execute in Oregon, and every time he's had to perform now at the Senior Bowl and outside of these events, he just hasn't looked good.
Yeah.
So, that scares some teams because you're not going to be able to run the same offense that he ran. What up, Rebel?
Rebel Montana.
Rebel said, I'm colorblind and it's red. It's definitely closer to maroon than pink, but
James Yador.
Maroon, Jeremy's new nickname is Crooked Chuggs. That's what Danny calls him.
Mm-hmm.
Crooked Chuggs. Yeah? A little bit.
Yes, she does.
Yes, she does.
I Guns. I bet $10 that it's maroon. Bet.
I was just going to say, how does this one work? How does this one work necessarily? I don't know. I have no idea how this one works. Also, before we get into the next one here, I do want to do a better job today of telling people what one of our goals is. So I want to try to get to 167,000 subs.
Do you now?
Can we look at the sub tracker? And I also said this. If we get to 167,000 subscribers today, I'm going to give $100 away to some random person. We're going to give it away. Give $100 away to somebody. So we are about, what,
450.
450 away.
449 to be exact.
449. See, that's why we got Jeremy Chuggs here. So if you're watching this live stream right now, you got over 3,000 people here in the building. I already know that not every single person is subscribed to this show. If you're wondering, Mitch, why should I do it? One reason, it's free. Second reason is on days like today, weeks like today, we go live and we're live literally the entire day. So if you're looking for NFL Raiders content on a daily basis, we got you covered here. Make sure that subscribe button's hit. Make sure those notifications are turned on. But also, and I don't want to speak for anybody in the chat right now, but I do think we've been able to build really, really cool relationships, really cool.
And it moves as you subscribe.
Very true, yes. But I feel like we've been able to build a really cool relationship with a lot of people here in the chat. Like Urza says,
don't stop.
Love you guys. Mitch and Chuggs, always up to date.
Don't stop. Hit it right there.
What's up, Try Man?
Right there. Don't
El
stop.
Tuberon says because it's the best. So if you want to tell people who are watching the show right now,
subscribe so
why
hard.
you hit that subscribe button.
Don't stop subscribing. Oh my God.
All right, maybe it is pink. Maybe it is. Yeah, we lost one. We lost one. What up, Jesse, El Tiburon, DJ Loaded? Seriously, though, greatly appreciated the fact that people take time out of their day to watch this show. It's just gonna drop down to 3 subscribers. We're gonna lose all 166,000. All right, so still nothing really amongst the Raiders today. We're still kind of waiting on what ends up happening in that regard. Though I do want to try to push, at least share the video from today. So Tyree should bulk up to 300 pounds since he's a DT. I don't think that's smart. That's a lot of weight. That's like Tyree putting on about, I don't even know, 30 pounds right now. I mean, Tyree Wilson weight, if I had to guess. Yeah, he's labeled at 276 pounds. He is a lot skinnier.
I mean, if he
because
added
of how long and lanky he is.
It wouldn't be 300. I would say add 10 pounds of muscle. Add 10 pounds, maybe 10, 15 pounds.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, though, how as slender as what Wilson is, he probably could put on a few extra pounds. Like, if they do legitimately want him to play defensive tackle, he could probably put on a few pounds.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just, I think if you put 25 pounds on him, that might be a little bit too much, especially, like, in 1 year. 10 pounds this year, maybe you say, like, the following year, but because you don't want bad weight. You don't, especially with a guy coming off a foot injury. Let's go to Barlow Dixon. Raiders, I'm all out for Jayden Daniels. How do you feel about a healthy Penix Jr.? How about you start this one? Because I want to share that video that I had go out earlier.
I would say Penix is hard to evaluate because he was injured at times in college. He's also a lefty quarterback. And the one thing that's hard for me sometimes with evaluating college quarterbacks and evaluating NFL prospects is whenever they had a ton of talent around them in college. This was my problem with Tua coming out and why I personally would have taken Justin Herbert over Tua if I was in that situation. And I really wasn't high on Tua is because when you have an amazing offense around you, whenever you have, 3 NFL caliber wide receivers going up against other colleges, you can put up insane numbers. Just like how Bo Nix had a ton of great athletes around him at Oregon, Bucky Irving, Troy Franklin being 2 of them, among other great wide receivers that they had in that wide receiver room at Oregon. It's really hard to evaluate because a lot of the times you're throwing slants, you're throwing these guys open, and they run for 60 yards.
Yeah.
And it doesn't show up in the stat sheet that you threw a 10-yard pass and the guy ran 70 yards. It's just you threw an 80-yard touchdown. So for Penix, he was up and down at the Senior Bowl. At some points, people said that he was the best quarterback at the Senior Bowl.
Yep.
Spencer Rattler impressed a lot of people at the Senior Bowl as well. But I think it's really just evaluating, his injury history and how he's going to develop in the NFL. I mean, the one thing I did notice too, Mitch, was during the NFL Combine, which it's very true, for wide receivers, it is a lot different catching a ball from a left-handed receiver than a right-handed receiver. Mitch, I mean, you were a pitcher in baseball for years. Is it a big difference catching for a left-handed pitcher than a right-handed pitcher?
I mean, so lefties have like natural tail and their release point, and I don't know what it is, but I mean, I've even talked to some people that have had to, catch footballs from a lefty quarterback. So I know I bring him up a lot, but one of my cousins, he was a college football quarterback, and they had a lefty on their roster, and like literally when they would do practice drills a lot of the time, some of the wide receivers would not want to run routes with that current player because of how much different it was than the actual game since their 2 actual quarterbacks were right-handed. So, I mean, it's a different look.
Yeah.
It's totally a different look, different
ball,
spin.
The ball spinning the opposite direction from a left-handed quarterback than a right-handed quarterback. Kind of like it's like the toilets in Australia. Goes the opposite way.
Do you think it actually does?
I think so. I mean,
Martin, what do you think?
Chase would be able to tell us.
That's true. That's true. I don't know what was happening with Twitter. My Twitter was just down for a little while, so I kind of was panicking there a little bit, but I think we're up and running now. I got to just share this video here real quick.
Oh, no, you're good. Raider JSGV, trade Renfrow and cash for Fields. How much? I don't think you get anything. I don't think you get anything for Renfrow.
Again, we've said it before. I think Renfrow at this point is probably worth just a 7th-round pick.
At most.
Yeah, I just don't see a team trading anything for Renfrow because he has not been a good receiver the past 2 seasons. He hasn't been able to stay healthy.
Weren't you saying yesterday that it's actually more, it helps the Raiders more if they cut him than trade him too whenever it comes to savings?
Correct. If you're only talking money and money alone, the Raiders actually save more money if they cut him rather than just trade him. So I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, so I'll look at it now. If you cut Hunter Renfrow post June 1st, which is what the Raiders would end up doing, you save $11.9 million, right? If the Raiders end up trading him pre-June 1st, then the Raiders only save 8.2. So you're talking about a difference of about $3 million, let's call it, but you're still eating that extra $4 million. So if the Raiders designate Renfrow to post June 1st cut, you eat 1.8. If you trade him before June 1st, then you end up eating 5.5. Now, if you trade him after June 1st, then the money is the exact same as the post-June 1st cut. However, I don't see an NFL team out there because the Raiders have tried to trade Renfrow now for 2 off seasons. I just don't see an NFL team out there going, you know what, it's June 1st and after beyond that. Like, I'll trade for Hunter Renfrow because then you're just totally on the books for him. Like, if there's a team that ends up trading for Renfrow, they would do it now because the Raiders would have to eat some of that salary compared to if they do it after, then the Raiders wouldn't have to eat the salary. And as much as we love Renfrow, he's not really viewed as being a legitimate wide receiver in the NFL anymore. I don't think any NFL team considers him a top 60 receiver in the league right now. But that might just be my opinion. I'll also say this, Jeremy. We are a 10 away from a beer bong. Yesterday, I had a few Raider fans tell me, Mitch, I can't bang on the show, but I still want to be able to make you do a beer bong. So I figured, all right, every 250 we get today on today's show, I'll do a beer bong for. So if you're like, you know what, Mitch, I'm going to make you do this.
That's a really good deal.
Right now, 10 away from doing a beer bong here on the Raiders Report. Seeps already knocked down 2. I did 1 earlier, but that was because Seeps had to do the clock, and I had to do the clock as well.
Yeah.
It was kind of brutal to start the morning, but you know what? We're keeping this thing
Power
moving.
through it. That's the most important part. You know what? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, Mitch.
That's what I've heard. We also see 170 likes away from both Jeremy and me eating a jelly bean. Are you nervous about the jelly beans? Because I am. I am very nervous about them.
Not a big jelly bean guy.
Well, these are the gross ones, not the spicy. Dude, I had a barf one earlier today and soap. I actually thought soap was better than barf.
Really?
Yeah, barf was bad. It legitimately tasted like when you throw up in your mouth for a second and then swallow it. That's what it tasted like. Some people are like, no, I just spit that shit out. Depends where you're at, right? Depends.
Charles Anderson.
What about A.J. Dillon, 3.5 per, or Deonta Foreman for $3 million? Again, like A.J. Dillon, I'd rather have A.J. Dillon at 3.5 than Deonta Foreman for $3 million. However, though, like I would just still rather the Raiders draft a running back. Like to me, A.J. at 3.5 or Marshawn Lloyd in the 4th round. I've seen running backs be successful in the draft right when they enter the league. Also, Dillon last season, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but he was actually one of the most inefficient running backs in the NFL inside the 10-yard line last year. So, you think, oh, he's a big guy, he's going to be able to bulldoze people over. Not necessarily the case. Foreman does have some ties with Getsy, and in a video that I made about a month ago was potential Josh Jacobs replacements. I did have Foreman on that list. He was ranked number 9 in case it was like you don't want to spend a lot of money on a running back and you want to add somebody. But even if you add one of these people, Your backfield does not get all that much stronger to me. Like, it's not all that reliable. What up, Harris?
DeHarris.
What are your thoughts on getting Byron Murphy II with the 13th if you can't trade up for a quarterback? I mean, he's a great player. He's a great player.
I covered him in high school.
Like, what do you mean?
Whenever he was in high school, I covered him.
So you didn't play against him?
No.
Okay.
He was really good, though.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure he was good.
I hate to break it to you, or breaking news. The guy who's probably going to be drafted in the first round was good in high school.
A very, very good player. Also, Eric F. says, let's bong it up here. So, Eric, I got you.
Bong, ba, bong,
Bong, ba, bong, bong, bong.
So, yes or no?
If he is legitimately their top player on the board, like, I'll say this, I would not be upset that they drafted Byron Murphy, because then you do legitimately have the best offensive line in the National Football League. I would like to hope and think that they might go with more five-man fronts then, just because there's going to be an odd man out in that situation. Like, I would just rather you go with a bigger need at 13.
Yeah. Eddie Arms, what's the next position y'all want to see the Raiders spend the cashola on? CB, LB, got to be defensive again to compete in the AFC West, right? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's cornerback. There's a couple good linebackers still out there. Maybe a Denzel Perryman reunion? I don't know.
No.
But I could see cornerback. A sneaky one that I could see, even though wide receiver room's good, there's still some low-key signings to be made at wide receiver.
Yep.
So I could see them, giving a smaller contract to a wide receiver, or maybe one of these running backs that are out there. Even though they recently re-signed Amir Abdul, they have Zamir White.
Yeah, I mean, today, if the Raiders are going to make a splash, I think it's at corner. And the only reason why I say that is if Antonio Pierce's comments are true, where he said that finding a cornerback one is a priority. I mean, there's still a lot of good corners out there to be had. I know that they like some of the corners in the draft on top of that, but if I'm going to spend a hefty price tag, I would hope it would be at the cornerback position today from Eddie Arms. I just picture Eddie Arms just like one of those inflammable. No, not that. Not. What was that? Trace? Let's go to the real cowboy. I know we have Mayer at tight end.
Meyer.
But
That's the German way to spell it. Meyer.
Probably. But if Bowers is still there in the draft, do we take him? AP wants to run the ball, and a solid tight end duo is a great safety net for a questionable quarterback room.
Not ideal, but
again, I mean, I do think Bowers is going to be, like, if you wanted to say best player available, he might be the best player on the board at that time.
I like the pick.
I wouldn't be mad about it.
I like Bowers at 13. Maybe unpopular opinion. You have Bowers and Mayer at 13. I mean,
Getsy likes to go two tight end sets. Like, he likes to do two tight ends.
Both of them, Mayer's, starting to be a better blocker.
Yep.
You get Brock Bowers, and then you get Mercedes Lewis as an extra tight end who can kind of be like a veteran presence and be a blocking tight end to help as well.
Sure.
I love it.
Yeah, if the Raiders do not have a right tackle, you need a right tackle. Like,
I think it's Thayer Munford.
that scares me. It does. Like, I want to believe in Thayer Munford. I really, really do. But to me, I just don't know how you can't add competition at that position.
The fatty in me wants them to go guard. The fatty in me would really love if they went either like Troy Fatanu or somebody else at 13, one of the offensive linemen that fall, maybe Talisi Fuaga.
Yeah? Is that good? Do we have? I don't think we have any. I have pre-workout.
I have
Pre-workout.
If you get my backpack, I have Celsius powder if you want.
Oh. Yeah, a few of the guys are...
Just bring me my backpack. I can grab one for you.
Celsius packet does not sound bad at all right now.
Yeah?
Also, we are 100 likes away from a jelly bean. Not what you were looking for. No bueno.
John Rodriguez.
Raiders
better get off their asses and get A.J. Dillon before we lose out on a good RBs. Not happy with Raiders not getting either Henry or GBRB.
I mean, I just don't think they want to spend a lot of money at the running back position. The backs are getting paid a lot of money, and I'm not even kind of worried about the running back position. I mean, I put out a video today about some of the top players to look at, but let's be real here. I just don't see running back as being a big-time need, a big-time concentration right now. I know it was reported yesterday that the Raiders were looking at potentially signing Austin Eckler, and how much money did Eckler sign for? It was like $6 million per year. According to reports, the Raiders were not looking to spend that type of money at the position. So you have Zamir White. You brought back Amir Abdullah.
Austin Eckler, 2 years, 11.4.
2 years, 11.4. That was out of the price range for the Raiders. I know that some people like A.J. Dillon, but again, A.J. Dillon was one of the most inefficient running backs inside, I want to say goal-to-go situations. It was something like that. Do I think he could fit with, the physicality? He can also catch the football a lot better than what he gets credit for. But I would just rather you draft a running back. Let's just go that route. Harold
Horvitz.
I say we use, I'm guessing you think
Minshew.
And don't trade up for a quarterback and do a blockbuster deal when Trevor Lawrence becomes a free agent. But also, we need to watch for Tennessee.
Oh.
What
message was retracted, so I can't see.
Gotcha. I don't think Trevor Lawrence is ever going to be a free agent. The Jacksonville Jaguars are going to sign him to a contract extension.
At least not this time around. I think they sign him to a deal.
Yeah,
if he doesn't perform, maybe after this deal he'll become a free agent, but not in the near future.
I totally agree. Also, I'm going to go take a quick pee if I could. So Chuggs is going to hold down the fort here for about 5 minutes. I'll be right back. I'm also going to just grab a quick snack, just to get a little something in my belly.
Oh, did I tell you what we got today?
I did not see.
Escargot.
Wow, terrific.
Jordan Gill, if Bears take Caleb, are you confident Washington wanted him bad enough that they'll move out of number 2? If Washington and New England don't move, what's the move? Yeah, there's potential that the Commanders could really. I mean, I know the Commanders do really like Caleb Williams. Enough to where they don't like the other 2 quarterbacks? I don't think so. I think they still like Drake May and Jayden Daniels, so I don't see them moving from 2. Plus, I don't know what the move would be for them. It would be keeping Sam Howell, so I don't think they move out of 2. New England, it's really tough. The hope is that New England likes J.J. McCarthy a lot. That would be the biggest hope. So the move, if it's quarterbacks 1, 2, and 3, I think at that point you stay put. You stay put at 13 because I don't know if there's another guy in the draft worth giving up draft assets to trade up for in the top 10. Darian Schofield, on the bright side, the Raiders will have one of the cheapest QB rooms with 2 QBs on rookie deals and Minshew on a 2-year deal. We have to get JD. Yeah, I mean, it's rough because it's kind of out of your control. It's whether or not those top 3 teams, A, want to draft Jayden Daniels, or B, are willing to trade out of those picks. I mean, it's been reported that to get into the top 3, it's going to take a historic trade or a historic trade value to get up into the top 3 of this year's draft. So unless the Raiders really blow one of these top 3 teams, which I'm going to say Washington or New England, I don't think the Bears are going anywhere. I think they plan on taking Caleb Williams and trading Justin Fields. You're going to have to blow Washington or New England out of the park with a deal, which some of y'all might not like, but it's going to be 3 first-rounders plus, at least. It's going to start at 3 first-rounders. Let's get Chuggs a background. He deserves this. We're working on doing a new studio. We're breaking ground. We're going to be hopefully getting some new studios going into next season. So maybe a background, something I can talk to them about. We'll see. What are the odds of us signing Justin Fields now? You won't sign him. It'll be a trade. The odds of trading for him, I don't know. We thought it was very likely before the Gardner Minshew signing. Now, did the Raiders sign Gardner Minshew as an insurance policy / force the hand of the Bears? Or are they not interested in Justin Fields? I don't know. The trade for Justin Fields, I think the value is going to be getting lower and lower. But we'll have to see whenever we get closer to the draft. I think it happens closer to the draft. Eric, Mitch did the beer bong for this one. Ultra VAB. Bang, bang. And then we got Raider Greats by Bahamas David. Some rumors out there. We are in talks with White from Tampa Bay at linebacker. That would be a decent deal. I know Mitch isn't as high on Devin White as I am. I think he's a good linebacker if you get him at the right price. If it's somewhere around that $5 to $10 million a year range, I wouldn't mind Devin White from Tampa Bay. The ties are there, so we already talked about how Levante David, there was ties there, and Mitch was thinking maybe he signs with the Raiders at linebacker, but Devin White, I wouldn't mind that. Jason Edward, why didn't we just sign Russ for 1.2? He's a way better than Minshew, then draft a QB to sit behind Russ while still competing this year. We don't need to spend money on RB. Go Zeus. Raiders! Yeah, I mean, the other part of it is, did Russell Wilson want to play for the Raiders? I mean, he kind of had his pick between, it seemed, the Raiders, the Steelers, and the Giants. It seems like he picked the Steelers. So I don't necessarily know if I put that on the Raiders, because I think Russell Wilson might have just chosen to sign with the Steelers over those other two options. Now, if the Raiders didn't want to give him a deal at all, a little bit confusing, but I don't think that's the case. I think that Russ literally just chose to go with the Steelers over the Raiders. JC does it. What's up, Chuggs? How you feeling today? It's ya boy. Feeling okay. Feeling decent. Yesterday kind of beat me up a little bit. But not too bad. Not too bad. I want to know. An underrated free agent that's still out there. We were talking about Devin White. We were talking about a couple other guys. Who's an underrated free agent that's still out there that you'd like, possibly like the Raiders to go out and get? Let me know down in the comments section. Who's an underrated guy? We talked about Devin White. There's some other guys that are still out there. Good for the money. I see Justin Simmons, underrated free agent. Patrick Queen. I don't know if Patrick Queen's underrated. I think he's going to be getting a lot of money. I see Calvin Ridley. Fletcher Cox actually retired. Greg Van Roten. I see Denzel Perryman. Maybe a Perryman reunion. He had a good season last year with the Texans. Calvin Ridley, Dalton Reisner, Ryan Tannehill, Danielle Hunter, Kenny Moore from Taino. I like Kenny Moore from the Colts. I see Zietler, Sue, Eric Armstead, Kenny Moore, Kendall Fuller. Abel, have a good day, buddy. I see Charger CB, Michael Davis. DJ Reader, a good run stopper. Jesse says Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon actually traded to the Texans this morning. Kyle Van Noy, Kendall Fuller. I'm asking this question because I see the Raiders not, I wouldn't say bargain bin shopping, but trying to find some good deals today to fill some holes. I don't see them doing a blockbuster deal today, but I could see them possibly going out and signing. That's the one that I like, J.K. Dobbins. That's an interesting name. Been injured a lot with the Baltimore Ravens, but whenever healthy has shown a ton of promise. Averaged really good, I want to say like over 4.5 yards per carry multiple seasons for the Ravens when healthy. J.K. Dobbins could be a really good option if you're trying to get somebody on a very cheap deal. Maybe get him, draft a running back late in the draft, and then see where the chips fall with that into training camp. Maybe you cut Amir Abdullah or J.K. Dobbins if they're not good. I would bring in J.K. Dobbins just to compete in that running back room to see what you have. I like that move as a low-key signing. Kendall Fuller, I don't know if he's underrated. Maybe. I think Kendall Fuller is properly rated. Let's see. Nico says player named Haywood Jablomi. Haywood Jablomi. Guessing he. I'm not sure what team he plays for. Not sure what team he plays for?
Nope. We do have a move that looks like it's happening right now. The 49ers are signing safety George Odom to a 2-year extension worth a maximum of $10.8 million. So, George Odom extension.
Yeah. Yeah.
What?
That was the joke.
That was the joke. Did they think that was a real person?
I think they thought I got.
Oh, I gotcha. I didn't know. I was like, I have no idea.
I just got informed by the Chat Sports office, hey, would you blow me? Not an actual player in the NFL.
Shocking. Breaking news. 60 likes away from a jelly bean challenge.
All right, who's gonna be those 60 people? Type me if you've liked the video so far.
Say, where are we at now? Where are the real ones at? Today's been a little bit of a slower day in the NFL world. Yesterday, that came out guns a-blazing. Yesterday, it came out hot. I will say, we got 2 people right now in our duck race.
Spam me if you've liked the video.
Where are we at? You want a shout out here? I see Andrew, Eric F., Ron Raspberry. What up, Cloud? Andy Valdez. I see the Queen, G Money, Misty, Urza, Blue Richards. I see my man Ron Raspberry, Nico Laz, Lance Palmers. What's up? What's up? Raider DB, Buzzomatic 69. What's up, K-Rock down there below? The Guardian of the Realm. Click that like button. All right, ready? I randomly picked 2. They're going to go back in here. Okay. I don't know what the flavors are. I will look after you pick. Left hand, right hand.
Right.
I'm going to say that you either got...
It's this one.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good one for you. I think that is either earwax, lemon, or rotten egg. Rotten egg scares the hell out of me. I think I got toothpaste.
That's the best. What?
Toothpaste.
That's the best one. Out of the bad ones, that's the best one.
Yep, I agree. This one's not that bad.
You just randomly got toothpaste, huh?
Well, you picked.
The other one was toothpaste.
Yes. Left hand was toothpaste. Right hand was rotten egg. It was, dude. I literally gave you the option. I'll let you do it from now on then. Here.
For the 3rd time, I got toothpaste.
No, so far today I've gotten vomit, soap, and toothpaste. Seep's got grass, vomit. Oh my Lord. Is it rotten egg?
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, you guys got to try them. Oh my Lord.
Dude, that tastes so bad.
It tastes like rotten eggs.
Holy shit.
Well, good news is we are only 200 likes away from another one. Dude, they're bad. The rotten egg one might be the worst. Though the old brand that we used to get, Stink Bug, that was really bad. Cloud said the jelly beans are horrible. If you don't know what they are, we got them from Harry Potter.
Oh.
You should check them out. You can buy them on Amazon. They're unbelievably accurate. Go get some for yourself. Yeah, it's nuts, dude. What's up, Cloud? What up, Blue? What up, Mario? I see Brave Raider down there below. Jeremy, I want to get a little bit interesting right now.
Dude, that was so bad.
It's pretty bad, right? You going to make it?
That was so bad. if I chewed it for 2 more seconds, I was going to throw up.
Yeah, that would have been radical. I'm not going to lie. Some people would have been like, you know what? I'm in. All right, here's what we're going to do. Every $10 super chat, okay? I'm gonna do a deal here with y'all. Every 10, and for the next, can I get a clock? What do you think? What do you think is a good amount of time? 5 minutes? 5 minutes? Let's do 5 minutes. Every $10 super chat here in the next 5 minutes that comes in on this show, you're going to be entered in for a chance to win a Raiders Report jersey, and we're going to spin the wheel. So it's going to be a little bit of a 2-for-1 deal. Now, if you've already sent in a 10, which have you gone through all the supers while I was gone?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What we're going to end up doing here is if you've already sent in a 10, again, you're already in for a chance to win the jersey. If you're like, you know what? I'm not in for a chance to win one, but I also want to get Mitch and Chuggs to do some shenanigans here. $10 super chat for a chance to get that. Or I'll give you the other option is $20 Venmo, and then we'll spin the wheel. If you want a chance to win some money on today's 50-50 raffle, $20 Venmo gets you in for the race, and then we'll also spin the wheel. So that'll be something to keep in mind. What are some of the wheel options? Because I know some people haven't seen it. Brave Raider said, let's rock. Brave Raider, let's go.
There's push-ups, chocolate, karaoke, run in place, prank call.
Prank call?
You're going to have to prank call somebody.
Yikes. That actually scares the hell out of me.
We've got jumping jacks, 2 o'clock, beer bong, crazy tweet, which if that lands, you get to choose whatever I tweet out, or I get to choose whatever you tweet out.
That's horrific.
Jelly bean.
That's spicy jelly bean, though.
Yeah.
Would you rather switch it up? Would you rather go spicy jelly beans every 250 likes?
Oh.
I mean, they're both bad.
Yeah.
I know this. We got 3 wheel spins to do.
All right.
Let's get it going. We got 3 wheel spins to start, and we got 4 minutes left. Oh, man. Now we got another one. 4 wheel spins in. And you're all in for a chance to win a Raiders Report jersey. All right, what do we think? Big money, big money, big money, big money, big money. Oh, that's disastrous. Oh, that is disastrous. What a terrible idea this show is. All right, let me just go get that real quick.
Maybe the Henny, too.
Yeah, F it, we'll just get everything.
Do you want me to wait to spin it until you're back?
Yes, please.
I'll go over the super chats really quick that have gone in. Antonio Lewis with the $2 super chat. Brave Raider says, let's rock. D-Rock says, let's rock. He says, let's go. We've got Long Range Reaper. Wouldn't have been more active on O-line and DB if we were planning on trading up and losing pick 1 and 2. I would rather get Fields and trade up for anyone in the top 3. Please, not Minshew. Let's see. We also have DG. We have Mo.
All right, so I will say this. The good news today is we at least have Patron.
Ultra VAB as well. So we have 4 more spins.
We at least have Patron. I was really worried about doing the 1800. 1800 is no bueno for me. Though I really want, and I'm gonna bring it tomorrow. Remind me tomorrow, I'm gonna bring Mezcal tomorrow. That way I don't have to do this. So what is this? This is the second spin. Effing tits! This is rigged. This is absolutely rigged. Cheers to the nation.
All right, we've got 3 more spins to go.
All right, so that's jelly bean for me. I'll ask you guys, do you want it to be a gross tasting jelly bean or a spicy jelly bean? Type G for gross, type S for spicy. How about that? We'll let them pick. Going forward, from now on, we will let y'all pick. Do you want it to be a gross one or a spicy one? So the spicy ones can get up to 2 million Scoville units, a Carolina Reaper. Gross, there's a whole bunch of different flavors. However, there are some good flavors in there as well. Not as many.
Saying G.
I'm seeing a lot of G's in the chat. So you got to give me two options. You see, you can't pick them out. You just got to dump them in your hand.
Okay. Here we go.
I'm nervous. The gross ones are Yator Gross Matos.
Right or left?
Your left hand looks sweatier, so I'll say right. Oh, this is a disaster.
I don't even know. What is that one?
I'm pretty sure this is vomit.
This is either vomit or...
So the problem is we also had some leftovers from the bean boozleds, if you remember those.
Oh, yeah.
I think this also might be dead fish.
I think it's either vomit or...
Because the color is not, like, on there.
Yeah.
Dude, this is not going to be good.
I think it might just be vomit.
Oh, all right.
We have 3 more spins.
That's terrific. Dude. It's so bad.
All right. Run in place for me.
Oh, my God. Oh, dude, it's stuck in my teeth right now.
All right, run in place for me. And then after this...
What an awful thing.
After this spin, we still have 4 more spins.
4 more spins.
So 4 more spins to go. I have to run in place. So run in place for me.
I think that's from the other Bean Boozle. I think that was dead fish. I'm serious. Son of a gun, dude. A crazy tweet. Can't be anything like... I don't want to put out anything like false. Like, I don't want it to be like the Raiders are trading for Justin Fields. That I'm not doing.
Okay.
Like, I also...
So Mitch crazy tweet. And everybody has to go retweet it and like it. So we have 3 more.
3 more. All right, so I got a
Run
Mitch...
in place, crazy tweet for Mitch.
I'm nervous. What do we got here? Tequila shot for Chuggs. I'll pour that one up.
Tequila shot for me.
I'll pour that one up for you.
2 more.
Dose more. This one's from what, Mario?
Yeah.
Karaoke
Chugs. So I have to run in place, tequila karaoke. You have a crazy tweet.
Can you sing while you run in place?
Yeah.
First super chat, you get to pick Jeremy's song.
Within reason.
Within reason, yeah.
Well, we already got that one. I'll
spin it
split
again. Spin it again. Another spin. This one's for Raider 85. Oh, please stop. Actually, I don't know. I'm worried about what that could be. All right, we're good.
Right, so tequila shot.
Down the hatch. Condiment shot, though. What are you in the mood for? Little Worcestershire? Little Worcestershire?
I gave you Chick-fil-A, so whatever you want to give me tomorrow.
Viva Las Vegas by Elvis Presley. I love it. You got to run in place and sing Viva Las Vegas. The real question is, what should I tweet?
Can I see your phone?
No, not like that. You got to tell me.
No, I'm not gonna tweet it out. I'm gonna show it to you, and you're gonna hit the press send.
Oh, Jesus. This is scary. All right, I just want everyone to know, the people that are watching this show right now, you guys know that this tweet is from Jeremy. I don't know what it's going to say. I am legitimately worried about it. If you don't want to hit retweet and like, believe me, I'm not going to be upset. 12 tribes. Tell your wife that you slept with her best friend. I would not do that. I'm going to stay away from that one. I'm going to stay away. Though Alex isn't even on Twitter, but I'm not doing that. Let's keep the significant others out of it. What up, Sale? What up, Mr. Sal Kedja? Hopefully I pronounced that right. Or would it be Keha? You got to roll. You roll the R's. Silent J. Roll the R's. Noah, tweet that you have ED. I mean, with we've had multiple ED sponsors before on this show, so some of y'all are probably like, it all makes sense now. It all makes sense now. That's hilarious, though. Taino said, tweet that you just ate a feral cat ass crack flavored jelly bean. What on earth? I just feel like Taino's had that one saved. He's like, there's going to be a day where I can use this. A feral cat ass jelly bean. No, Jason, we're not going to do that. We got emergency vasectomy. WWE Royal Rumble. Tweet you want Jimmy Garoppolo as your starter. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. I'm genuinely scared of what you're going to do.
You can read it.
Dude. All right.
Gotta tweet it.
Oh, Christ.
You gotta tweet it.
I know.
You said it couldn't be fake news. It's not fake news.
I don't think it's true, though.
That's fine.
All right. This is what the tweet's going to be.
The real ones know. The 2,200 people watching, they know.
Dude. Honestly, Gardner Minshew has top 10 quarterback potential. Sue me, but he passes the eye test. Dude is a total smoke show and has a hell of an arm. And it's a picture of Minshew with his shirt open, chest hair out, and a mullet. This is unbelievable. Oh, man.
Tweet it out, and then you got to put the link in the chat so they can retweet it.
All right. This is just devastating. All right, the tweet's out. This is going to be crippling. You guys know. You guys know. Yeah, this is... It already has 14 likes. I don't even know how that's possible. All right, if you guys want to like it, click retweet. There it is. That's devastating. What's going to be funny is I can't even wait. At some point... Oh, wait, Amik Robertson going to the Detroit Lions here on a 2-year deal.
Wow.
I haven't seen the contract figures yet. The Lions are signing Amik Robertson to a 2-year, $9.25 million deal worth up to $10.75 million. So Robertson, test free agency, gets himself a little bit of a payday here, 2-year deal at $9.25. Can make up to 10. I actually think that Amik would fit pretty well in Detroit. Tough guy, pretty gritty. Honestly, good for Amik. Good for Amik. This tweet, though. This tweet is uncomfortable.
Is it already making numbers?
Yeah, it's already got 18 comments. Too optimistic. Next one is, I thought you hated the signing yesterday. Couldn't have said it better myself. Moni said I was just saying this. Oh, man.
Did you put the link in the chat?
One person commented, this has to be a dare by Chuggs. Yes, I did. Somebody said true, facts. Got a lot of people laughing. Yep. Raider Quark said, I thought you hated the move yesterday. Just whoever Raider Quark is, I do. Whoever that is, I do hate the move. But hey, sometimes you got to spin the wheel.
Daniel Meeker, grade B-. Love the Wilkins signing, hate the Minshew signing. I lobbied for Jacobs' 4-year, $45 million last year and was flamed for it. Today, I'd like to see a significant pickup for the offensive line. Thoughts?
I still think that the Raiders are a B+, potential A- because you still were able to get Christian Wilkins, who is arguably the best player in this year's I almost said draft. It was the best player outside of Chris Jones in free agency and really fit the Raiders' biggest need. So I don't think it's a bad move there. I still admit that despite my latest tweet, I don't understand the Gardner Minshew move. It's not a smart move to me. I was confident enough in Aiden to be able to be a backup quarterback in the NFL. Obviously, the Raiders don't view that. And then lobbied for Jacobs at 4 years, 45. The thing is, and I'm not going to flame you for it, like I will admit, I never thought that Jacobs was going to get a 4-year deal. And hell, when I talked to Jacobs' agent last week, they told me that they don't expect to get a 4-year deal. They're looking for 2 to 3 years deal, 2 to 3 year deals out there. But like even for the Raiders, I'm telling you right now, it would not have made sense for them to give Jacobs a 4. Like if I would have been doing this show yesterday and the news would have came out that the Raiders gave Josh Jacobs a 4-year, $45 million deal, I would have been upset because to me it's a massive overpay. Like, not that Jacobs can't be a good running back, but giving a back that's got as much wear and tear as Jacobs had, who also has struggled to stay healthy coming off a career worst season, giving him 4 years at $48 million like the Packers did. I think it's one of the, I mean, we were talking about it here at Chat Sports. We think it's one of actually the worst moves that happened yesterday in free agency. Like, Jacobs go back. But Aaron Jones, 1 year, $7 million, goes to the Vikings. Or Jacobs, 4 for $48. I'm taking Aaron Jones on the 1 for $7 every day of the week.
Oh, yeah, easy.
It's not even close to me. Like,
easy.
I think.
Now, you said you weren't really interested in Aaron Jones yesterday. If you knew it was only going to cost $7 million, would you have been interested in signing Aaron Jones?
I would have had interest. I mean, Aaron Jones was,
because you
outside of Christian McCaffrey, was the best running back in the NFL.
You thought it was
going
to be in that $10 to $12 million.
I was shocked. I am shocked that he ended up getting only a 1 year deal, just considering.
Do you think he did that also because F you to the Packers that he wants to go to the Vikings? Or
No, I mean, I just don't see Aaron Jones taking a 1 year deal. Like to me, that means that his market was not great.
Yeah.
And he just took the best deal available, but maybe gets a 1 year type of prove it deal and can just go out and see what happens. But yeah, Daniel, cheers. Let's go to Mario. Run it again. That was for the wheels, right? Earlier?
Yeah, that was from earlier.
Okay, sounds good.
Then Raiders 85, this was another one for the
Wow,
wheel.
big time deal here. Patrick Queen signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Patrick Queen signing a 3 year, $41 million deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers. 3 for 41. That's about 14, 13 mil. That's not that bad for Patrick Queen.
That's not as much as I thought. A lot of people were thinking he was going to get a ton of money, but like I said yesterday, the Ravens kind of showed their cards in trading for Roquan Smith, giving him a deal and getting rid of Patrick Queen, and that they saw Roquan Smith as that much better than Patrick Queen.
Yep.
So another guy that I think NFL media and a lot of people hyped up because he was the best linebacker in free agency, and we saw some guys get some big deals last year with Tremaine Edmonds with the Bears and some other linebackers. But Patrick Queen, $13, $14 million a year, that's not a bad deal at all.
I mean.
Oh, actually, Mad Dog, you're right.
What? Oh, you got to run in place and sing.
Yeah.
Viva Las Vegas. That's right. Give me some vocals here. Got 2,500 people here in the chat. If you guys have not already, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Believe it or not, it does help us out a lot. If you don't know where the button is, it's underneath this video, whether you're watching on your phone, laptop, wherever. Subscribe. That way you're staying up to date on all things going on around NFL free agency, the Raiders, and every time they make a move today, we're going to do our best here to keep you guys up to date. But looks like there's a bunch of moves that just happened here. DJ Dallas, running back, he's going to stay in the NFC West. He's signing with the Arizona Cardinals. Offensive tackle Hakeem Ajenji is signing with the Browns. I don't know who that is. But Patrick Queen, this is the big deal here. 3 year, $41 million deal. Goes from the Baltimore Ravens, and now he is going to Pittsburgh. Going to Pittsburgh. You all right? You looking up how it sounds? I gotcha. I'll say I actually don't know how that song goes either. Lucas, have you heard of Stingers in the draft? He is a crazy athlete from Canada. I think it'd be a good pick in the 6th. I'm not even going to act like I have, so no. I will, anytime that you guys stump me like this, I will do my best here.
All right.
I will do my best to do some research on him. So he's a defensive back.
$20. Is that another wheel spin?
That would be a wheel spin, correct. He's pretty young, 6 feet, 200 pounds. Didn't play college football anywhere. Right now with the Argonauts in 2023. I'll look into him. Interesting. I'll look into him. And it's a nice little Henny. A little Henny from my man Chuggs. That wheel's been not treating you kind. That wheel has not been treating you very kind. Sometimes it's going to happen, though.
Do we have the Henny in there, or do I need to go get it? Oh,
I brought it.
Yay. I'll do that after I run.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
I'll run, sing, and then I'll take the Henny shot.
Sounds good. All right, so you're singing Viva Las...
Yeah. Bright light city's gonna get my soul, gonna set my soul on fire. got a whole lot of money that's ready to burn. So get those stakes up higher. There's 1,000 pretty women waiting out there, and they're living the devil may care. And I'm just a devil with love to spare. So viva Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas.
Yeah. Grade it for me. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know how Jeremy Chuggs just did. That's a Grammy-nominated performance. Grammy-nominated. No doubt. I'm seeing nothing but A's phone here from Sherry Lynn, Mario, Misty. Rebel said C. You missed lyrics. Rebel's a tough grader, man. He's a tough one. A from Alfredo. F from a Gunsman.
Well, there's no way I was going to sing the whole song.
Yeah, there's just no way. You got some A pluses overall.
I've been told my singing is great for about 30 seconds.
Yeah. I've heard, honestly, most of the things that you do is great for about 30 seconds.
Fantastic.
Yeah. The best 30 seconds of your life, Jeremy.
Life-changing, some might say.
Wow. That's impressive.
Jamal.
With Jamal, the right away Scott.
Well, get to drinking, my guy.
Get to drinking, my guy. What's up, Jamal? And for those that don't know what the deals are today, the deals are this. Every 250 likes, we got to eat a jelly bean, whether it be spicy or gross, which I am already kind of regretting the gross jelly beans.
We are 80 likes away.
Makes me very nervous there. Also, every $10 super chat that we get, you're entered in for a chance to win a Raiders Report jersey, which we will give away at the end of the show.
Not a Henny guy.
Yeah, Henny's tough, man. Henny's tough. Every 20, we're going to spin the wheel, and you're also obviously going to be entered in for a chance to win the jersey. Every hundo, it counts as 2 bangs for our March bang competition. And every 250 that we make today in super chats, which right now we are about 100 away, is a beer bong. So I didn't want to have to do one for every time somebody banged today, but we are still just kind of waiting around to see what the Raiders could potentially do. Shelby Harris back to Cleveland. Petey? Shelby Harris back to the Browns. The Browns right now are just doing things left and right.
Troyal Maldonado, Raider Nation for life. My boy Jariah better be watching. His fantasy team is trash. Let's get some boots going. $300 away from the first boot of the. Have you done a boot yet?
I have not done a boot yet.
$300 away from the first boot of the day.
What's really hard is not replying to this tweet because Drew Lock to the Giants.
March, go live.
Drew Lock to the Giants. Dude, what's funny is there's so many tweets that are like, I thought you hated it. I do. I really do. I'm getting roasted right now. Absolutely just flamed in the comments on Twitter. What up, Troy?
What's worse? Would you have rather done 2 gross jelly beans rather than that tweet?
Probably.
Really?
I mean, dude, I'm going to get that tweet. It's going to be August, and that's going to come up. I guarantee you.
Where is it at on the numbers for it? Saved 1,000 times.
No, God, I hope not. It's got 30 retweets, a quote tweet, 158 likes. However, it's got 65 comments on it, and they're not good. They're not very good comments. Let's see what. Yep, that's funny.
B, what if no real interest in Fields? Rather, we were calling for number 1 pick.
Deion Bush returning to the Chiefs. I mean, potentially, like the Raiders were looking into seeing how much the number 1 pick would have been, but those conversations are just very differently. Like, you're not going to just start that conversation of, hey, like maybe if you start the call off with what is it going to cost to go up and go to number 1, and then you transition that to, hey, what about Justin Fields? Maybe. I see the Raiders at this point I really do. I think they're just going to look in the draft. The Fields rumors were interesting because they started to all pile in yesterday, like one after another. And one of the things that I'm wondering is if the Raiders, like, let's say, made a call for Justin Fields, and they were like, hey, we're interested. Just let me know what it's going to cost. The Bears still want way too much for Fields, and the Raiders are like, well, we're not going to give up that much for Fields. Let's go out and find another quarterback that we could potentially rely on in free agency. And they went out and they got Gardner Minshew. So there's still a lot of unknowns, but to me, the Raiders still have to solve their problem at QB. It's still their biggest need.
Jesse McMurtry.
Who's available to replace Amik now that he's gone?
Steven Nelson, Kendall Fuller are the top two, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think Xavier Howard is another name to throw out there. Trey White's been brought up here, though. He's had so many injuries that I'd probably stay away from him. Adoree Jackson would be another one. I think Adoree
played really well under
PG back in 2021.
Patrick Graham guy.
Yeah, Akila Witherspoon, I think, could be another name to at least keep in mind. That's crazy. The Patriots have offered a deal to Calvin Ridley, but according to reports, Ridley wants to stay in Jacksonville. And that the Patriots offered Ridley a deal, and he's waiting. The Patriots are waiting to hear back from Ridley. I don't know. I think that's weird.
I would retract the deal if I was the Patriots.
I mean, especially with a receiver that's had some issues, which Calvin Ridley has had. He's had his issues. Talented receiver. He's a talented receiver.
Yeah.
That's a weird thing, though. Hey, will you go out with me? Oh,
actually, I was really hoping that Mitch would ask me out. So can I kind of see where he's at, and then maybe I'll get back to you? Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean that's the situation.
I bought 2 movie tickets, but I can put my legs on the other seat if I need to.
I feel like somebody's done that before here. Let's go to Andrew Garcia. So hyped about Wilkins. Best defense in the league next year. Calling it. Now let's go get a corner and a quarterback, and we are playoff bound. I will admit that the Raiders, Jeremy said it, and I have to agree. I really do think that the Las Vegas Raiders have arguably the best defensive line in the National Football League. They still need to add a corner before I can sit up here and say, like, yes, that they have the best defense in the NFL, because you got Jack Jones, you got Nate Hobbs, solid. You got 2 really good safeties in Merrick and Epps that prove that they can be a great tandem. Your linebacker play does need to be at least a little bit better. Like, I'm not really going to expect all that much from Divine Diablo. I don't want to have the same song and dance year in and year out just because, I mean, let's face it, every single year I feel like I step here on the show and I go, Divine Diablo's got all the talent in the world. Is this the year that he's going to break out? Is this the year that he's going to put it together? I'm just going to guess that Diablo is what he is. He's a good athlete. He's not a great linebacker. He's just an average linebacker. You do have Robert Spillane, but you are still at least a cornerback 1 away from being the best defense like in the NFL. Like I legitimately think that the Raiders with Antonio Pierce, with Patrick Graham, like last year, remember, they didn't spend any money in free agency on defense. They spent the second least amount of money on the defensive side of the football entering last season. They were top 5 in offense. That's McDaniels for you. So imagine if this offseason they spend even more on the defensive side of the football. Wow, that's a really cheap deal for Drew Lock. Without looking, how much do you think it is?
1 year, $4 million?
$5 million. I thought it was going to be a lot more. For Locke, I mean, Locke's getting less money than Jameis, Marcus Mariota. I mean, that's Drew Lock at $5 million or Gardner Minshew at 2 for $25. I'd probably take Locke at 1 for $5.
I don't know. Heard the dude's a smoke show and he has a hell of an arm.
Oh. Drew Lock or the mullet? All right. Artist formerly known as James Smith. Hey, guys, worst free agent signing in Raiders history, in your opinion?
So I was looking up, kind of refresh my memory. Trent Brown's a bad one. I saw Tyrell Williams. I
don't think Tyrell Williams is the worst in history. I mean, Trent Brown's got to be up there.
I saw D'Angelo Hall, 70.
So the Raiders paid Trent Brown $71,000 per snap. They gave him $16.5 million. I want to say he was the highest paid right tackle at the time. Corey Littleton's got to be up there, 3-year, $36 million deal, and he was absolutely atrocious. Carl Nassib has got to be a bad one. He got 3 years for $25 million. He was not a very good fit. Tyrell Williams has got to be up there a little bit. What?
Jimmy G?
Garoppolo's got to be up there. Jesus Christ, yeah. Jimmy Garoppolo, 3 years, $72 million.
According...
That Drew Lock deal.
Pretty good.
Now that's
That's backup money. That's backup money.
According
Chandler Jones has got to be up there.
to this site, Javon Walker, wide receiver, signed in 2008, 2009.
Antonio Brown was a trade, so I don't really count that one. I'd say Antonio Brown, no. Jimmy Garoppolo,
I saw
Trent Brown,
I saw
Corey
Kerry
Littleton.
Collins in there.
I don't remember. I don't know how much money that was for. They all got to be up there. Matt Flynn. Larry Brown. Jordy Nelson, I don't think it was that bad.
Nick Kwiatkowski.
See, Quitt at least had one solid year. I mean, he signed a deal for what? I think it was like 3 for $21. And he was at least a halfway decent player for 1 year. And then they switched up the defense, and then it was a disaster. He was the only good player in Paul Gunther's defense. The only good player. All right, y'all, we got 2,500 people here in the building. We are 15 likes away. 15 likes away from our next Jelly Bean Challenge.
And if you haven't already, go give Mitch a follow.
Yeah, boy.
And make sure to retweet his latest tweet on Twitter. He has, which I didn't even know this until I did the research this morning, 48,500 followers on Twitter, on X.
I just wish it wasn't called X.
Yeah.
I like the name Twitter.
Follow me on X.
Yeah, I don't know.
And 41.4K followers on IG. Do you just not give a crap about IG, or?
What's really weird is there's certain times that it amazes me, like how I get followers on certain days on different platforms. Like Twitter during the regular season, I feel like I've gotten a lot more.
How many connections on LinkedIn?
Oh boy, I have a few thousand on LinkedIn. Though,
dude, I got
the only messages I get on LinkedIn anymore are happy birthday.
I got to show you this. Somebody messaged me on X yesterday asking about the open position.
Oh, really?
But you got to look at this.
All right, well, don't make me laugh yet.
And then just click on his profile and look at the profile pic.
Oh, Christ. He's got documentation. I'll tell you what, I don't know, that would be an interesting fit. That kind of reminds me of if McCullough grew out his hair
I don't know.
and just hung out with Trace for an entire year.
MWD, bad guy. You can use hashtag Raiders to get on the show as well.
Yeah,
if you
let's
have a
do some of
question,
these.
if you want to say anything, let us know what you're thinking.
Yeah, if we want to get some questions here flowing on the show.
MWD, bad guy. And this is actually perfect as we're talking about Drew Lock, the 1 year, $5 million. Cap hits for Gardner Minshew, 2024, $7.7 million. 2025, $13.7, $7.96 million in dead money if cut. 2026, $3.6 million in dead money because of 3 void years.
Yep. So the void years there are kind of interesting. I don't love void years. However, if you're Antonio Pierce, if you're Tom Telesco, it is a smart thing to do.
Oh, wow. And as we're watching, Oregon's having their pro day today.
Yep. I've been kind of watching it out of the corner of my eye. I do think one of the things, though, you have to consider if you're Telesco and Antonio Pierce is that I'm okay giving out void years because at the end of the day, if you don't win in those first 2 years, those void years for you personally are not going to matter, right? They're not going to matter to you. It's a bad throw.
None of that looked good.
That was a bad throw by Nix.
Bo Nix just did a play action fake. I'm not saying I'm an expert in footwork, The foot looked weird to me.
I mean, it was a bad throw. That's a good throw. That one he put on the money. The other one there, you're throwing that. You can't do that. You can't throw because the arm strength really isn't there for Bo. Like when you look at a lot of the numbers from the combine, now this is based off the miles per hour throw. Nick's had one of the worst miles per hour. Like that throw's not great. That's a high throw. And he's just getting pressured by a coach.
Speaking of quarterbacks in the draft too,
Yikes.
JJ McCarthy, 4th quarterback in a lot of lists of top quarterbacks in this year's draft. A lot of people have him right after those top 3 guys. How confident would you be if, say, JJ fell to 13, Raiders take JJ McCarthy? Scale of 1 to 10, how confident would you be in JJ McCarthy? 1, no confidence at all. You think he's the next Jamarcus Russell. He's going to absolutely suck. 10, the Raiders got the steal of the draft, and he's going to be the franchise guy in Las Vegas.
I got another entry in here for our duck race. As it stands right now, Jason E.B., Anthony Marigil, and then Jose Cos, hopefully I pronounced that correct, are the 3 people in. Remember, if you want a chance to win a little bit of money today, all you got to do, $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. Right now, the winner would get $30. Yesterday, we gave away $400 to one winner, $400 to another winner, and then $420 to another winner.
Favorite response from your tweet?
I saw that one. Yeah, that one was kind of gnarly. That one was a little bit gnarly. Not going to lie. All right, scale from 1 to 10. What do we got here?
A lot of low numbers.
Yeah, Edwin says 6. Efren's going to go with a 0.
Patrick B said 420.
That's how much he won yesterday.
Oh.
Anthony, at least I think, maybe. With Patrick B, though, I guess you never know. Anthony says 7. JS Raiders going to go with an 8. Jordy L. Chivo says 7.5. Surf Life, 4. Ghost, a perfect 10.
The Queen said 6.
The Queen's going to go with a 6. Diggy says 7. What do you stand on it?
I'm at a solid 7 right now because I think it could go either way. It's just so hard with a guy who has 2,000 passing yards from the past season.
Yeah.
Like, he wasn't asked to throw the ball a ton, which in the NFL, that's not going to be the case unless you're Aiden O'Connell playing the Chiefs on Christmas. You're going to need to throw the ball to win a game.
Yeah.
And does he have the arm talent? Does he have the ability to make tough throws in tough situations? We haven't really seen it.
Yeah. I mean, I think
even in the national title game, Michigan was able to run the ball. They were in control of that game for most of the game. We haven't really seen, maybe the best example would be against Alabama in that game. But, I mean, let me go back and look at those stats. J.J. McCarthy against Alabama.
And, again, there's certain notes that I'll always keep on certain guys. That way, you don't forget about them when you go into the next year. One of the biggest reasons why I didn't like Trey Lance when he was coming out of the draft is because, as I wrote down, he just didn't have many, I'll call them NFL caliber throws. So when you watch tape on a quarterback, I look for what I'll consider NFL caliber throws. Like, is this player, is that a legit throw that you can make in the NFL? Because the scary thing with a guy like Bo Nix is he also doesn't have a lot of NFL caliber throws. He's got a lot of checkdowns. With J.J. McCarthy, one of the notes that I have on him is I just don't have a lot of NFL caliber throws to be able to evaluate talent and tape on. So when you're analyzing a quarterback, if you're going to take somebody in the top 13, I want to be confident that the quarterback that I'm taking there in that top 13 is a QB that I'm 100% sold on. And what do I like to look at? More reps, right? Like I want to see a guy that's gone out there and he's done it and he's done more reps. The amount of reps that I've watched with McCarthy, he does not have a lot of NFL caliber throws to his name. And even the NFL caliber throws that he does have, I'm not blown away by it.
Yeah.
And that's what scares me the most. I'm not saying that he's never going to be a good quarterback in the NFL. I bet you if you put McCarthy in the right system, you let him sit for 2 years, kind of like what the Packers did with Jordan Love, there's a chance. If you're the Raiders, though, and you expect McCarthy to be a good quarterback in year 1, that's where it's a disaster to me.
Yeah, which, now think about the Raiders signing Gardner Minshew.
But you can't waste away your first year. You just can't do it. As much as I
besides getting Jayden Daniels, what other guy would you get maybe Jayden Daniels or Justin Fields, what other guy are you going to get that's not wasting a year?
Would you rather throw out Michael Penix Jr. as a rookie to see what he's got? Like, to me, I know for a fact.
I think Gardner Minshew is better this year than Michael Penix would be year one as a rookie.
But do you think the Raiders are a playoff caliber team with Gardner Minshew? Because I don't know if I do.
I think they are. The Colts.
I want to see what now if they build the defense.
The Colts with the worst roster were one game away from being a playoff caliber.
Totally
team.
different divisions, though. I mean, you're talking about the AFC South compared to the AFC West. Like,
AFC South, arguably, besides take away the Chiefs, was better than the AFC West last year. Raiders were second.
I guess though,
Chargers and Broncos, not good. I would take.
I guess though, if you were to rank all those teams, let's say right now, like I think
the bottom two teams, going from last season, the bottom two teams are AFC West teams, and the Broncos and Chargers.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. The Broncos are going to be in a bad spot because of Wilson. Like I think like that's the worst team. But the Titans to me, what are the Titans? Like the Titans are, I think, worse than the Broncos and the Chargers. The Texans will be up there. I think the Raiders, if they continue to build a defense, the quarterback room scares me. The Chargers got Justin Herbert, and I am curious to see what that team looks like with Harbaugh, without Brandon Staley. But like, the Jags are a good team. They fell apart last season. I don't think the Colts are very good. It's tough.
I would put that's what I'm saying. I would put the Colts and Jags ahead of the Broncos and Chargers from last year.
Yeah, I think Gardner Minshew is a really good backup quarterback, back-end starting QB.
But I'm saying, like, for the Raiders' options right now, besides getting Jayden Daniels and Justin Fields, what other quarterback is not wasting this season?
Oh, man. Justin Fields.
Besides him or Jayden Daniels.
Yeah, I don't love the options, believe me. I'm not crazy about it.
That's why I'm saying maybe the best option is getting J.J. McCarthy and having Gardner Minshew start the year / half the year.
Yeah, man, I don't know. I'd rather you draft Spencer Rattler in round 3. I'd rather you figure out I honestly, I wonder if I would rather the Raiders start Michael Penix Jr. over Gardner Minshew. To me, like, Penix at least has that upside. I don't see the upside in Gardner Minshew at all.
I see the upside in Elijah Bang!
I needed the wake-up call. I needed the wake-up call.
$200 away from a boot.
Well, I got to do a beer bong because of that. And also because Elijah, I don't know if you know this, Elijah, every bang today counts as 2 for our bang race.
2 for the price of 1. You like.
And that means now that he is tied in 6th place with Justin Abgen.
Okay.
Mount Raider legend Justin Abgen.
Elijah.
Steve Pena said, you know what, Mitch, put me in that duck race. Steve Pena, duck race time.
And Elijah, I get where you're coming from with this. Elijah says, not going to lie. I'm not liking the energy from Raider Nation right now. We can't be so quick to give up hope because of one signing we may not agree with. Don't jump out the window just yet. We haven't played a snap in the 2024 season. Trust the process. We will be okay. In a very loud Raiders! I mean, I agree.
I agree with Elijah. Like, I know that the quarterback position is going to get a lot of attention, but I think the reason why people are so upset about the Gardner Minshew move is, one, people probably look at it as wasted money. I know I do. Like, to me, Aiden was a good enough backup quarterback to get by where you didn't have to invest that money.
It doesn't matter how much of a smoke show he is.
However, though, I do think a lot of people are upset because there's a lot of people out there that really legitimately thought that Aiden O'Connell was going to be, that starting quarterback, right? Like, with the Gardner Minshew move, this to me just proves that the Raiders never, ever legitimately looked at Aiden O'Connell as a starting QB. Now, maybe I'm wrong on that because I know that there's some people, like Hondo apparently said last night on Graf's show that Aiden's still the quarterback 1 and Gardner's his backup, which I don't think I'm not saying that Hondo's wrong. I'm saying I don't believe him.
You're just saying he's not right.
To me, that doesn't make any sense, right? Like, you're not going to sign a backup quarterback like Gardner Minshew to that amount of money if you're confident in Aiden O'Connell.
Yeah.
Like, to me, 2 and 2 don't make sense. Like, actions speak louder than words, and that was the action behind it. But to Elijah's point here, the Raiders got Christian Wilkins, the top player in free agency minus Chris Jones. You were able to re-sign Andre James. You're building in the trenches. Like, I know people were upset about losing Josh Jacobs, and I want to know from you guys right now, would you have offered Josh Jacobs, let's say, 4 years, $48 million, because that's what he ended up getting. And I'm guessing since he got that from the Packers, if you're Las Vegas, you probably would have had to give him more. Let's say 4 years, $50 million for Josh Jacobs. Would you have given him that contract? Like, I know what JJ means to this team. I know what JJ means to this organization, to this fan base. I mean, and, you know, when I think about players that I have covered my entire career here as the Raiders Report host, like, the only player that I have covered for a longer amount of time than Josh Jacobs is Max Crosby. Like, that's the only guy that's been on the Raiders since 2019 that I have covered as much as I have. Like, and Jacobs has been a big part of a lot of the things that we do here. You know, like, I have the utmost respect for Josh. I know he's a hell of a running back. But, like, sometimes you can't put a player above the shield. And losing out on Jacobs sucks, but there's no way that we were ever going to give him that money. Be happy that Jacobs got that bag, because I'll tell you this right now, nobody thought he was getting a 4-year deal. Not even Jacobs' team thought he was getting a 4-year deal. And I'm seeing nothing but no's down below. It was just too much money.
Yeah.
Too much money. Congratulations to Jacob for getting his bag.
Facts.
Elijah, shout out to you. What up, EJ? Sean Smith has to be one. So, is it the worst one of all time, though?
Defensive back, Sean Smith, he got a bag.
I'm trying to see how much he got. This is saying that he got a 4-year.
70?
Again, this is different times. So this is back in 2017, or looks like he got the deal in 2015. 4-year, $38 million. 4-year, $38 million contract.
Patrick B says Littleton was the worst.
Littleton was bad. I mean, 3 for 36. I'd still probably throw out there like the Jimmy Garoppolo move. And if it wasn't for Jimmy G doing what he did and, you know, taking the performance-enhancing drugs, I think that Raider fans would also look at that as one of the worst moves out there. I mean, you gave Jimmy Garoppolo, now not as much, but at one point, the Raiders were going to invest $72 million into Jimmy Garoppolo. Think about what he did last year. He was terrible. Carlos, Broncos would not trade because they are tanking. Giants have the Jones issue, and Vikings probably get Fields. If we don't have competition. Again, I'm not going to agree with the idea that the Raiders don't have competition to trade up. I think it's a...
Now, the only thing...
I don't agree.
The only thing, Carlos, I do somewhat agree with you of the Broncos might not be willing to trade because they do... You know, they are handicapped in free agency by Russell Wilson and the moves
and
that they've
Harbaugh
made.
probably has a long leash.
Well, and I was going to say, I think the Broncos, they're going to need to have some guys step up in the draft.
Peyton has a long leash.
They're going to need some guys to step up in the draft because of those holes that they need to fill, and they're not able to really sign a ton of free agents because of the cap space. That's the only reason maybe they don't trade up in the draft this year, because they actually need those picks later in the draft to fill out their roster.
Fair. The Vikings, though, to me, are a very interesting team. Like, is Chicago going to trade with an interdivision rival? Like, I don't... Sometimes, you know, it gets blown off because, like, the Raiders last year, they traded...
Do you trade for Fields to go around and then trade him to the Vikings?
I mean, what do you exchange? You know, like, I just... Usually teams don't trade within their division. So that's why Minnesota, with the whole Justin Fields thing, I don't see that happening. The Giants have Daniel Jones. I get it, but...
I think in reality, J.J. McCarthy is a Viking.
That fit makes sense. With their offense, the offense that they like to run, I mean, they like to do a lot of play action. He's going to have to run in that type of offense.
I could see them trading up, possibly with the Chargers, to go up and get J.J.
LaMarcus Joyner is another name to definitely keep in mind for worst move. That Joyner move is a bad one as well. Yeah, I hear you, Carlos, but they do have a lot of competition. I'll just, I guess, leave it at that.
Jordy El Chivo, do you think we have a shot at Jayden Daniels with the relationship him and AP have? I mean, I don't think that has anything to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, the Raiders are obviously interested in Jayden Daniels. It has nothing to do with this. It has everything to do with the top 3 teams in the draft. Like, to me, best case scenario for the Raiders is the Chicago Bears draft Caleb Williams number 1 overall. Like, locked and loaded, they draft him number 1 overall. It has been reported that Jayden does not like the Washington Commanders. Maybe not reported, it's a rumor. But the reason why I do think this is at least a interesting rumor, hang on here, got some news. Chase Young is expected to visit the Panthers and the Saints this week. Chase Young.
I could see Chase Young going to the Panthers to fill that void from Brian Burns.
Yeah. Next thing, though, is this. So, with the whole Jayden Daniels thing, so there was a report out there, again, it's a rumor, that apparently Jayden Daniels said that he doesn't like Adam Peters, who at the time was the general manager of the San Francisco 49ers, and this stems back from Jayden Daniels, Brandon Ayuk being very good friends, Ayuk introducing Adam Peters to Jayden Daniels, and according to this rumor that is being thrown out there, is that Adam Peters told Jayden Daniels that he was not going to, his game wasn't going to translate into the NFL, that he was only going to be a 5th-round pick, and apparently Daniels does not like him. So that's a rumor. And the reason why I'm saying, again, it's a rumor, because it was also reported that Daniels did not like the New England Patriots. Daniels has since, silenced that rumor. He literally tweeted cap on the Patriots one. However, the rumor out there still on the Washington Commanders is still up there. It's still potential, right?
I think Drake May is a Commander.
I think Drake May is a Commander as well. That's the next part here. However, though, if you are the Commanders and you wanted your guy, you wanted Caleb Williams, you have Cliff Kingsbury there, they wanted that dude.
Yeah.
Could they potentially trade out then? If the Patriots aren't sold on Jayden Daniels, a team that historically has lived in the middle of the field, that's where Jayden struggles the most. Nothing is a lock yet, but those 3 teams are the scenario that we need to be able to figure out if we're going to trade up. If you trade up now, it's going to cost you an arm and a leg. And unfortunately, I think it's literally going to go down to the NFL draft.
Yeah.
And if he's on the board at pick 4, the Raiders are moving up. I think if he's on the board at pick 4, the Raiders are going to move up. They're going to move mountains to go up. What up, J. Roy? Raiders should convince Jamarcus Russell to come out of retirement and have him start, then trade Devontae for Carr and have Derek be our backup. I'm not going to lie. I know you're trolling here, obviously, but that makes me wonder what you're doing right now, because whatever it is, put it down. Yeah, whatever you're doing right now, put it down.
Christian rapper Big Al, do you think Minshew has a strong arm? I mean, did you not see his tweet?
No, I don't think Gardner Minshew has a strong arm. To me, there's nothing that Gardner does great.
Grab my strong hand.
Gardner Minshew is he's a worse Baker Mayfield. I mean, what does Gardner Minshew do at an elite level? He's a great locker room guy.
Yep. Elite
locker room guy.
Family guy.
Big family guy.
Had his dad at a game, big bro hug afterwards.
I mean, to me, what does he do? He's a leader. I get it, Jesse. He's a great leader. $25 million for a leader, though. Again, backup quarterback money. Well, the one thing that I am really taken away also by the Minshew contract that I didn't really talk about yesterday, that I kind of got mad at myself for, is it's a 2-year deal, okay? It's a 2-year deal, and the reason why I think that speaks volumes is it's showing yet again to me that the Raiders are looking at this in a 2-year type of window with Antonio Pierce and Telesco. It was reported, remember, when they were interviewing Cliff Kingsbury, they offered him a 2-year deal. Kingsbury wanted the 3-year deal, and that was one of the reasons why the conversations ended up breaking. Now you're seeing another example here of an offensive player getting a 2-year contract. Yes, Andre James got a 3-year extension, but the money on it is really only guaranteed for 2 years.
Yeah.
So, to me, what the Raiders are doing on the offensive side of the football, they're planning for the next 2 seasons. And then after that, F it, we'll figure it out. But the fact that Minshew does have as many void years as he does, which I do just want to look this up again. because I don't know all the numbers off the top of my head again. Once I start looking at them over and over again, I'll be able to wrap my mind around each move. But yeah, I mean, he's got 3 void years in 2026, 2027, and in 2028. So his cap hit this year is 7.7. His cap hit next season is 13.7. I mean, that's a little bit rich for my blood. However, though, like maybe if you're the Raiders, you sign that deal and you go, well, what if a team needs a quarterback? Could we trade him? It's still a hefty price tag for a backup.
Yeah.
He's only 28 years old. I actually thought he was older than that.
Anthony Morales, Gardner has that dog, extends the play, willing to take hits and run for the first. Solid QB, in my opinion. Let's go get Daniels. Just win, baby.
Yeah, I think everybody at this point knows that Gardner Minshew is what he is. Aiden O'Connell is what he is. And if you have the opportunity to go get one of those top 3 quarterbacks, I'm trying to do it. Like you want to put a bow on this offseason, you go get one of those top 3 quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Let's go to the next one rolling in here from Jordy L. Chivo. How much you think Tre'Davious White would ask for and thoughts on him? Also, I just realized this. I never did my beer bong here for Jaron. Elijah Jaron. Is that it, right? Elijah Jaron Music? Yeah.
Also, we're 150 likes away from another jelly bean.
Yeah, it's getting devastating.
Tre'Davious White injured. I think we said over the past 2 seasons has played in 10 games.
10 games.
Over the last 2 years. So
1 year prove-it deal is what White would
$3
should
million?
Do. Yeah, 3-4. $5 million. But again, would you invest that money in somebody that literally has not been able to stay on the field? And when he's been on the field, has not been that good.
At least the past couple years.
The past 2 years, yeah. At one point, I bet you 3 years ago, people would have said he might be the top corner in the NFL.
Him and Xavier Howard.
Yeah, 3 years ago, he might have been the top corner in the NFL.
Harold Horvitz, Nico Lamaleeva from the Tennessee Vols is going to get the Heisman. It's better to save the picks. Mitch made a mistake saying not Hooker. Saying not to get Hendon Hooker?
I don't know. I mean, I think Hendon Hooker's a good quarterback, but if you were the Raiders last season, why would you, or 2 years ago? He got drafted, last year? Hooker.
No.
2 years ago.
I think so.
I mean, he tore his ACL. I mean, devastating knee injury near the end of the season. Like, if Hooker would have been able to stay healthy that final year, I mean, he had a shot to win the Heisman.
Yeah.
But again, I'm not taking a quarterback that has a chance to miss an entire season.
I'm guessing Harold is a big Tennessee guy.
That's what I'm guessing here.
One of our coworkers, big Tennessee guy as well, loves Nico. Big Nico guy.
Big Nico. Yeah, we'll see. To me, the quarterbacks that are the most intriguing next year, obviously Shedeur Sanders is going to get a lot of attention. And, if from an actual football standpoint, I don't think that I would want Shedeur Sanders to be my quarterback.
Would you rather have...
I'd like to see another year on him.
Would you rather have Spencer Rattler in the 4th or Joe Milton in the 7th?
Spencer Rattler in the 4th. Not close. Yeah, I'm not a Joe Milton guy. I'm not going to be a Joe Milton guy. He's not accurate enough to play in the NFL.
Brandon Jones. Brandon Johns. That whole name is just messing me up. Raiders got Gardner to trade to the Patriots for Jayden Daniels.
Again, what is Gardner Minshew worth in a trade? Because I don't see why New England would trade for him after they just signed Jacoby Brissett.
And they also had the option to sign him.
Yeah, unfortunately, interesting theory. I'm going to respectfully say that that's not going to happen.
Speaking of trades, what's a player the Raiders could trade for?
Oh, boy.
Some cornerbacks out there. We talked about Marshawn Lattimore, Jair Alexander last year. T. Higgins is on the trade block. I think that's too rich for your blood, but...
What about... I'll keep throwing this name out there, which he was terrible last year, but James Bradberry. I mean, if you trade for Bradberry...
Would you rather sign one of these mid-tier corners or trade for Bradberry? If it only cost you like a 5th?
Let me see the exact numbers on the Bradberry deal. I know I did a video on it already. I'm pretty sure all it would cost the Raiders is $1 million for this year, because I'm pretty sure Philadelphia would have to eat the majority of his contract. Unfortunately, our Wi-Fi here sucks, and I can't get anything to load. I'm pretty sure, though, it only costs like $1 million or $2 million for James Bradberry. And, yeah, I mean, if it's already been reported that he might be released now, I don't think that that's going to happen because it would have probably happened already.
Josh Sweat, another name. Same with Hassan Reddick as two guys on the Eagles who are available as well via rumors.
Yeah, so if the Raiders were to trade for James Bradberry, it would cost $1.2 million.
I don't think the Chargers would trade you Derwin James. Joey Bosa, Khalil Mack, both on the trade block, but also division rivals. I don't think.
Yeah, division rivals, going to cost a lot. Though I'll tell you what, right now, if Khalil Mack got traded back to the Raiders, that might be one of the craziest shows we ever do. Here's my question to y'all out there. Do you think Raider Nation would be more excited or was more excited about the Davante Adams trade or Khalil Mack coming back to the Raiders? Type 1 for Davante, type 2 for Khalil Mack. Because I bet you it's close.
I don't think it would be.
You don't think it'd be close? I'm saying excitement. I'm not kidding you. I think people would be...
I was wrong. It's pretty split / leaning towards Mack. I thought it would be clear for Davante.
I mean, you got to think of what Khalil Mack was at one. Khalil was arguably the best defensive player in the NFL.
Yeah.
And Gruden moved on from him. Gruden was just like shipping out everyone. Him and Mayock they were a disaster. They're going to go down as one of the worst talent evaluation teams of NFL history.
If that did happen too, chat, we would be singing the whole live. Return of the Mac. Return of the Mac. Once again, return of the Mac.
I mean, I can't even imagine what we would do if that show ended up going down. That would be insane. It would be insane. All right, Chuggs, I'm not getting too many people here on this duck race, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to do final call here for a duck race.
Well, I tried to tell you so.
Final call, $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365.
That's the saddest story.
This is going to be your last chance to get in this duck race. I probably will do another one for a different amount. Doesn't look like many people want to get in this one today right now.
Now I got the flow.
Right now, all we have in here is Jason, Anthony, Jose, and Steve. So $20 Venmo, if you enter it right now, you would win $50. If nobody else enters, somebody has a chance to double their money.
Baby, when you broke my heart,
we're still going with this?
I had to come again and show you that you win. You lied to me. All those times I said I love you, you lied.
All I hear in the background is foot. Shut up.
Return
James
of the Mac.
Guevara, you in.
Return of the Mac. Once again.
Patrick B, you in. Can somebody tell little Mario up here to just calm down? You do. I don't. Why are you up there?
Oh, you're talking about that.
Yes. When you wear that maroon shirt, you look like Mario on my Game Boy.
You lied to me.
Does he not? When you think about that tiny little screen up there, he looks like Mario just walking around.
All those times that you
if
said
Pikachu
I
just
love
pops
you,
up out of this Game Boy Blue, I'm going to freak out.
You lied to me. Yes, I cried. Yes, I cried.
See, what I think when we get our new studio, I also need to have a soundboard up here where I can mute you. Like, I need to be able to click some buttons over here as well. I got nothing over here. Jeremy's got all the power. I got nothing. All right, now we're getting a bunch of more people here in on this race. I see George Talat in. Brian Tucker said, you know what, Mitch, get me in that bad boy. I see Luis Avina says, get me in. What?
Chug said, wahoo!
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 I'm not going to lie. This is super random. I was going to say the other day, that's just total lie. Alex had a few of her friends over, and we were all kind of just like hanging out. We were playing some like drinking games. This is like right after the Super Mario's movie came out. So this is months ago.
It's a me.
And somebody goes like the question was like, what's a weird talent that you have? And I go, I feel like I do a good Mario Wahoo. And they were like, what? And I was like, wahoo! And they're like, all right, yeah, it's not bad. Besides that, though, I got no other talents.
That was a really good wahoo.
You appreciate that? Yeah.
Yeah.
You know who does a really good Waluigi?
Who?
Barefoot.
Really? Allie?
Oh, yeah. Very good. Waluigi. And it's
You do a good Waluigi? Oh.
You can guess. Steve.
That was good.
Steve Briscoe is in. Jose Corona is in. And then Gerald Everett going to the Bears.
We're back.
The Bears. Harry.
I just heard somebody in there yell, "We're back."
That was definitely Harrison. Today's been a slow day, man. Very slow day. Dylan Gingerich. That's a hell of a last name. Is in. I see oh man, there's one name that always gets me here. We're getting close to it. Zachary Hunter is in. I see Andy Arnold is in.
Okay.
Clint
Also-
Origin.
Texans sending a 7th-round pick for Joe Mixon.
Oh, yeah, that's a great deal. Adrian Rodriguez. I had a few people ask me if I thought the Raiders were going to go get Mixon. I said no because of Mixon's past, and the Raiders have that zero-tolerance policy. Now, maybe because, I don't know, it happened in college or before college, but I don't think that the Raiders would have done it. Joseph Pissarro is in. Jason E.B. is in. All right, I'm going to refresh one more time here. Looks like Amy is in. Pretty good. Pretty good here. All right, so, Jeremy, I'm going to send you the list. Joshua Young is in. So if you want to know how much to get in, $20 Venmo right now for a chance to win $200. So that changed quickly. We got a few more people here in this race. Chuggs, I'm going to send you the list.
Return of the Mac.
Oh, my goodness.
What?
You.
Oh.
This Mac. Everett. Yep, Gerald Everett going to the Bears. Interesting fit there. Erica Johnson is in. So now winner would get 210. Yep, all right, now we're all caught up. Erica Johnson, that's 21 people in. All right, no more. Take that off screen. Next race is going to be for 10. Let's do that. You guys want to do next race for 10? All right, Luis, you're in. Luis Rodriguez is in. He's the last one. All right, I lied. Francisco Ramirez is the last one. That's 23. So winner gets $230. Winner gets $230. It's going to be an interesting one.
Nobody else?
Nobody else. I don't
All right.
see anybody else. People in the race: Jason E.B., Anthony Murr, Jill, Jose Cass, Steve Pena, James Guevara, Patrick B., George Talat, Brian Tucker, Luis Avina, Steve Briscoe, Jose Corona, Dylan Gingerich.
So 23?
Yes. Zachary Hunter, Andy Arnold, Clint Origin, Adrian Rodriguez, Joseph Pissarro, Jason E.B., Amy, Joshua Young, Erica Johnson, Luis Rodriguez, Francisco Ramirez. Those are all the names that I have in this race here, which I'm pretty confident that we got everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. I missed one. Keith Crego. Winner gets $240.
Also, Colts kicker Rigoberto Sanchez, 3 years, $7.5 million.
I missed Keith. That's why you double check. Keith, that's on me, bro.
What's the name?
Keith Crego, where the pets go. Lego my Crego. C-R-E-G-O. Lego my Keith Crego.
C-R-E-G-O in Crego. What's his name? Oh.
Hey. Okay, y'all. So we're still waiting for the Raiders to do something today. Oh, you're trying to get... We're going to go egg race? Yikes. All right, y'all. Winner of this is going to get $240.
And with this And with this camera, I can stay on.
Perfect. Look at that. You wanna do it? And we are off.
Oh,
Zachary.
Quinter.
Oh, there's a silent I in there. No, Zachary Hunter. Watch out for George Talat.
Oh, Steve dropped his egg.
Oh.
Dylan dropped his egg.
Key.
Joseph.
George.
I'll
tell you what, Zachary's got a steady up. Joshua Young.
You literally jinxed it.
I literally jinxed it. Yeah, Joshua Young right now has got a solid lead. If they just stay stable, my biggest concern with Joshua Young is that they didn't wear any sunscreen. They look like at any moment they're going to have 3-degree burns.
He's been strong.
He looks like Howie from Benchwarmers.
He has to.
That's what Howie
eat sunscreen.
That's unbelievable.
Zachary Quinter is back up.
You got to stay hydrated.
Dude, Joshua's been solid. He hasn't dropped his egg once.
I'm actually worried that they're going to lose it here at the end. Wait! Amy from the back rope! Oh, man, is going to hang on! Winner! Amy!
Wow.
Unbelievable. I mean, it was almost like she was just hanging out. Luis is the real winner here, though. Luis, congratulations. Amy, if you can please confirm with me that you just received $240, that would be greatly appreciated. The Colts are making a strong push to re-sign cornerback Kenny Moore. Kenny Moore.
Interesting. Here,
I mean, that was a comeback like something like we've never seen before.
So I'm going to say these are all day two.
Okay.
Deals that happened since we went off live yesterday.
I like this.
So we're going to break down, kind of just run through these deals really quick. Amy, if you could confirm in the chat that you get
that you received the money, that would be great.
Here are some of the deals that went down yesterday. I'm going to just cycle through. Let me know if any of these, interest you, strike you, or you want to talk a little bit more about it. Jordan Hicks, 2 years. Shion Taki Rumba. Noah Brown.
I mean, Sion Taki was a player that I talked about last year because I knew he had a lot of ties to New England, and it was a player that I was like, oh, the Raiders could potentially bring him in. Chase Young has added the Titans to a potential visit list.
Wow.
So another name up there for Chase Young. Nothing really interested in anything else there. Chase Edmonds on a 1-year deal. I think that could make a little bit of sense there.
Eagles legend, Jalen Reagor.
Jalen Reagor adding a little bit speed there to New England.
Interesting. Bengals going with Zach Moss over Joe Mixon. They're gonna. I believe they're gonna probably draft a running back this year in the draft as well. But
probably.
2 years, $8 million for Zach Moss.
Again, I mean, what is Mixon getting? Mixon wasn't
not a ton this year, but I think he was wanting a contract extension.
Moss is a physical runner, but I'm with you. Like, they still need to add another running back there. 2 for $8. I don't love that value. Malik Harrison, 1 year. I don't know we still got to get the contract details on him. Next one, and the one here that really sticks out to me is Damian Lewis. This was somebody that I talked about multiple times on the show because of his relationship with James Craig. But the Panthers have Robert Hunt and now Damian Lewis.
I can respect it in that Bryce Young was running for his life last year. You spent the #1 overall pick in the draft on him. You got to at least give him the tools to show whether or not he can be a franchise guy and correctly evaluate. Because last year, I throw that out the window for Bryce Young because you had the worst
team.
Worst team around him. A horrible offensive line, no offensive weapons.
His #1 receiver was Adam Thielen at 34 years old.
Here, can anybody in the chat name who his #2 receiver was last year? Can anybody in the chat name who the #2 receiver was on the Panthers last season? I'll give you one clue. He was drafted last year.
I think I have the answer to it. I think I have.
Abby got it.
Who? Mingo. I mean, they were bad, guys. Like, the Carolina Panthers put together one of the worst NFL teams that I've seen in quite some time. I mean, honestly. I know that they didn't go 0 and whatever, but they were legitimately one of the worst teams that I've seen in quite some time. And now they don't even have a first-round pick this year.
Yeah. Former Raider John Simpson. I wouldn't have minded a reunion with John Simpson at this price point. 2 years, $12 million, $6 million a year.
He's a really good run blocking guard. Not the best in the pass blocking guard realm, which kind of is an interesting move, I do think, by the Jets. Because to me, if I'm New York, I would have made sure that my offensive line is rock solid with Aaron Rodgers. Simpson's a good run blocker. Now, maybe they're going to try to run the football a little bit more with, oh my Lord, what the hell? Breece Hall, and try to take a little bit more pressure off Aaron. But John Simpson's interesting. The one on there, though, to me is Damian Lewis. The Panthers are building a very strong offensive line.
They spent $150 million on 2 guards.
Yesterday. Yep. Hey, you need to figure out if Bryce Young's the guy. Like, if they struggle again this season, here's the thing, though. Who's Carolina's number 1 option at receiver?
Carolina? Guessing it's somebody that they draft this year.
Well, that's what I mean. Because you still got to be able to go out and give him a weapon. I mean, they have nobody on the offensive side of the football. You got Jonathan Mingo.
Yeah. Well, and then also
Terrace Marshall Jr. That's actually who I was going to say was their actual
name
number
on the
2.
bottom of this list as well, Nick Allegretti, Chiefs guard from last year. So that kind of weakened somebody in your division.
Sure.
Played well for them last year. I wonder what his PFF numbers were like last year.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Carolina,
3 for 16 isn't bad.
I mean, your number 4 receiver on the Panthers right now is Cam Sims. Cam Sims. Think about when the Raiders cut him last year.
Now, 93, I like that idea, but I wonder whether or not they would be willing to trade for T. Higgins with the amount of draft capital they have this year. Now, they did pick up an extra second in that trade with the Giants for Brian Burns. So if they sign Chase Young, trade one of those seconds for T. Higgins.
I like that idea. I mean, you gotta make something. Got to make something to do with that trade.
Trade for T. Higgins, and then they can sign Renfrow when he's released.
Perfect. Love it.
Next 4 on the list.
I believe Tyrod Taylor is 2 for 18. I think that.
Some of these guys we didn't really update because we don't have a Jets channel here yet.
Sure.
So
fair.
It really doesn't
make sense for us. Kenneth Murray, it's a lot of money for a linebacker. Sam Darnold, 1 year, $10 million. Who's a better quarterback, Gardner Minshew or Sam Darnold?
I think Gardner Minshew.
Okay, I agree. I just think sometimes when people see the 25 mil, they're like, crap, it's a lot of money. Next list of names here, Aaron Jones, 1 year for $7 million. I mean, that's really good value for Minnesota.
Yeah.
Like, again, Aaron Jones ended last season as hot as can be. I mean, he was one of the best running backs in the league last year.
Speaking of hot, have you seen Gardner Minshew? Darius Williams, that was a guy that you had on one of your free agency videos. What do you think about him going actually back to the Rams? He was with the Rams, then went to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Now he's going back to L.A. Thoughts on Darius Williams? I know you had him as a target for the Raiders.
I thought it was at least a name that the Raiders could potentially look at just for a little bit more of a depth move. I think that deal ended up coming out to be $21 million, if my mind serves me correctly. But the Raiders still want a cornerback 1. Darius Williams isn't a cornerback 1.
Okay.
Next list of names in here. Cleveland Ferrell. Yeah. To me, Marcus Mariota still getting money is kind of wild. Like, this to me, if anything, is like, what about Sam Howell? Like, is Sam Howell's not going to be their 3rd string? Do you sign Mariota to be your 3rd string quarterback? No, I don't think so. Like, to me, Howell's a guy that
maybe
could
they're
be
expecting Howell to have some sort of trade market.
What do you think Sam Howell goes for? 6th?
5th.
Okay.
Yeah. 5th,
Fair.
6th.
Fair. Next list of names here. Jameis going to Cleveland.
Would you have rather had Jameis 1 year 8.7 or Gardner on his deal?
I'd rather have Gardner. I think Gardner's a more reliable QB at that point. Like, to me, Jameis is not that guy. Like,
let us know in the chat.
He's a great locker room dude.
JW for Jameis Winston.
This is the guy I wanted.
Gardner Minshew. GM, who do you think is a better quarterback, Jameis Winston or Gardner Minshew?
I wanted Trent Sieg back. I was really, really hoping that the Raiders were going to figure out a way to bring back Sieg to pair him with Carlson and A.J. Cole. That was the long snapper back when all 3 of them got their contracts and maybe potentially going to move on from Bob and Moyer. I'll tell you what, sneaky fantasy move, Mike Gesicki.
Yeah, 1 year, 3.25. He went to the Patriots. They ended up liking Hunter Henry a lot better than him, gave him a 3-year, $30 million extension.
If the Bengals, who I believe do more 4 wide, 5 wide than anybody in the league, Gesicki is a good athlete.
He's more of a
He is
tight end
only a
wide
receiver. He is only a receiver at this point. He is a horrendous blocker, and that's why he didn't get on the field with New England. It's the reason why he got moved on from in Miami, because they were still wanted to run the football, and that's not the case. Like, to me, that move right here for fantasy football, if you want a good sleeper value, I think Mike Gesicki could be pretty damn dangerous.
And it says full details TBA. Everything I've seen, conditional 7th-round pick for Joe Mixon in that trade, which Texans missed out on Saquon yesterday.
Yep.
Now they get their running back. This one, some interesting names for here. Shaq Barrett, 1 year, $9 million deal, staying in Florida, going from Tampa Bay to MIA. I mean, what a move there. You're going from Tampa Bay to Miami. What an upgrade.
Yeah, I mean, I guess one of my questions is, though, they decided to move on from Emmanuel Ogbah. Now, Ogbah was a lot more money. And you brought back a replacement in Shaquille Barrett. Now, he can still get after the quarterback, but how much on a high level? Like, the Dolphins, to me, they're in a very bad situation money-wise, and they've been getting rid of a lot of players.
And they haven't extended Tua yet.
Yeah, well,
do you extend Tua?
I don't know, and that's the problem. I don't know what I think about Tua.
So I was talking to one of my buddies who, big NFL fan. He's a Cowboys fan. Boo the Cowboys in the chat. He said his big prediction was Tua gets traded this year, which I don't see that happening because he thinks Miami doesn't want to pay him. They don't believe in him being their future at quarterback, and that other teams would be willing to trade for him.
My problem with Tua is I don't think that he's very good, but he puts up really good numbers.
Would you trade a third for Tua?
Yeah.
Second.
Yeah.
First.
No.
Chat, Y for yes, N for no. 2nd-round pick for Tua. Would you do it?
If it was the 44th overall pick for Tua Tagovailoa, to me, he is at least proven that he could be reliable in that regard, still young enough. I don't want to give up my 1st-round pick. I would rather have Tua than Justin Fields.
Tua over Fields?
Yeah, I would. But I also don't want to pay Tua. When you look at the numbers he's put up, I don't want to pay Tua anything. I mean, I'm not giving him $45 million.
He's not getting Daniel Jones money.
He's going to get more than Daniel Jones, bro. I guarantee you, Tua Tagovailoa gets $45 million per year.
Yeah. Also,
that's just way too much money.
It doesn't help that we were live on Thursday Night Football that time that he got concussed and was absolutely.
Dude, that was scary. That was.
We thought his
scary.
career was over.
That was super scary. And I mean, that's another good point. If you're an NFL team and you do got to consider, that year alone, he had 3 very severe concussions. I mean, what happens if legit one more hit, he's done?
Yeah.
I mean, he's not a big quarterback. He's thick, but he's not big. Doesn't really move all that well anymore. Another lefty.
Second trade for Tua with the 2nd-round pick, or draft Michael Penix with the 2nd-round pick? Not only because they're both lefties.
And this is where I'm gonna say I would rather draft Michael Penix Jr. because that way you at least have him for 3-4 years guaranteed on a rookie contract.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd probably just because if you trade Tua, you're paying him also.
Yeah. Speaking of Justin Fields, though, look at that Darnell Mooney contract. I was talking with our Bears host earlier, and he was saying this kind of solidifies for him around some league circles where people thought Fields was the problem. Obviously, Getsy getting the OC job with the Raiders, Mooney getting 3 years, $39 million. People still seeing the upside in Darnell Mooney as a wide receiver. A lot of people around the league think maybe this is why the Falcons go after Kirk Cousins instead of Justin Fields, because Darnell Mooney sucked the past 2 years with Justin Fields.
Yeah, I will say when you look at next-gen stats, Darnell Mooney's separation and man coverage is actually pretty impressive, and one of the things I think that's good, I think Mooney's going to fit, very well with Kirk. Next year in fantasy football drafts, there's going to be everyone is going to be going all in on Drake London. People are going to be going all in on Kyle Pitts.
Yeah.
If you're in a PPR league, I'm telling you right now, Mooney's catching 60 balls next year.
You think?
He's catching 60.
I mean, Drake London, you have Darnell Mooney.
Bijan Robinson's going to be a monster. Like, he's going to be a absolute fantasy stud next season.
with that running scheme that they're bringing over from the Rams.
Yeah.
I like that.
I'm telling you. But the sneaky name in there, like value, I think Darnell Mooney's value is going to be very – I think they're going to use
You're
him.
talking about fantasy value, not his
Correct.
value with the contract.
Correct. I'm talking
$13 million a year.
I'm talking fantasy value alone. The way that Darnell Mooney, in my opinion, is going to get used in that offense is the way that the Vikings used Adam Thielen with Kirk Cousins. Just the guy that's going to run the cleaner routes and just get open type of guy. I like it.
And then Naheem Hines, 1 year, 3.5 to the Browns.
It's your Kareem Hunt replacement, pass catching back.
I think this is obvious, the one that you want to talk about on this next one.
Yeah, I mean, I am blown away that Derrick Henry got 2 years, 60. Now, he can make up to $20 million, but this is just another example of no disrespect to Josh Jacobs. Derrick Henry on a 2 year, $16 million deal, or Josh Jacobs a 4 for 48. Like, one of the reasons why we thought the Packers were losers yesterday, yes, you got a back, and yes, you got a safety in not Darnell Savage. Who'd they get?
Packers?
Xavier McKinney.
Yeah.
Both, in my opinion, were big-time overpays. This is a new report here. Danielle Hunter has interest from the Vikings and the Houston Texans. That would be a really good get for Houston.
They swap defensive ends, Danielle Hunter for Jonathan Grenard, which it was annoying me so much yesterday. I was listening to just, I like to sometimes, which I know you do as well, other content creators that do Raiders stuff. I was listening to other content creators that do like Texans stuff, and I was listening to TikToks. Oh, maybe it was on TikTok. Maybe it wasn't a Texans content creator. Either way, I was listening to this one guy breaking down signings from day one, and he kept on saying, it's Jonathan Grenard, and he kept on saying, Greenard.
I can't talk. I can't. Literally, I can't talk. I can't.
He was like Greenard.
Greenard.
Jonathan Greenard.
Ura Jixon. The next name on here that I think some people are going to look at is Irv Smith.
Derrick Henry.
Smith has got a lot of drop issues, and this is going to be your number 2 tight end next to Travis Kelce, obviously. But the Derrick Henry move here, he's going to have – I'm not going to say he's going to have the best year of his career. Derrick Henry's going to have a hell of a year. I mean, we've seen time and time again that a running back, when you get put with a mobile quarterback, your numbers are just simply better. Derrick Henry's going to have a hell of a season. If Gus Edwards is putting up 14 rushing touchdowns, you might as well just lock and load right now Henry getting 12-plus rushing touchdowns next season. All right, let's go to the next names here, which, to be honest with you, these are kind of boring. Malcolm Roach.
Do you remember that MTV show called Next?
Next.
Next!
Dude, Next was a good one. All right, how about this? We like to do drafts once in a while here on this show.
MTV shows?
Let's do like random MTV shows, 3 picks. I'll let you go first. We're not going to use Next because we just said that one. Well, we can keep going with this. We can keep rolling through some of these, but if you draft first, then I'm going to draft. Top 3, just random MTV shows.
Room Raiders.
Room Raiders.
My number 1 pick is Room Raiders. The real ones, no.
That says a lot about you.
Zac Efron was on Room Raiders.
Room Raiders?
Before he did High School Musical.
All right. I'm going to go... I guess I'm going to go with the show that I probably watched more than any of them. I'm going to go with Pimp My Ride.
Pimp My Ride? Okay.
X to the Z exhibit, man.
I'm going, my next pick, Parental Control.
Okay, that's a really good one. I guess the next one I'm going to go with is kind of, you're going in one direction. I'm going in a little bit of a different direction. I know what my last pick is going to be. So
same with me. I know my last pick.
You do?
Yes.
All right, you're scaring me, though, because my pick is similar to your picks.
Okay.
My last pick.
Okay. What's your next pick?
I'm going to go with MTV Cribs.
Okay, that wasn't my last pick.
I'm worried you're going to take my last pick.
If it is, that'll be hilarious. My last pick. So I have Room Raiders. I have Parental Control. My last pick, Yo Mama.
Oh!
With Wilder Valderrama.
That's a great one.
Who remembers Yo Mama?
Yo Mama. Oh, shit.
Absolute bangers.
Dude.
They would go we're out in the city trying to find the best Yo Mama rappers.
See, somebody just said Celebrity Deathmatch. The one that if there is one show that I would legitimately pay money for you, me, and like a bunch of the guys here at work to go on, Silent Library.
Yes.
I would pay money to do
All right.
that.
Can we go 4? Because I actually have
Why?
one. I have one more that I really want.
No, it's 3. That's what we do.
Do you have another one?
Off the top of my head. All right, what were yours again? Room Raiders,
Parental Control, Yo Mama.
I would probably have to ask the channel. I'm trying to think of another one.
Nick Patrick is gonna say mine. Maybe I just put it as my honorable mention. Robin Big.
Yeah, to be honest, I never watched a lot of Robin Big.
Oh, Robin Big was amazing.
I never watched a lot of Robin Big. All right, how about this?
Jersey Shore?
Dude, I didn't watch a lot of that either.
Really?
No. All right, how about this? Get your votes in. Are you going to go with Jeremy's list, which is, what was yours?
My list was Room Raiders, Parental Control, and Yo Mama.
Mine was Pimp My Ride, MTV Cribs, Silent Library. Who are you going with? M for Mitch, C for Chuggs. See, the Parental Control one is low-key very good. Room Raiders was you just looked at somebody's room, right? And you just had to judge, like, would you date that person based off their room? You said Parental Control? That's
Parental Control was the most
parents,
obviously fake one.
The parents get to pick
The parents each pick one person for their son or daughter to date because they hate whoever they're dating right now.
Yeah. It's close,
yeah,
man.
Silent Library, I honestly forgot about that one. That's a sneaky good pick. And the funny thing is you've mentioned that show to me before.
I love that show. That's where I thought you were going to go with your final pick. I really did.
I just remember Yo Mama was
1,000 Ways to Die.
Oh, that was actually not MTV. That was
all right.
That was what was that? It used to be what was it? It was like the Man Channel.
Oh, Comedy Central?
No.
The Man Channel?
It was like
Spike TV?
Yes, Spike TV.
The Man Channel.
Well,
I remember the Man Show. That was just girls jumping on trampolines and guys drinking beer. I mean, we are a trampoline away from being the Man Show here. That's
all right. Next up on the free agency list,
Amik.
That's the one you want to talk about, obviously.
Yeah, Amik, according to some of the things that I've heard over the last just hour here, a few text messages I've gotten.
Blue Mountain State is another one we forgot.
BMS is a very good one.
Oh, but that was on Spike TV, I think, too.
Yeah, I think so.
I say the Man Channel because between, like, the Spike TV, like, their intro was, like, some hot girl who was like this and then, like, pouring a large beer.
Alan said they actually referred to them as juggies. They literally were like, where are the juggies at? And then it would just pan over to a camera and girls just jumping on a trampoline. It was, I don't know, man. That's TV's at a different level. If you were watching that, if you woke up randomly at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, chances are you're looking at Girls Gone Wild.
Best MTV show.
That's the truth. In regards to Amik Robertson, though, we'll talk about this as well.
Marsh said Cribs.
They didn't want to pay Amik, from what I understand, as much money as what he got. And again, if you're Amik, this is a really good fit for you and a good city. I think that's going to fit him very, very well, kind of a chip on the block type of deal. But, like, the Raiders still want a number 1 corner, and I think they're going to add a number 1 corner. What?
You said Pimp My Ride was kind of fire.
So I took Cribs, Pimp My Ride,
Cribs too, Ball.
and Silent Library.
It's like, hey, I know you need a new engine, but we put a kitchen in your trunk.
I know your radiator's all effed up, but we replaced your middle console with a toaster.
You're like, you need 4 new tires. We got an Xbox.
Yeah.
We hooked you up with 2 flat screen TVs.
I mean, that was like, there was some that were like 6 PS5s, like or at that time PS2, in somebody's trunk. Like, what are you gonna do with that?
I always remember the bread one where they literally just changed the seats into like bread.
You ever seen the movie Gridiron Gang?
Yes.
Gridiron Gang?
Yeah, when Exhibit was on that, I was like, Mr. Pimp My Ride Guy.
X to the Z exhibit. 9 flat screen TVs and a PS2. Your car will not run in a year, but at least you can watch TV and play PlayStation on it. Patrick Queen, this is a really good deal here. I actually think the Drew Lock 1 year, $5 million is pretty good value.
Also, I didn't realize, who do you think is going to have the best game against their division rivals next year? Patrick Queen against the Ravens, Aaron Jones against the Packers, Saquon against the Giants. Out of those 3 guys, who goes off next year against their old team?
Oh, man, out of those names again, I mean, I don't think it's Patrick Queen. I mean, Patrick Queen going up against Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. That's going to be tough sledding. And then Saquon up against the Giants, but the Giants do have a good front. So with that logic, I'll go with the other one that you said.
Aaron Jones.
I think Aaron Jones, the way that he finished last season, the Packers, to me, aren't a great defense.
Yeah.
So let's go with Aaron Jones. I'm going to go that route.
And then Drew Lock, we already talked about that earlier.
Yeah, Drew Lock, we talked about that one. Gerald Everett, I think, is actually the most recent signing. Are we all caught up then? Yep, we're all caught up. So these are all the moves that ended up happening today. Deion Bush goes back to Kansas City. Shelby Harris, that one's not too surprising. Everett getting 2 for 12. He was a tight end that I at least brought up from time to time over the past just week or so, just because, I mean, there was a chance that the Raiders were going to add another tight end, right? Like, they have Michael Mayer. Your next tight end outside of him is, oh my Lord, what the hell's his name? Zach Gentry. I mean, that's it. Those are your tight ends, right? So you got to still add somebody. Yeah. Potentially could add somebody in the draft. Like I know they met with Theo Johnson, tight end from Penn State.
I like Theo Johnson in the middle round.
Wow, this is pretty big. Dante Fowler Jr. plans to sign with the Commanders. Dante Fowler Jr. signing with the Commanders. Dan Quinn continues to bolster his defensive line. That one's coming in from Jordan Schultz.
He's taking a lot of former Cowboys, too.
Oh, yeah. A lot of former Cowboys with him. It kind of reminds me of when the Raiders hired Rod Marinelli, and Marinelli literally was just like, all right, you couldn't make it in Dallas. I'm just going to bring you over here. We don't have the figures yet on that deal on Dante Fowler Jr., but he is going to the Washington Commanders. All right, y'all, let's get into some of these questions. Again, I know that we were kind of away from some of them, so if you want to get your questions up here on the show, hashtag Raiders or Super Chat. Also, 19 likes away from a jelly bean, which, just so you know, it's
yours.
It will be both of us. We didn't do it at 1750. So 2 jelly beans. You want to go spicy or gross?
I think we have to let them.
We got to let them pick? All right, my question to you guys, do you want it to be 2 spicy, 1 spicy, 1 gross, or 2 gross jelly beans?
I think we both do the same. So just either gross or spicy.
Either gross or spicy?
G for gross, S for spicy. What do we do?
All right, fine. 1 spicy, or S for spicy, G for gross.
And then?
And then?
and then?
I mean, I think at this point it is just notorious that they want the gross ones. I think they just so no. So you just gotta pour it in your hand. Take 2. Oh, Christ. What would you guys do? Right hand or left hand? Well, we're not there yet. We
just got to 2,000.
Oh, all right. I still only see whether we're 1 like away. Oh, now we're there. All right. I went right hand last time. For that reason, I'm going to go right hand again. Oh, no. What do you have in your left? Toothbrush. Shit! Oh, man.
I gave you the option, though.
I know you did. I know. What you guys didn't see is Jeremy went, and he switched them.
All right, here we go.
What do you think this flavor is? That one's toothpaste. That one's not bad. Honestly, if you didn't brush your teeth, you're like, I feel better now. Oh, man.
Raider Mike said spitters or quitters, so you can't.
I tell you what.
Wait, what? That's red?
Yeah, I think it's vomit.
It's either earthworm, cinnamon, cherry. Those are the three. Earthworm, cinnamon, or cherry.
Oh,
So two good, I mean, depending on how you like cinnamon.
I love cinnamon. All right, here we go. Oh, Christ.
Yeah? Earthworm?
Oh, my God. Put that on a hook and drop it in the ocean.
Does it taste like worm?
I'll be real. I've never eaten a worm, but that tastes awful. I mean, that was... I'm trying to even think of what it tastes like.
The mint one's actually good.
You know what it reminded me of? And it's just because we've had these before. It reminded me of the bandage. Remember the old bandage one?
Oh, yes.
To me, that's what that tasted like. Old bandage.
All right, let's go through some super chats. Blaine Bonner.
Oh, my God.
Drafting Jayden Daniels is beginning to look unrealistic. Trade for Fields, draft Quinion Mitchell in round 1, Braden Fisk round 2, RT in round 3. What are your thoughts?
I guess my question is, you think that first Justin's going to go for a 4th? I still feel like Chicago's going to get at least a 3rd-round pick. However, though, like the big part of this conversation, and I want to just pull up every single quarterback depth chart right now because that's what we have to do. Bills got Josh Allen. Tua, the Patriots still need a quarterback. So that's one team that still needs a quarterback. Jets are good. Ravens are good. Bengals are good. Steelers are good. Browns are good. Colts are good. Texans are good. Jags. Titans. Will Levis. Think we're good there?
I think good.
All right, good there. Broncos. That's a team that needs a quarterback. Chiefs. You got the Raiders. Still need a quarterback. Chargers are good. Cowboys are good. Giants. Still need a QB. And Daniel Jones, or are we?
Is Daniel Jones the QB next year? Marsh said if he's healthy.
All right, so 3, maybe 4. Then you got the Eagles. They're good. Commanders, let's just say 4 or 5. The Bears, 6, but he ain't going there. Lions are good. Packers are good. Vikings, that's 6. I mean, you're looking at 6 teams in the NFL right now that still need a starting quarterback. However, 2 of those teams, let's take those off, so now we're down to 4, are in the top 3. So 4 teams. All right, here we go. The Las Vegas Raiders are expected to cut Jimmy Garoppolo tomorrow. So that's news. I say we run with it. Let's make a video on it. The Las Vegas Raiders, this news is coming in right now from Diana Rossini, which remember, the Raiders had to make a decision on Jimmy G by tomorrow. He also had some of his deals that were kind of guaranteed by the 17th, but it is now looking like it is officially official that the Raiders, their plan here is to cut Jimmy Garoppolo tomorrow. Coming up here on the show, we're going to get into all the nuances around this move and how much money the Las Vegas Raiders saved. Again, this report is coming out from Diana Rossini. We don't know if it's a post-June 1st cut or if it's just an outright cut right away. But once I get that information, I would say then that we probably go ahead and move forward and try to get something going here around the Raiders. Now, again, they're expected to move on from him. I don't want to make a video yet on it because depending on if he's a post-June 1st cut or if he's just an outright cut is totally, totally different. Because of the performance-enhancing drugs, the Raiders are going to save money anyway. It just depends on how much money you want and when you want it. Yes, I have everything. No, not necessarily yet, but yeah, just some of that kind of stuff. I mean, I already have a lot of the player cards just because of I have a lot of the player cards just because shit, I meant to put that in thumbnail. Around the Raiders, again, we don't know if it's a post-June 1st cut or if it's a just regular outright cut. So once we get that information, we'll be able to All right, we have the information out. It says that the Raiders are just going to straight up cut Jimmy Garoppolo. They're not going to designate him as a post-June 1st cut. So that's pretty big news here. All right, so that's the video that I want to make right now. So according to Sean Reed, the Raiders are going to cut him straight up. So if you can make this here as well. They're going to, according to Sean Reed, the Raiders are going to cut Garoppolo straight up, so they'll free up 11 point. Interesting. The Raiders are going to cut they're going to save $11.3 million immediately, and it's going to happen tomorrow. Yeah, probably a little bit. Definitely need to a little bit. And maybe even like the thumbnail, because it says like they're going to do it tomorrow. So I probably got to switch up a few things here. All right, y'all, this is the breaking news that's rolling in right now, which we knew that the Raiders were going to cut Garoppolo. What? Okay. So the news is that the Raiders are going to cut Garoppolo tomorrow. It sounds like Diana is saying that there are a few teams interested, which maybe to just bring him in as a backup quarterback. And according to Sean Reed, the Raiders will cut Garoppolo straight up, so they're going to free up $11.3 million immediately in cap space to spend. I do find this to be a little bit interesting. That just means that the Raiders are going to eat $17 million, so they did have the opportunity to designate Garoppolo as a post-June 1st cut. Can you change this to get something on screen? They did have an idea of they could have cut him to be a post-June 1st cut. They would have saved $24 million. They would have only eaten $4 million. However, they would not have been able to use that money until after the season. This also then frees them up for the following year as well. So if the Raiders would have designated Garoppolo as a post-cut, then what they would have had to end up doing here is they would have paid for 2025 a little bit of dead money on that. By the Raiders just cutting him outright, right now they're like, sure, we're going to eat $17 million right now. However, then they're not going to have to deal with anything the following season, which is kind of an interesting thing to at least think about. So what we're going to be doing here on today's show is we're going to get into the latest here around the Raiders cutting Jimmy Garoppolo tomorrow. With the Raiders doing this, I'm also kind of waiting to see what they decide to do with Hunter Renfrow on top of that. My question to the nation out there before we get into this cut here, give me a yes, give me a no. Was Jimmy Garoppolo the worst free agent of all time here for the Raiders, like signing-wise? Now, we threw out a lot of other names. Trent Brown, Corey Littleton, LaMarcus Joyner, Carl Nassib has been thrown out there. Sean Smith has been a name that's been thrown out there. So, a lot of other things. Also, the Raiders haven't officially cut Brian Hoyer or Jerry Tillery. Like, they're moving on from them, but all the announcements are going to come out tomorrow. And once the Raiders officially take Hoyer, Tillery, and Jimmy G off the books, Las Vegas is going to have an extra $13.6 million to spend, which I find very interesting because when you look at a lot of the contract projections for a cornerback like Kendall Fuller, it's actually exactly $13.6 million. So, I mean, I'll tell you this. The move of Garoppolo, bringing him in at 3 years, 72, I hate to say I told you so, but I told you that Jimmy G was never going to be a good quarterback for the Las Vegas Raiders. It was my number one thing I didn't want them to do last season, and it looks like that's happening. So we are going to get everything together here. We're going to do a nice little highlight cut. Somebody said CTESPN said it first from Mr. Raider Nation. Nah, we don't bring up that guy. Though he is a very interesting follow right now on Twitter. I will admit that. I don't follow him, but is what it is. All right, so Jordan, I see you. Guadalupe says, yes, Misty, AB was a trade. Correct. The Raiders traded the 3rd and a 5th round pick for Antonio Pierce. It was not a signing. Kitty Cake says, buy Carr Jr. Yeah, I mean, as much as people like to rip on DC was light years better than what Jimmy Garoppolo was last year for the Raiders. I mean, Jimmy G was disgraceful. I mean, the fact that people legitimately thought that he was going to be the fact that people thought he was going to be the answer it's sad. I get the fact that you want to be hyped up for your team, and I felt the exact same way. You sit here all offseason, you're like, you try to motivate yourself. Like, can Jimmy G be a good leader? Can he be this? Can he be that? And it just never was any of those things, because the moment he stepped onto the field, you could see this guy had absolutely no, and I mean no, arm strength whatsoever. All right, y'all, so the breaking news here on the Raiders report that we're breaking down right now is the Las Vegas Raiders. They're going to cut Jimmy Garoppolo tomorrow, and it is going to be a outright cut. Outright cut by the Raiders, and that's going to save them about $11.3 million that they're going to be able to spend right away. Other moves that are going to happen tomorrow, official, remember, Brian Hoyer, Jerry Tillery. So look for the Raiders, who right now, according to SpoTrack, have about $29 million to spend. They're going to be somewhere around $43 million in salary cap space starting tomorrow. So just, again, Las Vegas still has plenty of money. They still have a lot of other spots that they need to go out and to address. I don't think that Garoppolo is going to be the only name that they move on from. The other name that I would keep in mind there is Hunter Renfrow. They're probably going to designate him as a post-June 1st cut. The Raiders and all NFL teams, you can designate 2 players every offseason as a post-June 1st cut. So just keep that in mind. You can designate at least 2 players as a post-June 1st cut. However, the only players that it actually made sense for the Las Vegas Raiders was 1, Jimmy Garoppolo, 2, Hunter Renfrow. So it sounds like Jimmy G is not getting that post-June 1st cut. They want to take the money right away. They want to be able to spend it. And because that's their mentality, I do kind of feel like that there's a player, maybe a few players in mind that they have at least an idea of, hey, we're not going to wait. We got to go get some of these guys right now in free agency. We got 2,500 people here watching the show. If you're happy that the Raiders are cutting Jimmy Garoppolo, hit that like button. I think every single person watching the show right now, unless they're related to Garoppolo, is got to be happy that the Raiders are cutting him. I mean, this was a move that we knew was not going to work out. Begged the Raiders not to do it. They ended up doing it anyway. Is what it is. But now we can finally say, all right, we got to wipe our hands clean, with as many things that even kind of smell like Josh McDaniels. I mean, shit, today Jeremy Chuggs and I, we've been eating these freaking terrible jelly beans. If Bean Boozled or Harry Potter wanted to make a jelly bean flavor, they call it Josh McDaniels, and it tastes like shit, because that's all he did for this Raiders team. Was an absolute garbage, was an absolute cancer, and I don't say that word lightly, but that's what Josh McDaniels was, and that's what he is at this point. So was Jimmy Garoppolo the worst free agent of all time signing here by the Raiders? Coming up on the show, we're going to get into the breaking news here of the Raiders moving on from Jimmy G. Not going to be a post-June 1st cut. It is an outright cut. The Raiders save $11.3 million. Raiders save $11.3 million, and it ends up being a $17 million dead cap hit. Let me just double check, but I'm pretty sure that's it off the top of my head. So, correct. It is a technically $0.1 million dead cap hit. But by the Raiders doing this, they clear the books. So now they got nothing tied in with Jimmy G, not for next year. So the reason why that the Raiders are doing this also, if you remember when the contract restructure happened for Garoppolo, they added 2 void years on that. Now, I'm not really sitting up here saying that the void years matter all that much, but because the one void year has $8.5 million of that dead cap hit, the Raiders are saying, all right, F it, we're just going to cut. We're going to spend the extra money this year. We're going to cut them now. We're going to take the $17 million dead cap hit. That way we don't have to worry about the dead cap hits in the following seasons. What's up? Raiders expected to cut Jimmy Garoppolo tomorrow. Yeah, I think that would probably be a good idea. Just throw Jimmy G's name in there. Probably doesn't hurt. All right, y'all. So that's the news as of right now. Garoppolo is expected to get cut tomorrow, which, again, this is not like earth-shattering. We knew that the Raiders were going to move on from Jimmy G. We knew that the Raiders had a certain benchmark that they needed to make in terms of when they were going to do it. But is what it is. Moving on from Jimmy Garoppolo. Hasta la vista, Jimmy G. And as Graf said, head to the Bunny Ranch. Going to the Bunny Ranch. We also got some breaking news here around the Colts. They're signing Kenny Moore to a 3-year, $30 million deal, making him the highest nickel corner in NFL history. Highest paid nickel corner in NFL history, 3 years, $30 million. That's kind of interesting. And if y'all want to celebrate the Raiders cutting Jimmy G with me, I'm not going to lie, I'm kind of ready to turn up here. Somebody said Albert Hainsworth. This is really just for the Raiders, this question. So I see Patrick B says Albert Hainsworth, which, yeah, that's probably up there. I'm saying just for the Raiders. Worst signing all time by the Raiders. All right, I'm ready to get this thing rocking and rolling. Aha. I don't know. Sometimes the way I say things, I guess, changes. You ready? All right, Chuggs is ready to go. You guys ready to get into this breaking news here that the Raiders are going to be moving on from Jimmy Garoppolo tomorrow? If the answer to that is yes, then please hit that like button right now. Raider Nation, what's going on? It's Mitchell Renz here, host of the Raiders Report, and we got some breaking news to discuss. The Las Vegas Raiders are going to be cutting Jimmy Garoppolo tomorrow, and it is not going to be a post-June 1st cut. This news is rolling in here from Diana Rossini, and I do find it very interesting that the Raiders are deciding to not designate him as a post-June 1st cut. However, when you look at the logistics of Garoppolo's contract and with the amount of contracts that Jimmy G has done here with this Raiders team, I'm going to tell you why the Raiders are deciding to cut him now instead of designating him as a post-June 1st cut, which I actually thought was going to happen. Now, one of the people that is putting out there that the Raiders are not going to designate him as a post-June 1st cut is Tashawn Reed here on Twitter, and he says that the Raiders will cut Garoppolo straight up, so they're going to free up $11.3 million in immediate cap space when they cut him tomorrow. So if you remember, the Raiders had to make a decision on Garoppolo by the 17th, but there's also another deadline, which was by the 13th on top of that. So by the Raiders here deciding that, you know what, we're not going to do the post-June 1st cut and cutting him right away, yes, you're going to eat more dead money, but you are going to have this money ready to spend right away at $11.3 million. So the news originally, though, came in from Diana Rossini that said that the Raiders are expected to cut quarterback Jimmy Garoppolo tomorrow, according to sources, and she said that there are a few teams interested. There probably is going to be a team or two that's interested in Jimmy G, and Garoppolo is probably going to end up signing a cheap veteran backup type of deal to go to another roster to just sit there and be what Jimmy G is, a backup quarterback in the NFL. But, let's be realistic here. We knew that this was a horrible move by Josh McDaniels, and I want everybody right now, because there's not too often that I make a video that I'm very confident that all 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, however many people watch this video, everybody's happy that Jimmy Garoppolo just got cut. This was a worthless signing by the Raiders and Josh McDaniels. And as far as I'm concerned, as much as we can wipe our hands clean with the cancer that is Josh McDaniels, I'm willing to wipe my hands clean with literally everything, because the moment that the Raiders signed Jimmy G, I stood up here on this show, heck, even before that, and I begged the Raiders. I sat up here and I said the worst thing possible that this organization could do last offseason is give Garoppolo a contract. So what does Josh, the idiot McClown McDaniels do? Gives Garoppolo a 3-year, $72 million contract. The Raiders gave this guy $72 million to put up the numbers that you just saw up on screen. It was a terrible signing. It just goes to show that Josh McDaniels has no idea what he's doing. But you know what? We're moving forward here with Antonio Pierce. We're moving forward here with Tom Telesco, and I think it's the right decision. Here's going to be a fun question, though. It's going to be the pinned comment on today's show. Was the signing of Jimmy Garoppolo at 3 years, $72 million, the worst free agency signing in Raiders history? Not NFL, in Raiders history. Scroll on down and let me know, yes or no. My answer after this YouTube ad break. At the quarterback position, I'd say yes, it is. Luckily, Jimmy G did his own little dumb thing here and took the performance-enhancing drugs, and the Raiders aren't going to be on the hook for as much money as what they originally would have been on the hook for. If Jimmy G doesn't get hit with the PEDs, then I think a lot more people are like, yeah, we literally just threw $72 million down the drain. And yes, the Raiders did waste a little bit of money, no doubt about that. However, I do think the Trent Brown signing's got to be a name to throw out there, right? The Raiders essentially paid him $71,000 per snap. Another name that comes to mind, Corey Littleton, 3 year, $36 million. LaMarcus Joyner was a bad move. And these are just some in the most recent years. If there's other signings, bad signings by the Raiders that I am forgetting, please let me know down in the comments section below. Now, the breaking news here is this, that the Raiders are going to be moving on from Jimmy Garoppolo, and this is a move that we knew was going to happen. This was a move that was expected. And when it does officially happen tomorrow, We'll also talk about it, but I'm live here on the Raiders Report right now, and anytime breaking news happens, we got you covered. So make sure you hit that subscribe button. Make sure you turn on those notifications because anybody can talk about breaking news. It's actually not that difficult. Anybody can be a person that reiterates, hey, Jimmy Garoppolo's getting cut, but the reason why you watch the show is to learn the why, and I'm going to tell you on today's show why the Raiders decided to cut Jimmy Garoppolo and not designate him as a post-June 1st cut, but to designate him as a outright cut right now. So if you haven't, hit that subscribe button. For Las Vegas, they've been looking for a quarterback. Originally, remember, we had Jimmy Garoppolo come in. They were looking for somebody that was going to be a little bit better than Derek Carr, and I'll tell you right now, Derek Carr was light years better than Jimmy G was. I mean, that's a cold, hard fact. The problem was you went from one quarterback in Derek that wasn't a franchise QB, and you went with another QB, and Jimmy Garoppolo, let's face it, was also not a franchise style of quarterback. So you forced Brian Hoyer to go on the field. You forced Aiden O'Connell to go on the field. And what's even more frustrating is the Raiders actually thought Jimmy G was going to be healthy. And I'm actually happy that he wasn't healthy because when he was on the field, he was really, really bad. So the fact now that the Raiders, they needed to make a decision before March 17th, this was something that we knew, and that Garoppolo, if he would have been on the Raiders by March 17th, he would have made an extra $11.25 million. By Las Vegas doing this, I do think it's the right thing to do by Jimmy G. He was a player that was liked and respected in that locker room. You're giving him an opportunity to still go out and sign with some football team. But the reason why I do find this a little bit intriguing is because of if the Raiders would have cut him and they would have designated it as a post-June 1st cut. Now, if you remember, NFL teams can designate 2 players in an offseason to be post-June 1st cuts. I'm a believer that one of them is going to be Hunter Renfrow. Just makes sense. And I thought the other one was going to be potentially Jimmy Garoppolo. So when you designate a player as a post-June 1st cut, you cut them from your roster, but you don't get the money until after June 1st. So if the Raiders would have went this route, they could have saved $24 million. You would have eaten $4.27 million. However, the Raiders would have still, and this is the reason why they did this, the Raiders still would have had to pay, if my math is mathing correctly here, about, you're looking at $12 million next offseason in dead cap space. And so by the Raiders deciding to go this route, you're not going to have to pay all that dead money next year. The way that they're doing is they're going, wiping their hands clean with it. They are going to eat $17 million by cutting Jimmy Garoppolo today, tomorrow. They are going to eat $17 million, but they are saving $11.3, and they want to be able to use that $11.3 now instead of holding on to the money and using the $24 million after post-June 1st. So to me, the Raiders got a guy in mind, or they have maybe a few players in mind that they're looking for and that they're going out and getting, because you make a move like this because you want to be aggressive in free agency. So my question down there below is, who do you want to sign with the Jimmy Garoppolo money? I do want to add this. It hasn't been officially official yet that it's hit the books, but the Raiders are obviously already moving on from Brian Hoyer. You're already moving on from Jerry Tillery. So when you add the Jerry Tillery money, the Brian Hoyer $92,000, and now the $11.3 million with Jimmy Garoppolo, you're going to be somewhere around $13.6 million of extra money that you're going to add. And according to Spotrac, as it stands right now, the Raiders are somewhere around $29 million of salary cap money. So with the addition of 13, let's just say right now the Raiders are going to be somewhere around $44 million after these moves end up happening and going down tomorrow. For me, some of the names that I'd like the Raiders to go out and get, I want a number one corner. If Antonio Pierce is going to call it a priority to get a number one corner on this roster, a name that I'm going to look at is Kendall Fuller. Kendall Fuller is the number one corner out there available. Another corner, probably a little bit less expensive, is Xavier Howard. I think he's got some juice left in his step. Maybe even a dude like a Dory Jackson. Those would be the top 3 corners that I would target right now. A name that I'll just continue to throw out there at the linebacker position, maybe somebody like a Devin White. He's got some connections with Mike Caldwell from their time back with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers when Caldwell was an inside linebacker coach. Definitely a name to keep in mind. I know that some people wanted the Raiders to go out and address the running back room. I'm good on the running back room, only looking to draft in that regard. And if you can add at least another offensive guard, maybe an offensive tackle, the Raiders are confident in Thayer Munford, but I would like the Silver and Black to add an offensive guard, maybe like a Greg Van Roten, and just be that 6th man to just incorporate and build a little bit more depth there in the trenches. So as it stands right now, these are the Raiders free agency moves. You're able to re-sign Ameer Abdullah to a 1-year, $1.85 million deal. special teams, scat back type of guy. Andre James, really, really good move there. I know it says offensive tackle. He is a center, though, for the Raiders, obviously. Signed a 3-year, $24 million deal. Wilkins was the big winner there. I mean, huge, big-time defensive tackle. And then Gardner Minshew at the quarterback position. These are the 4 moves that the Raiders have made so far. And, yeah, you've missed out on Amik went to the Lions. Josh Jacobs went to the Packers. Bilal Nichols went to the Arizona Cardinals. I'm trying to think of some other moves off the top of my head. Jermaine Illuminor goes to the New York Giants. I do think the Raiders put their priorities in the right spot, building in the trenches. This one I'm still a little bit uneasy about, despite what some tweets might say out there, right? If you want to give me a follow on IG or on Twitter, I want you to find me that I'm at Mitchell Renz 365, and anytime that Raiders news happens, I do my best to keep you guys, like, right away. Like, I try to keep you guys up to date with everything going on as soon as it happens. IG, Twitter. I will say, if you want to get to know, like, me and my personal life a little bit more, if you want more dog stuff from Chuck, my fiance, IG, but a lot of news I'm always tweeting out every single day, so stay up to date. Again, y'all, we are live here on the Raiders Report. We're having a day. Chuggs and I have been live for multiple hours here. We're going to be live for the remainder of today as well. Probably going to be live for another 2, 3, 4 hours. We'll see how some of this breaking news happens. So if you're not watching this video live right now, pull up here to the Raiders Report, subscribe, join in, because live right now we got over 2,600 people watching. I don't know about you, I like hanging out with 2,600 Raider fans, so make sure you pull up here to the live stream. All right, what up, J-Roy? I see ya.
Didn't want the player listicle.
Which one? DC? Well, I didn't know where we were going with it. I was like, how do I kind of, like, I had to think about it for a few seconds, and then I started talking about it, so I didn't know if you were going to go with it, but...
I thought you were just going to apologize to Raider Nation.
No, I'm not going to do that. No, I'm not going to do that. What up, J-Roy?
J-Roy.
Mitch, you witch? Do you have an itch? You be Lilo, I'll be Stitch. I'll make you rich, but you threw my heart in a ditch. But hey, let's watch Hitch. All right, best rhyme. Best rhyme of the day.
Best rhyme I've seen all day.
Best rhyme of the day goes to J-Roy.
Mystic.
That's my boy. What up, Mystic? If you get a soundboard, put in L.A. Knight.
Yeah!
We should try to get a soundboard.
With that, everybody saying, L.V. Raiders.
Yeah! Panthers, they just signed defensive tackle Ashawn Robinson to a 3-year, $22.5 million deal. I think the only thing that our company's a little bit worried with soundboard is there's got to be certain sounds that we get approved, and YouTube is very strict with certain things. Like they're
Boing.
They are very weird. Let's go to Brandon Johns.
No, Brennan Johns.
Brennan Johns. Thoughts on LeBron James to be quarterback, and I'm guessing Michael Jordan at wide receiver.
So I'm just going to put this out there. I know there's a lot of old heads in the chat. Probably some
Keyshawn Nixon going back to the Packers, 3-year, $18 million.
Oh, wow. I know a lot of probably 90s basketball heads in here. Have y'all seen the clips going around about how MJ doesn't have a left hand? Michael Jordan, not good with his left hand, apparently. Is he just a 90s Jaylen Brown?
Oh, man.
I don't know.
I think that's
people are talking.
Little bit of a hot take.
People are talking MJ not as good as we thought. LeBron certified the GOAT. Have you seen this?
I've seen the debate, but here's the thing. I wasn't alive during the 90s, so I'm not going to talk about MJ. I'm also not a hoop head, so
I think that automatically takes Michael Jordan out of the GOAT discussion.
Yeah, the problem is you're never going to solve this debate. Like, I think Michael's a better scorer than LeBron. I think
Micah, that's right. We done with the 90s. That's what's trending right now.
I think LeBron is the better athlete.
I got my hoop heads out here. They're all looking at me, nodding in agreement. They're saying, yeah, MJ, not the GOAT. He couldn't use his left.
I mean, I think
Marsh looks like he's agreeing with me.
I mean, it's like saying this. Like, it's like saying Tom Brady couldn't scramble, so he's not the greatest quarterback of all time. Like,
but he could.
Mahomes is more athletic. Like, he's a more athletic quarterback than Brady, and probably a better, but I still would say Brady is the better QB. Like, to me, LeBron's the better athlete than Michael. I'll say that.
Flip, I appreciate that. My shirt is pink.
It's not pink. Nobody thinks it's pink.
Yeah, my shirt is. It's not maroon.
No. Well,
What do you
this
mean?
is
Sammy
interesting.
says tell LeBron to play defense. His best highlight, arguably of all time, is him blocking Andre Iguodala.
I mean, Michael was a better defender, though, than LeBron. Devontae Parker going to the Eagles. That's kind of an interesting move.
Who?
Devontae Parker, wide receiver, going to Philly.
Wow.
That's kind of an interesting move.
Well, I don't know. Did Philly make sure it was okay with his last team that they could sign him, or is it wrong that they're signing players that once played for other teams? I just want to make sure.
No.
Did the Eagles get permission to sign somebody who
You're
formerly played on another team?
You're
If
just
not-
you're poking the bear.
If not, awful.
Let's go to the next
Awful
one. Rolling in
organization.
here from Nicholas.
Nicholas.
What up, Nicholas? Hey, Mitch, just watched something on NFL Network, and they are saying adding Justin Fields would add 4.3 wins next year. What's your take on that? For the Raiders or just in general? Because I'm guessing you're saying in for the Raiders, it would add 4.3 wins next season. Which, if the Raiders were, I guess, like, to me, if you add Justin Fields, the Raiders aren't winning 12 games. I mean, are you adding 4.3 wins to the 8-9 record? Because with Justin Fields, you're not winning 12. You're not winning 12 games with Justin Fields. Like, I do think that Fields is an upgrade, and you're probably somewhere around that. You're probably somewhere around 10 wins with Fields, but
Oh, Josh Uche.
unless you're saying right now the Raiders with this current team that they have, but I don't agree with that.
Josh Uche back to the Patriots on a one-year deal.
Yep, that is correct.
Joe, thank you for the super chat. Rich Wolf, MTV Real World. Oh, Real World was really good. Oh, and the challenge.
The Road Rules Challenge.
Well, they had a bunch of different seasons, but
Yep.
you've seen the challenge before, right?
Oh yeah, I
With
love that
TJ,
show.
TJ Lavin. Bro, the show I'm watching right now, goated.
What?
Australian Survivor.
Did you love
Australian
Survivor?
TV is bomb. I'm telling you, watch Wentworth on Netflix.
Whitworth?
Wentworth. W-E-N-T Worth.
Okay.
It's Australian Orange is the New Black, basically. It's on Netflix right now.
Okay.
Really freaking good.
I've never seen Orange is the New Black.
It's
so.
won a bunch of awards over there. If you've seen Wentworth, or if you have Netflix, go check it out. If you liked Orange is the New Black, you haven't seen it, but they have no correlation connection. You can watch
Okay.
either or first. It doesn't matter.
I got you. I was gonna say
They're not the same characters at all. It's just like the same premise. It's a women's prison,
Okay.
and it's like drama reality or like a drama series around a woman's prison in Australia. But
That's insane.
these girls are wild.
Wild and yeah, I mean, right now the show Alex is watching, which therefore means I'm watching, is Resident Alien.
Urza backs me up right now. He says,
Love
OMG Wentworth, love it. Raider Dab says W Wentworth. I thought I was special in like finding this TV show that nobody else has seen, but it looks like a lot of other people backing me up right here.
All right, I mean the Big East Star.
You watched Wentworth in college? Really good. The governor.
Hello, governor.
That's who they call, like the head of the prison is called the governor.
The governor.
The governor.
Well, the governor of this show, I like to think is me, and we are 100 away from a boot. Are you doing the first boot or am I?
I say we rock, paper, scissors for it.
Oh,
Classico. Rock, paper, scissors.
or we can go even more classic.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so Joe was trying his hardest to get some comment on here.
Okay.
He sent two $2 super chats. Last one, he got it.
Okay.
Joe got it.
Like Lion Raider fan from Strong Island, living in SoFlo, representing the South Florida Raider Booster Club. Appreciate you. I think we should go for Fuller. I'm with you. I think we should go for Kendall Fuller as well. So this is the South Florida Raiders Booster Club. I think one of my objectives, I'm not even kidding you, is to like, did you see this past year that a YouTuber, I think it was Grossy, went to like all 32 like stadiums or something like that?
I think so, yeah.
I want to be able to go to like all.
Oh, I think that's the guy that Rebel was telling me that he also watches.
Yeah, Grossi. He does Packer stuff, but he went to like all 32 stadiums. One thing that I would love to be able to do is, because I know Raider fans, like their booster clubs always throw like parties and stuff. I want somebody to like put together a calendar of, hey, these are all the Raiders booster club parties like throughout the United States. And we just like, in the month of May or something like that one year, we just like, we go to a bunch. Like we go to one, then we go to another, then we go to another, then we go to another. I think it'd be hella fun. I would do it. I would do it. I was actually just going to ask you if I could go take a quick pee. I know, dude. My bladder honestly was. I think I peed 4 times last night in the middle of the sleep. It was
in the middle of your sleep.
Yep.
On your 8 sleep.
Yep. In the toilet. All right, I'll be right back.
All right, Andrew Garcia. Whoever just said tell your sidekick to shut up. I'm sorry. You said that comment at the worst time, and Mitch just left. So you're getting all sidekick now. You're getting all Robin, no Batman. Getting all, Shaq and Kobe. Who would be the sidekick with Shaq and Kobe? Would Kobe be the sidekick? I'll be Kobe. I don't know. Andrew says, thoughts on Dalvin Cook? I think he's Dalvin cooked. I'm not going to say we called it, but our Vikings host last year kind of brought up this interesting stat, which was expected yards per attempt, and he was awful going into last year. Last year, not any better. I mean, he was obviously non-playable on the Jets. So, I mean, if you bring him in, this is like if one of your running backs gets hurt and you need to sign somebody on like a vet min deal, then you look at Dalvin Cook. But I think he's at the stage of his career where he's Dalvin cooked. Chuggs is Muggsy Bogues. Let's see. 93 Nav, man. I believe Minshew is Raider way at a minimum. QB class this year is not that NFL ready early in draft to me. T and DA would be epic regardless of the quarterback. Do you just go, I mean, imagine Gardner Minshew, starting quarterback. You have Devontae Adams, T. Higgins, Jacoby Myers. Wow. Those 2 wide receivers, in essence, could make any quarterback look like an amazing top 10 quarterback. I mean, if you saw Mitch's tweet, he believes Gardner Minshew has top 10 quarterback potential. The real ones, no. Adam says Chuggsy Bogues. Love it. Chuggsy Bogues. Oh, my goodness. But yeah, I don't hate Minshew. The idea of him starting this year, Mitch says he thinks it would be a wasted year. Definitely, I think he was signed to be the backup, but yeah, T. Higgins and Devontae Adams together would be electric. John, nothing will ever beat Jafat-ass Russell as the worst signing ever. The thing is, John, though, he wasn't a signing. He was a draft pick. I mean, I guess you sign your draft pick, but I wouldn't classify him as a signing. I would classify him as a draft pick for the Raiders. But yeah, the worst Raiders draft pick of all time. Mount Raidermore, Patrick B. Welcome to the chat, buddy. He says, do you think Jacorian Bennett makes a jump at cornerback this year? Second year with PG and Amik gone, we could have this replacement in-house already. The thing is, do you trust Jacorian Bennett or do you trust Jack Jones more? Type JB for Jacorian Bennett, JJ for Jack Jones. I feel like I would rather feel more comfortable Jack Jones and Nate Hobbs being the 2 outside guys rather than Nate Hobbs and Jacorian Bennett. I think Jack Jones, another year in this system, I think he could be a little bit better. I think he showed a little bit more promise than Jacorian Bennett last season. But, I mean, you never know. Jacorian Bennett, it was a rookie season. A lot of guys, it's hard adjusting from college football to the professional level. Everybody's a lot better. That's the next step up in competition. So Jacorian Bennett, even though he wasn't amazing last year, I don't agree with Zeus the Don that he should kick rocks. I think we need to see if he can improve on last year and where he is at in his development. Because, I mean, you think guys aren't always amazing their first year out of college and they end up still being good players. Jordan Poyer, somebody the Bills released this year. A lot of people would say, yeah, he's a good safety. The Eagles actually drafted him and let him go. He wasn't ready to start. He wasn't ready to play getting drafted right out of college. But a couple years in, improving a little bit, maybe he could be somebody who is starting caliber, somebody who is a good corner. But I like the question, Patrick B. I like the question. Eddie De La Rosa, and also Patrick B., that's a wheel spin. $20 wheel spins. When Mitch gets back, I'll go ahead and spin the wheel for you. Eddie De La Rosa, who's a post-June cut now other than Hunter Renfrow? That's an interesting question. I'll have to ask Mitch whenever he gets back, but I mean, nobody. He just looked at me and he said nobody. So the answer is nobody. Linebacker Devin White signing by tomorrow with us. True? I mean, the Raiders, I have heard multiple reports that the Raiders are interested in Devin White, linebacker from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. There are some ties there with the Buccaneers and the current Raiders coaching staff. So it wouldn't be the most shocking move if the Raiders did ink Devin White. The only question I have is how much? How much will Devin White cost the Raiders if they want to sign him in free agency? Can they get him on a cheaper deal? He's been in the league for a little bit. I wouldn't say like extremely old linebacker, but for NFL standards, he's old. Could they get him on a cheaper deal? Pair him with Robert Spillane in the middle, maybe Divine Diablo as well. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Trevor Robledo, $2 super chat. Appreciate that. Chuggs, MJ is Braun's daddy. Shake my head. I don't think that's true. I don't think MJ is LeBron's daddy. I would say it's 1A, 1B. LeBron's the GOAT. MJ is the sheep. It's right there next to each other. Daryl Giltman, how do we feel about Minshew with Devontae? I mean, Minshew, I think he's going to be the backup. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, if he has to play, I mean, Devontae's obviously a really good wide receiver. Minshew would be able to target him and find him. I don't think there would be a problem with that connection at all. And if it is, it'll be more on Minshew's side if he's not able to connect with a wide receiver like Devontae Adams. Part of the reason why I don't like AOC is because he couldn't. Part of the reason why Aiden O'Connell, I don't believe, is the future of the Raiders, is because he couldn't connect with Devontae Adams, who is, in all essence, a top 10 wide receiver in the league. And if you're not able to find, target, and get completions with that guy, who are you going to be able to find connections with? But yeah, Minshew with Devontae, I don't think there should be a problem with that if it does come down to it. Nathan Wolf, Shit Pocket, Resident Alien. Mitch was telling me about Resident Alien as a good show as well. Me and Danny are looking for a new show to watch together. We're currently watching So You Think You Can Dance because Danny loves that show. But I really want to find something else. Not that I don't like So You Think You Can Dance, but I just need a new show. I just need a new show. Al Davis used to go out and get former Heisman winners to play QB a la Jim Plunkett. Mark gets Gardner Minshew. Really? I mean, I think he would like to go get a former Heisman winner in Jayden Daniels. It's just, can you do it? Do you have to give up a ton of draft capital to trade up into the top 4 at least? Like, will a team be willing to do that? Or will the Patriots go ahead and select Jayden Daniels at number 3? If that's the case, you don't really have an option. Like, there's nothing you can do to go draft the Heisman winner. A little tough situation there. But I agree. You want to get a blue-chip quarterback prospect. So my question to you with coming off that is, let me know. Who are the top 5 quarterbacks in the league right now? Let me know down in the comment section. Top 5 quarterbacks in the league right now. Not ranking in any order. My top 5 quarterbacks, this isn't in any order, would be probably Patrick Mahomes. I think Joe Burrow. Ooh, Past those two, it gets a little tricky. I would put C.J. Stroud there.
I think he's trending in the right direction.
And this isn't ranked in any order.
I mean, to me, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, you got to put Lamar Jackson in there, Josh Allen.
Do you have to put Lamar Jackson in there?
No, I guess you don't. I think he's clearly top 5.
Josh Allen.
I mean, and then it comes down to Herbert, C.J. Stroud.
I don't think Trevor Lawrence is there.
Oh, no. I don't even know if Lawrence is a top 10 quarterback. Yeah, I'm probably, if I had to pick, I'm either going to say Herbert or Stroud, which honestly, I might take Stroud.
Did you put Stafford in there?
No.
I've seen some people say Stafford.
No, I don't view him as top 5. I mean, top 5, again, we're talking.
Jalen Hurts?
No.
He struggled last year.
God, no.
God, no.
He's not. Somebody said Purdy. Aaron Rodgers, if he's healthy, but again, if I'm basing it off of right now and right now only, I got to see Aaron Rodgers coming off the Achilles.
Yeah.
But even that, though, I mean, I'm probably taking.
Where do you put AOC?
I'm probably taking Stroud, dude. If you told me Stroud or Justin Herbert right now, I would take Stroud. Nah, Dak, I'm not going to throw into that conversation. Again, Dak to me is top 10. He's not top 5.
Yeah.
I mean, Stroud. I'm saying Stroud or Herbert is probably in my conversation there. But we'll see. Yeah, Dak's top 10. Dak's top 10. Former Raider Nicholas Morrow signing with the Buffalo Bills.
I don't get how I'm getting some Stroud flack, though, in the comments section. I think Stroud is top 5 going into next season. I think if you look at the quarterback landscape, also, good question, where do you put Brock Purdy? That's a tough one.
I'm probably going to put Purdy in that top 10 conversation.
I mean, he's pretty good.
He is pretty good. He is. I would probably put Purdy in that top 10. I think he's earned that right. I also heard that there was a wheel spin or something like that we had to do.
There is a wheel spin.
Okay.
After we talk about Brandon Jasper and locals.
What's up, Brandon?
Locals.
Well, Brandon, unfortunately, since we're going to be live here tomorrow, no locals live.
Oh, but he did want you to take a shot at Fireball because he said rules are rules.
All right, for Brandon, I got you. Brandon. Which, my first Fireball of the day.
All right, Mr. Bakes-a-Lot, you must be baked a now if you're thinking Jordan Love is better than C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, no, I think if you were to ask 32 NFL GMs out there, Jordan Love or C.J. Stroud, I think all 32 say.
I think the Packers say Stroud.
Nah. I mean, that might just be bias for them that they'd say no, but I would say if you were to ask 30 people that know ball, Jordan Love or C.J. Stroud, I'd say all 30, and I don't say that often, are taking C.J. Stroud. Like, how about this? We'll ask the chat. C.J. Stroud or Jordan Love? C.J. or J.L.? I mean,
is Jared Goff top 10?
Again, I think Goff is a really good quarterback. I think he's a better version than Kirk Cousins, but like he's still in that conversation where I don't know if Goff is winning an NFL. Like I don't know if Goff is winning you a Super Bowl.
Yeah. Adrian Clark says, watch Shogun and Ted Lasso. I've already seen Ted Lasso. Have you seen Ted Lasso?
Yes.
I've seen Ted Lasso. Love that show.
It was
Great
good.
show.
We never finished it, though. Alex and I never finished it.
Why?
We just started watching something else, and we never went back to it. It was a good show.
Must have not been that good of a show.
I mean, I liked it. I think it was a show that we would just play in the background when we're, like, cleaning, like, cooking, like,
Jersey
something
Boy
like that.
knows it. CJ, and it's not even close.
Oh, I agree. I think Jordan Love's a very good quarterback, but it's Stroud to me. I do think, though, I heard you talking about Resident Alien. That's a very good show. Do you like Steve the Pirate from Benchwarmers? Or not Benchwarmers, Dodgeball?
I mean,
Does a bear shit in the woods?
I was going to say, Matthew's still upset that I said LeBron over MJ.
I mean, that's the...
We're going to be live on Thursday, and Michael's going to be like, F you, Chuggs.
F this freaking guy,
F
man.
Chuggs in the chat. Shogun, I wanted to start it. I've heard good things.
Yeah, I gotta just get on my... We got to finish Resident Alien, and then we'll go from there. I don't watch as many shows as Alex, and there's the only show that I watch religiously right now is Tournament of Champions with Guy Fieri. I've made it through the first 3 seasons. Like, I love watching. Like, I watch cooking, where Alex likes reality TV. She likes to watch stuff like that.
Then whenever you're in the kitchen, now you have some ideas of like, maybe I can make this.
I make the dummy version of some of the stuff that or come up with the ideas.
They're like, with a pumpkin aioli gastrique. And you're like, yeah, I think I'm just going to make it without that.
I got pumpkin pie. That's what we got. But
Sir, this is a Chili's.
seriously. Alex and I right now, we got to finish Resident Alien. Then
What's your catch of the day?
we'll go from there. All right, let's spin the wheel. I'm down for a good wheel spin here. Also, we are 50 away
Where are we at with
from a boot.
Where are we at with the
What?
with the 50-50?
Oh, well, we got to start a new one because we did that other race.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. If anybody wants to get in our next 50-50 raffle, $10 to enter this one.
Let's do it. 10 to get in, 50-50 raffle if you want in. How about this? First person that joins, I'll give you an extra raffle entry on the house from me. Sound good? Sounds good. First person to get in, you get a free one on the house from me.
Matthew says Chuggs got a 50 in gym class.
50 in gym class. I actually did not do very well in gym. It was not one of my strong subjects. I didn't like to change. And our gym teacher was super strict on what you could wear.
He had to watch you change.
Tequila shot for the Chugster.
I was literally about to say, I was gonna go grab something to maybe snack on in here because I'm a little
hungry.
I'm a hungry boy.
A little hungry guy. I got you. Yeah, this will definitely help you out a little bit then. So if you want to go grab some food.
Yeah, I might leave you with a quick. Oh, actually, I'll stay with you for just a second until we get to this last super chat from Cameron, and I think that's a good one to leave you on.
Who are the bottom 5 starters for what? Quarterback?
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second after we read these next ones.
All right.
From Nick Patrick.
What up, Nick? Nation needs to chill on Minshew. Dude knows football and will be valuable in the quarterback room for AOC and whoever we draft. I mean, Saban wanted him as an assistant at Bama
L'chaim.
before he made, I don't know what that says, trying to see the remainder of it, before he made Washington State a top 10 team. I'm not saying that he doesn't know ball. I'm not saying that he's not going to be valuable. However, though, I would rather than if he's this valuable for this mindset, I'd rather than you just hire somebody as a quarterback coach. I'd rather you just hire him as a quarterback coach and not take away from our salary cap, right? It kind of goes back to the conversation of last year with Brian Hoyer. Yes, 2 totally different numbers, but I said up here on the show, and I go, the Raiders are going to sign Brian Hoyer because it's what Josh McDaniels does. And instead of you taking away a roster spot from somebody else, Minshew's light years better than Hoyer, but, if you're just bringing in somebody in to be that coach or whatever, you could just bring him in to be a coach. Don't spend the $15 million or $25 million per year. Yeah. I agree that the Raiders, with Minshew, people are freaking out a little bit, but people are freaking out because it was, in my mind, and a lot of people's mind, I thought Aiden O'Connell was good enough to just be a backup on his own. I thought the Raiders were going to go out there and draft a quarterback, and now you're looking at a situation where, where you just spent some money that you could have potentially used in free agency this year. Now, he's only got a $7 million cap hit this year, though.
Obi-Kwan Kenobi.
All right, we got a shame Zig didn't override Josh to pull that trade for CJ, since Dave really wanted to move up and go after him and would have cost less.
Could you imagine if the Raiders traded? Because originally the Raiders really wanted to trade up to number 1 last year to get CJ Stroud. Yeah.
I mean, this just goes to show that McDaniels didn't know what he was doing. We were told that Ziegler was going to have final say over the roster construction. That proved to not be the truth. I mean, the thing with McDaniels, and it's that God complex where you just think you're always right. You never think that you're wrong. And the other part is when McDaniels would be wrong, he wouldn't really take blame for it. He would push it off on other people. And You know, like that's just, you're not going to learn from that.
McDaniels and them saying Ziegler had the option is like when your girlfriend tells you or your wife tells you, you pick dinner tonight. Where do you want to go? And then you give an option and she's like, I don't want that. How about Olive Garden? No, that doesn't sound good. So what do you want? No, you choose.
Yeah.
Be like,
I just did.
Texas Roadhouse. No. Be like, so you're choosing dinner.
So we're going to McDonald's again.
Culver's? Yes.
But no, you're right though, and that's kind of what happened, I think, here with McDaniels. He couldn't get out of his own way.
Yeah.
He couldn't get out of his own
All
way.
right, and this is the one I'm going to leave you on while I go grab a quick bite. I'll be right out there. I'll be right back.
This is going to be an interesting debate.
Who are the bottom 5 starting quarterbacks in the NFL?
All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go look at all the quarterbacks for each team, and the way that I'll do it is I'll base it off of who is listed as the number 1 quarterback on a depth chart. And obviously for the Raiders, we can debate here, but if we are talking about whether it's Aiden O'Connell or Gardner Minshew, they're on this list. So if you want to talk about bottom 5 starters, Gardner Minshew, Aiden O'Connell are on this list here. After that, as it stands right now, I'd probably put the New England Patriots up there because their starting QB at this moment is Jacoby Brissett, though obviously we anticipate that they're going to end up taking a quarterback. Let's see here. I thought that something just came in for Calvin Ridley. Doesn't look like it did. Other quarterback that I would say is probably a bottom QB. Right now, the Broncos have got to be in that discussion. Jarrett Stidham is their QB, so there's a few on top of that. Washington right now has got Sam Howell, though Howell's not great, but the Vikings, Sam Darnold, that's a bottom QB right now. Those would be probably my answers. Another name to at least keep in mind, so Stidham, so the Broncos, Raiders, Stidham, O'Connell. Will Levis might be in that discussion as being a bottom 5 starting quarterback right now. Jacoby Brissett, I think I answered it though. There's, again though, you're talking about some of those teams, they're going to get a QB, they're going to address that room. Daniel Jones has got to be up there too. I think Daniel Jones could be a potential bottom 5 QB. Somebody said Desmond Ridder, but he's not a starter. I'm looking at who's the starter on their teams. Kirk Cousins is the starting quarterback for the Atlanta Falcons, so he's not a bottom 5 starter in the NFL. All right, y'all, we got 2,100 people here tuned in, watching the Raiders Report. What's funny is usually this is the time of the day when Chuggs and I are just getting our live show going, but we have been live today for about 4 hours and 15 minutes, and essentially the only thing that has happened right now in Raider world is it's been now news. We knew that the Raiders were going to move on from Jimmy Garoppolo, but now it's officially official that they plan on moving on from him tomorrow. With that move, the Raiders are going to save $11.3 million. It's not going to be a post-June 1st cut, and because the Raiders are deciding to do that, they are going to take more of a cap hit this year with $17 million, and they are just going to free up the situation. If the Raiders would have went post-June 1st, they also would have been on the books for $12.8 million in dead cap hit space next season. So because of that, they're like, you know what, F it. We're just going to clean our hands with it, move on. So they're cutting Jimmy G outright right away. Also, Hoyer and Tillery become on the books tomorrow. So Las Vegas is going to have somewhere around an extra $13.6 million to be able to spend, which I'm excited to see what other moves this team does, because there are still a lot of other moves that this organization could try to pull off, because they have plenty of holes, and they have plenty of cap space in order to do something. Okay, so the situation here with Calvin Ridley seems to be a very interesting one. So if you don't know what the situation is, it sounds like the Patriots are interested in signing Calvin Ridley, but Ridley, based on reports, wants to remain in Jacksonville. And now there's some extra contract details that are starting to flow out here on Ridley. We'll see what he ends up doing here. I don't know what's going to happen. Frankie, old school NBA. Yeah, I don't know. How about this? To figure out how old everyone is here in the chat, I want to know, how old are you? Let me know down in the chat right now, how old are you? Because there's still a debate going on between LeBron, Michael, 90s babies, all this kind of stuff. How old are you? I'm curious to see what are the ages looking like here. And for those that do not know, we are 50 away. And I mean 50 away from a boot. What do you got? Ooh, you got a little lunchy. Looks like a little snackable. Some granola. I can't figure out what that is. What do you got? Chug's got some lunch here. Low-cal crackers. All right, that's what I heard. That's what I thought. How about this? Also, I want to tell some people who are in for this duck race here. What do you got for me? A pine berry? Pineapple and strawberry mixed from Chuggs. There's a chance that this might be 50 milligrams. Very good. You put some of that spicy shit on there. Some tahini. Heat it up. I will say this. I am hooked to tahini and fruit, which I've never had tahini before I moved down here. I've never had tahini before I started dating Alex, really. Tahini on fruit. You know what I've recently do? Do you like tahini on fruit? You should try this. Take your fruit, put it in a blender, okay? And like how you would make your creamy, and then put a bunch of tahini inside of that and make an ice cream out of it. I did it last weekend. Very good. Refreshingly good. It was refreshingly good. All right, y'all. I'm going to start shouting out some names here. The names that you're going to hear are the people that are in for our duck race. What is this? Chicken salad cracker. Where's this from? This is my favorite. Dude, Trader Joe's chicken salad is unbelievable. So Alex and I, we call it crack. So when you said earlier, like, crack, like, I'm not, like, out, because I'm like, this thing's addicting, like, crack. The other day, we were in Trader Joe's, and I look at her, and I go, get some crack. And some guy, like, his head whipped around so quick. And I was like, yeah, maybe we can call it that at home. But at Trader Joe's, let's call it what it is. All right, let's give some shout-outs here to some peeps that are in.
Funny you mentioned that. Me and Danny actually call Oreos meth.
Really? No. Hey, if the shoe fits, right? All right, here are the people. Here are the people that are in our race here. And I do want to say that the first person that got in was Luis Rodriguez. So, Luis, I'm going to give you an extra entry into this duck race here. The next name that is in, super close, Ray Aguirre. Luis beat Ray by, I'm not kidding you, half a second. Hang on. Nathan Wolf, you in? I see Tim Guyton in. Hopefully I pronounced that right. The Great Tuna and Brandon Jasper in. We got Misty Williamson is in. Daniel freaking Jimenez in. Paul Edgley, Mr. Paul Edgley, you in. Pepper Jack, that's a new name, in. Anthony Parks, in. Jason E.B., and then I see Jacob Byers. So as it stands right now, $10 Venmo for a chance to win $70. As it stands right now. $10 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. Adam White, you are in. Also, Chuggs, how many subs are we at? We gotta be getting close to 167, no? What are you smiling at? You're scaring me. No, I got you. Also, we are 2 likes away from a jelly bean. Are you hungry? You want a jelly bean? A little jelly bean on a cracker. You think you could do it?
Well, while I'm here, my new wife is in the chat. Shout out to Mrs. Chuggs.
To the wife.
The one who makes it all possible, Alex and Danny. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them.
Yeah. I mean, it's
taking care of our fur babies.
True.
We wouldn't be able to have dogs.
I honestly wouldn't be able to have a dog. I wouldn't. With our schedule, there's no way.
Everybody spam Miss Chuggs in the comment section.
Miss Chuggs.
Today you become a Chuggs.
Danny Chuggs. Kind of rolls off the tongue. Though I feel like it's a lot cooler for a man to be like, hey, my nickname's Chuggs, where a woman, if she's like, hi, I'm Miss Chuggs.
It's Mrs. Chuggs to you. But no, yeah. Check out the hardware.
The hardware.
Are you going? Question for you. Well, first, try this. Danny got me these apple chips.
Oh, dude, I've had these before. These are gas.
What kind of ring are you going with? Because I'm not a jewelry guy. I'd never even thought of it.
I'm going to get a gold and a silver one.
Gold and silver?
Yeah, I'm going to get 2.
Oh, you're going to get, okay, I thought you were saying in one ring. I was like, that is
No,
gold.
I'm just going to get 2. To be honest, I'm going to probably be pretty basic.
Basic Mitch.
Yeah, I think what I want, so there's 2 things that I want to do before I get married. One, what?
Queen Sarah Otto said, Mrs. Chuggs, are we going to have a little Chuggs or maybe a Chuggette?
One of the things that I really want to do is I want to get tattooed, and I've said this before, 1957 on my ring finger. That's when my grandparents got married. And I've thought about putting like that engraving in a ring as well, like on the inside of it. But in terms of like the wedding ring, I'll probably just stick to pretty basic. Though Alex, I think it's called like a bevel cut, where it's like just cut in like a little bit.
Yeah.
But I want to have a gold one and I want to have a silver one. That way, when I wear silver, I can rock that one.
I had never even thought of rings. And when we went to go ring shopping and stuff, they were like, okay, so what do you want for yours? And I was like, no clue.
And when I was in New York last year, or maybe at this point 2 years ago with Alex, we went ring shopping and she was looking at stuff and they did the exact same thing with me. It was kind of, you don't even think about it. Realistically, you don't even think about it.
Ryan said, a nick and chug it.
A what? Oh, instead of a chicken nugget.
A nick and chug it.
Yeah, that's close.
Oh, yeah. But no, yeah, I went with it's brushed gold, so it's not like super shiny. I didn't want to be like, I don't know.
Oh.
They're wanting to know, Mitch, are you Lionel Messi or Cristiano Ronaldo? Who's your GOAT?
Let's go with Messi.
Messi.
I have no idea.
Go!
I have absolutely no idea. Besides quarterback, name a player the Raiders should draft at 13. Do you want to do a mock draft today when you get done eating?
Yeah.
Would you guys want to do a mock draft, just like F around, and we'll do a mock draft together? You guys be down? The question would be, do we do it on PFF, PFN? I say we do no trades, though. Like, we do picks at 13, 44, something like that. Would you guys be down? Let me know. Why for yes and for no if we did just a mock draft together right now where, we'll pull one up. We'll say, like, what players are available and all that. I'll kind of read through the list, and then we'll build our own mock draft. Kill some time? Sounds good to me. Seeing a lot of yeses. What up, Good? What up, Tech? To the Soul, Elias, Carlos, Marin, Rivera, Smallbird. Here all in the chat, rocking and rolling with us. We got 2,000 people watching the show right now. 49ers are adding defensive tackle Jordan Elliott to a 2-year, $10 million deal. Jordan Elliott. 7th round pick for Mixon. We got that updated. Yeah, I mean, today's been a very slow day. Today's been a very, very slow day, I think, for free agency. Yesterday was unbelievable. Yesterday, I've been covering free agency for many years here at Chat Sports. I feel like yesterday was the craziest free agency ever for signings. Maybe not as much trades, but it was literally like one after another it was just nonstop yesterday.
Yeah, Kirk Cousins, that was pretty wild while it lasted.
Yeah. Today, the only thing that could really, I think, be wild for Las Vegas, I guess maybe even just wild for the NFL, Justin Fields. Like, to me, that's the biggest story still out there. Like, what happens with Justin Fields? Where does he go? What team wants him? How much does he get traded for? Does Chicago just hang on to him? Definitely a lot of unknowns out there in that regard. I'm listening. Well, shout out your city action. That is true. Where are you guys watching from right now? While you get some of those shout-outs in, I am going to Got a few more people here in this race. Anthony Marigill in. Anthony Marigill in again. Amy's going for back-to-back. And then Jason EB is in. So as it stands right now, $10 Venmo, you have a chance to win $95 here on the Raiders Report. We gave away $240 earlier on the show. We'll see how much we're going to give away. See, I like fruit, but the problem is for me sometimes it's not sweet. Like I have such a sweet tooth that fruit a lot of the times can be sour to me. That's why I like tahini, because then it makes the fruit sweet to me, if that makes sense. Like I would rather eat like fruit now. I have to put tahini on it. Have to. Top 3 tahini fruits. All right, I'm gonna say apples. Love apples with tahini. I love apples with tahini. It's like super crisp, very, very good. If you had some extracurriculars and you need something and you're like thirsty, you want something sweet, apple with tahini, very good. I think watermelon with tahini is awesome. However, I am going to say pineapple would be my number 2. My number 1, my favorite thing with tahini, mango. Mango and tahini is just, it's so addicting. And again, it's Alex's mom, since she's like figured out that I love chamoy and like mango and tahini, every time I go over there, she's just got them ready for me. Yeah, no, Schultz just sent that out there, but I think that's been known now for a little while, right?
Yeah, Peter, like a beat reporter for around the Texans, Peter Storm put that out like
Oh, really? I'm not a big cucumber fan. Alex loves it. All right, let me see some people where we're watching from. Johnny Rios from Houston, Texas right now. I see Sin City from Ariel. I got KKAAOOSS 559. We see Steubenville, Ohio. Interesting. Mark says Fresno, California. Dorian's Daytona Beach, Florida. I used to go to Daytona often. One of my old girlfriends back in my high school, college days, she had an uncle that lived in Daytona Beach, so we'd go to Daytona Beach pretty often. Stockton, Albuquerque, Bloomington, Indiana, the Big Apple. What is up, man? Las Vegas from Ryan. See Porterville, California from Hella High. Interesting. Zalesbo, Albuquerque, rocking from there. We see Palm Springs from Nico Laz. Sioux Fall from K-Rock. San Jose from Elias. Jeremy, we're 20 away from a boot. I'm getting nervous. It's also, or, I was going to say we could set up Craggy, but that's been a minute. We'd have to set up the other camera. Beer pong to decide who does the boot. You like Craggy? Dude, it's been so long. It's been so long since we've done Craggy. How many people were around when we used to do Craggy at halftime? That's the real question. Nico sent in a 10 and then retracted it, so I don't know what you said, Nico. Unfortunately. Finesse Lounge, you in for our duck race. To the Finesse Lounge, you in. You in. You guys know Craggy. Give me a Y for yes. Oh, we got some me's in here from Efren, Brandon, Giovanni, Zalesbo. So essentially, Craggy is a game that we had on the show. Was it last year? Last year, and we do it during a halftime show. And it's a ring. It's attached to a string, and the objective is to get that ring on a hook, and you move a peg down the board. So Chuggs and I used to play it all the time. Chuggs would win, I'd say 60% of the time would probably be a pretty fair number. Also, the game that I got for the draft, you guys are going to lose your mind. I'm telling you right now, the game that we got for the draft, you're going to lose your mind. I found this really cool company. I hit them up. They said they're going to send us one. The game that I have for the draft is going to be nuts. It's going to be nuts. And now we are officially a 10 away from a boot. Whoever loses the Craggy game is going to have to do it. Are we doing best of 3? Winner take all? Winner take all? I like it. All right. It's aggressive. So winner take all is what we're going to end up doing here. So today's been, like I said, a little bit of a slower day in the world of free agency. However, I want something to go big today. So the only big news that has happened around the Raiders is Las Vegas is going to be cutting Jimmy Garoppolo tomorrow, which everybody and their brother knew. It's just a matter of the money. And the Raiders are going to be getting $11.3 million tomorrow on top of some of the other moves, so they're going to be getting like $13.6 all in all. Ben Bailey said, do the boot. Mr. Ben Bailey. That's also a a wheel spin. When Jeremy gets everything set up over here, we're going to go to the Craggy studio. We're going to get in some of these super chats. I say, I want to do Craggy first. I want to do Craggy. Then whoever loses does the boot, and then we go to the questions. Sound good? So here's what's going to happen. I got to know who you got. Type M for Mitch. Type C for Chuggs. We're going to do a little Craggy games. This is a old school Raiders Report staple. Okay? Let me know when I can go over there. Are you going to get the boom mic? Or probably good, or what? Headset? Okay. All right, we're still setting it up. We're still setting it up here. Marcus Rodriguez. First time super chat. Love the show. Marcus Rodriguez. Cheers to you, man. First time super chat. Cheers, bro. I was going to say, yeah, go get them in. If you guys want to get some of those questions in, let's get them flowing right now. Hashtag Raiders or Super Chat. I'd say we got plenty. Uh-oh. Oh, dude, I'm not going to lie. I thought Dalvin Cook was going back to Minnesota. It's just Aaron Jones. I was like, holy shit. That would be nuts. That would be nuts. A little Craggy? What? We're bringing it back. No, not anymore. Not anymore. No, don't put the link. Don't put the link. Neither of you guys are too young to know the old school stuff. What is the old school stuff? Yeah, I don't know. Dre just said neither of you guys are too young to know the old school stuff. Real world. Like, is that real world? Is that a show reference? I don't know. Raider Nation for Life Raiders. Mitch, what do you think about Justin Fields for a 5th round pick? Great value. I mean, that's phenomenal value. I know people don't like Justin Fields, but he is still a top 25, 20 quarterback in the NFL in my book. I am ready. All right, so the game that you guys are going to see here is called Craggy Games, and the loser of this game is going to decide who drinks the boot. If you are unfamiliar with how the game is played, obviously,
Mitch.
I'm here.
What's up?
Chuggs over here is like deja vu. Here's a peg. Okay, the objective here is if I swing this and it lands on here, you move it down.
You know who used to be right there?
First person to move it all the way down. No.
When we would play Craggy?
Oh, somebody that would film? Oh, yeah. So whoever can get the peg all the way down.
She used to work out a lot.
Yep. And jet ski. All right, you ready? As soon as we touch the tips, I'm nervous how this is going to go.
I haven't played in a minute.
Oh, wow. I'm already getting stuck. Tink. Oh, man. I'll tell you what. We're definitely rusty. Yep. Oh, that's a good start. Needed it. Oh, he found it. Oh. Yep. That's a boot for Chuggs.
Wow.
You got to get one.
All right, best 2 out of 3.
Best 2 out of 3? All right. That's fair. At this point,
Okay, there we go.
I'm getting worried
Wait,
for you. All right, come on, touch the tips.
Wait.
You're getting too many practice shots.
I need to
Come
feel it.
on.
All right.
He's locked in now. He's locked in now.
Oh my goodness.
You know who else is locked in? Your boy. Oh. Oh, no. Don't call it a comeback. Don't call it a comeback. Who you got? Mitch or Chuggs? M for Mitch, C for Chuggs. Oh. I'll tell you what, it's just hovering right there. It's kind of teasing me a little bit. Oh. Come on, man. Oh. Nail in the coffin. Nail in the coffin. That's a big win. That's a really, really big win right there. I'm happy I didn't have to do the boot. That's all I know. I feel bad for Chuggs right now. I don't know what he's doing over there. He's lost. This is a defeated man. Knows he's got to do the boot. It's brutal. Yeah, I will say, if you go to a shoot around at a gym and you leave on a miss, I question you a lot. If you go to a bat, like if you're going to shoot hoops, right, like just at like a rec or outside, I don't care where, if your final shot isn't a make, even like it's got to be a swish for me. I'm not leaving.
$100, one of them has to shot fun, and they play that.
That's up to them. See, the Marsh and Seeps are doing a lot of trash talking right now. Yeah? All right. We got a few people out there that are essentially going to do beer bongs for 100s and play Craggy. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to roll through a bunch of the super chats that came in. Chuggs is going to do a boot. And if we get a 100, let's say for the next, let's call it until 4 o'clock, so 20 minutes. Every 100 that we get is going to be a Craggy game. Loser does the beer bong. Is it going to, I think it's just best out of 3 also, just because one game can go quick. All right, I'm in. I like that. Let's kill some time here today. What do you guys say? You want to kill some time today? I'm down to kill a little bit of time. Or even, it doesn't even have to be just a single 100. I'm down for the next 20 minutes, every 100 that we make. It can be a collective group effort. We get it on and popping. You ready for this boot? Yeah? All right, I'll make you a deal. I'll make you a deal. If we get a 200 right now, I'll boot race you. Or I'll do this boot right now if you do the remainder of the jelly beans. He said no to the jelly beans. I'm telling you right now, I'm not doing jelly beans. They are horrific, man. The jelly beans are really, really freaking bad. Watch Reacher. Harley, hey, it's Sean, Veronica, best couple on the show. LOL. Any moves today that we got? So do you remember, I think it was last free agency, Sean and Veronica, they had this, I felt like I was in the middle of a love triangle where they were sending messages to each other via super chats. Right? That was during free agency, if my memory serves me correctly here. I'm actually pretty sure I follow Sean on Instagram, if my memory serves me correct on top of that. Today, the only thing that the Raiders have done is they have announced that they're going to be moving on from Jimmy Garoppolo. Besides that, I got nothing left. That's really about it. That's really about it around the Raiders, that is. Victoria B, if you had to take one at pick 44, who are you taking? Nix, McCarthy, or Rattler? Oh, Christ. I just don't really know if I don't know if J.J. McCarthy is going to be good, dude. I guess if I got to pick one out of them here, I probably will go with McCarthy. But I don't love it. I'm just not going to be a J.J. McCarthy fan. Like, that's just what I am at this point. Until I see something on tape that really inspires me, I guess I'm going to go with, oh, man. Ira Jackson! Bang! Well, that's one way to do a boot race. Load it up. Oh, no, that's for me. Whew. Let's get the boot. Let's get the boot. Let's do that first, and then we'll go from there. Oh, man. Ira Jackson, you do? For the MVP yesterday? All right, how about this? Let's get the boot. Let's do the boot race. And then we're going to go through some of those questions. Ira Jackson said, you know what? Let's get into this thing. Ira was the MVP yesterday, and he went kind of insane yesterday. Ira, every bang, just so you know, every bang counts as 2 today. So now Ira is up to 5 for the month of March. Right now, Abj and Elijah are tied with 5. Then it's Common Raider with 8. Zon's got 9. Taino's got 10. Ryan Campbell's got 11. And then Fat Bearded Dad in the lead with 12. Remember, whoever wins our March bang race, you get a Raiders Report jersey. And every $100, somebody gets entered in for a chance to win this Raiders helmet. The realist. What deal is the most likely to fall apart before tomorrow? How about this? I'll only say this because, to me, the only way that a deal's falling apart right now is if a physical has failed. So let's just go with, if Kirk Cousins fails a physical with his Achilles and he's not going to be ready to play. I don't know. Usually that's how deals fall apart, injuries. Usually. However, I don't know. It's a tough one. What up, Nico? Do y'all think the Chargers will cut Mac, Bosa, Williams, or Allen? Still way over the cap. No trades yet. Should we sign Mac? Also, Mitch, I'm soft. I think it's so with you, bro. Taheen, Chamoy, Valentina. Dude. Valentina, we have a jug from what's the place? Sam's Club. It's legit like this big. It's a gallon of Valentina. It's so good, man. What's crazy though is, again, like, I never had any of this food my entire life. Discovering it now, it's a whole new world. It's a whole new world. I love it. A whole new world. Kel, do cucumbers and tahini. My question to you, Kel, is when you eat cucumbers, do you eat them like in your picture? You just slides them right down. A little tahini on his lips and it just right in. Right in. Marcus! Shout out to Marcus. Sick whip. Ben Bailey. That's a wheel spin. My guess is that we don't do anything more on quarterback situation other than draft a later QB. I agree with that. My guess is we will focus on offensive line, making a top 5 defense. AP is focused on the run and focused on, I don't know what else that says. I can't see it. Yeah, I could see them trying to be maybe a little bit more of a game managing team. However, I will say that in today's day and age in the NFL, you still got to try to put up points. Like the Raiders, and Pierce even said it though, like 24 points is like what they're going to go for every week. I love me some Hickama. Hickama with Chamoy, very, very good. Nico, do you think that the Chargers release... All right, we already did that one. Can you give me a wheel spin here? I think he accidentally sent it in twice. Shaq, how about we drop Epps along with Jimmy and Renfrow, okay? Add Justin and Isaiah Simmons. Draft Mitchell or a tackle in round 1. Penix in round 2. Or trade back in round 1. Corum round 3. I mean, why are we to me, like, I know what Justin Simmons can be, but I also know that, I mean, let's face it, like, the Raiders had one of the better secondaries in the NFL last season. He had an amazing defense. Like, I'm not breaking up Epps and Merrick. Like, as much as I love Simmons, if they want to roll with 3 safeties, let's roll with that, but I'm not breaking up Epps and Merrick here. All right, we got a wheel spin coming in here. Wheel spin, and it lands on Jumpin' Jacks. Jelly bean for Mitch. That's devastating. That's just absolutely devastating. But wait, I don't know if you hear that. Mando! Bang! What up, Mando? What is up, Mando? If you don't spam Mando, you get the hell out of here. You get the hell out of here. Hey, Mitch, what's the cap space looking like? As it stands right now, according to Spotrac, you're looking at somewhere around $29 million. After the Raiders, we got some breaking news here. Jeremy Chinn signing a 1-year deal with the Commanders. It's a pretty good deal right there. $5 million. And what will it be after cutting check down Jimmy Garoppolo? So it's official going to be tomorrow. Tillery, Brian Hoyer, and then Jimmy Garoppolo, they're going to get cut. That's going to be tomorrow. That's going to be around $13.6 million. So you're going to be somewhere around 44. All right, sounds good. All right, so here's what's going to happen. We're going to have Marshall Green. Yeah, you guys are good. Marshall Green up against Patrick Seatman in a little Craggy Games action here. A little Craggy Games.
Montana in here? Or is he at home?
I
If
think
he's not home. Go home, Rebel. Go home, Rebel.
Rebel, if I had to guess, is here. All right, so here's the stakes of this race.
Ira Jackson, that's my guy right there.
You guys know how to play Craggy?
No practice.
You know how to play Craggy, both of you.
Best 2 out of 3.
Yeah, we're gonna go best 2 out of 3. Loser's got to do a shot fun.
Shot fun for the loser, yeah.
Shot fun for the loser.
In. Hope you're thirsty, brother.
All right, here we go.
Whoever's on that side can use the headset.
Correct. All right, Seeps is going to go with the headset here. I'm going to just commentate throughout. All right, so the hand that you see, all right, Marshall's on the, I guess, left. That's Marshall in the Just Do It. Seeps in the Chat Sports Gear. Once you touch tips, the game begins.
Can we get a countdown?
Or
Wait, is it on go or on tip?
it's when you touch the tips.
So when you say tips, we tips?
No, when you tips.
3, 2, 1, teach.
And the game is officially underway.
I don't even think we actually touched tips.
All right, so Marshall's got, no, other way. Yeah, other way. All right, here we go. Who do you guys got? Type M for Marsh. Type S for Seeps.
I'm locking in real quick. Let me look.
Oh,
I can't
no.
find it right
yeah,
now.
I'll tell you what.
It's just
This is not.
It's just like hoops. I'm gonna start
This is
with
entertainment
Boozled.
right here.
Yikes. This is.
This is tough. Oh,
This is
no.
bad TV.
I'll tell you what. This is not what the doctor has ordered. I don't know if Seeps has hit the ring yet.
I don't think I have.
All right. Well, game 1 went to Marsh.
You know what that was?
Game 1 went to Marsh.
Game 1 is best.
You don't
It's best of 3.
you don't win championships in February.
It's March.
Well, you don't win championships in March either.
I was gonna say, what month is it?
You don't win championships now.
Are you ready?
All right, lock it in. Raiders Nation. Shout out to
Either
you.
one's fine. Here we go. This is big for Seeps. I mean, oh, he got one.
We're good.
Sometimes you just need to see it go in. You need a little bit more swing on your ring. Sometimes you just need to see it go in. Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, you got a little bit of a ring out here. If Marsh makes this, Seeps does a shot fun.
Get thirsty, bitch.
Bro, I think it's slanted on this side of the table.
And I quote from Marshall Green, "Get thirsty, bitch." And I quote, Seeps is never coming on this show again. Earlier today, he got $50 beer bong, 2 o'clock. That was tough for him. And now he's got to do a shot fun.
I'm 2-0.
Yeah.
2-0.
Hoops and Craggy.
We're gonna run out of sports here soon enough.
Oh, man. All right. Good luck to you. If nobody knows what the shot fun is, there's a beer already locked and loaded in there. We got to find a better word for cock it, and then you pull the trig, and then it goes right down. Cock it? What's tough about this, though, these have to be ice cold, or else it does not work.
We learned that because one exploded down Harry's throat.
I actually think he did it on purpose.
Harry gave me a weird look like he didn't know what I was talking about. He knows what I'm talking about.
Harry was like, I did this before, and I want to do it again. Warm beer. It's got that back of the throat feel. All right, here we go. Oh, man. Mr. Seeps. Mr. Seepman. Taking it down. The shot fun. The best part about the shot fun tool is there's a good chance you're going to get mold. That's by far the hardest tool to clean here at the Chat Sports Studios. That's not an easy one. And now we got a boot race. I'm almost tempted. How about this? Because you always beat me, I was thinking about a way to make the boot races maybe more fair. You have to drink the boot the way Seeps did. Nose down. I don't know if it's going to change at all. I have no idea. No? What? I mean, I will do the boot the normal way. But for you, if we position it differently, maybe it changes. I don't know. Okay. I'm just saying all I know is this. If we do a regular boot race, I know I'm losing. What if this gives you an extra bubble? I don't know. I'm here to experiment. I'm here to experiment. Chuggs do a boot, Mitch a bong, see who wins. I mean, the thing is, he probably wins. I got a boot, though. This one's for Ira. If you send in a hundo and I'm rocking your jersey, that's a boot on the house. If you're new to the show, if you're like, what the hell's a boot? 3 beers, 36 ounces. My case, it's Happy Dad today.
Can I see your deck really quick? Your big deck? Your big deck?
Oh, yeah. Petey's like, if you want my deck, you got to come for it. I think I know what Jeremy's going to do here. If I had to guess, whatever card he pulls out is how many second of a head start. All right, so if you guys have ever wanted to see Petey's big deck, we got it here. And these are...
actually known for his big deck.
I mean, if there's one thing that we have around here, it's that big deck energy.
Oh, dude.
Big deck energy.
I mean, a lot of people don't like Petey's big deck because, I mean, it usually...
Also, Sammy...
Around, it doesn't fit.
Sammy 77, definitely maroon. This is definitely a maroon shirt.
This is pink.
I just can't even wrap my mind around this conversation. All right, so whatever number that lands on is how many of a second head start I get, correct? Okay.
Also, if anybody supers $2 with the correct card, double it.
Holy shit. All right, so I don't know if you guys heard that. If anybody supers with the correct number, we double it. So if it's a 10, that means I get 20-second head start. That's a dub. I think. I hope so. I don't know. I think it's a dub. All right.
And predict what card it's going to be down below.
Sammy said, not even close to pink. Cardinal red. I mean, it's a lot closer to maroon than it is pink. I mean, let's be real here.
All right, I'll let you cut the deck. What card do you think it's going to be?
K-Rock says 6. Jason's going to go with a 3.
Eight of spades. I see 8 of hearts. Petey. Yes? Petey said 5 of hearts.
I thought that was 5 of chest.
All right,
Here we go. Oh, that's brutal. A 2 of clubs. That's devastating. All right. That's freaking brutal.
If you do the next jelly bean, I'll pull one more card.
No, I'm good. I'd rather lose. No. All right, let's do this. Did somebody not shuffle? Do you shuffle this deck? I was gonna say, if the next one's a 4 of clubs, we're throwing this away. All right, let's go. Let's do this. Though I am curious. So Seeps does the boot down. So Seeps does it with the nose of the boot down, which I find strange. Do you think it?
Like, does he say it helps him?
I don't know. Seeps, why toe down? He says no bubble. I mean, you eat the bubble, so I'm gonna try toe down. Hey, how we eat, right? All right, I get a 2-second head start. That's horrific. All right, here we go. Here we go. All right. So, Christ. I feel like, hang on a second here. Hang on. So, I will admit, no bubble. No bubble at all. However, when you tip it back, I feel like once you get past like the bubble part, then it is smarter to spin it. Because you have to go so far back to get the remainder, that time is going to cost you. Oh, man. Clint says, I want to race Chuggs one day. In a foot race? Sure. In a boot battle, though? I don't know. I mean, I've never seen anybody be able to beat him. Never seen it. I don't know. All right, y'all. The deals that we got going on today, for those that do not know, every hundo, somebody's going to do a race here on Craggy. The loser's got to do a beer bong. Every 250 likes, we're going to get a little bean boozled action in here, which right now we are about, 130 away from another jelly bean. Every $10 super chat that we get here on today's stream, you have a chance to win a Raiders Report jersey. Today, I'm rocking an Ira Jackson. Every 20 we get is a wheel spin, and the wheel spins recently have been kind of spicy. Every hundo counts as 2 bangs for our bang race in March. Every 250, I do a beer bong. So for those that do not know, we are 50 away from my next one. Oh, man. Brutal. Philip B. said, did you give out the free entries yet? I see Mando, Ira. That looks like some jumping jacks for Mr. Chuggs. Elijah. So we need 2 more bangs to give away a free bang entry. Actually, no, it's cap. We need 1 more. Yep, the next bang that we get here on today's show results in a free giveaway. All right, so we got a jumping jack clock. Every 10 that we get in the next 60 seconds is 10 jumping jacks for Chuggs. 2 minutes? Oh, dude, I don't know. This hurt you yesterday. This was no bueno yesterday for Chuggs. Somebody, essentially, Jeremy ended up doing 210 jumping jacks. So here's the game. Every 10 that comes in, you're going to be entered in for a chance to win a Raiders Report jersey. And Jeremy has to do 10 jumping jacks. Good luck. We'll see. Again, yesterday it was a tough day there for Jeremy. Ron, I'm not going to lie. I'm hurting a little bit, Ron. That boot kind of kicked my ass a little bit. Again, I'm a few deep. I just think yesterday was such a whirlwind of a day that today has been, my stomach is feeling it a little bit today. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to lie to you. What's the latest on Hunter Renfrow? Honestly, there hasn't really been any more information out on Renfrow. No information has been out on Renfrow. The Great One says, slow day here for the Raiders. Yeah, nothing really has happened at all today for Las Vegas. I mean, the fact that we've been live today since, 10:45 a.m. today. We've been live for about 5 hours, a little over 5 hours. Yeah, I think you're good. I think they're like, honestly, him in that maroon shirt, we're good. No jumping jacks for the guy. I mean, Brandon could be one dude. Raider Nation from St. Louis, top 5 favorite Raider defensive player. I mean, if I got to go all time, some of y'all were around a little bit longer than I was, obviously. If I got to go top 5 defensive players on this team right now, I would say at number 1, or I'll work. I mean, number 1's the obvious one, is Max Crosby. Number 2, I'll go with Christian Wilkins. I mean, Christian Wilkins would be number 2 on my list. Number 3 right now is my current Raiders defenders. I'll probably say Robert Spillane. I think he's a great leader. Number 4, I'm going to go with Malcolm Kuntz. I freaking love Kuntz. I think he represents why you stick it out, and sometimes you're going to have ups and downs. You're going to keep it going. And then number 5, let's go with Jack Jones. Which one is it? Philip said, I couldn't get my donation in time. Philip, whatever you put in, Chuck said that he'll do it. I'm going to say, I feel like you at least got to do one jumping jack. True. Very true. Danielle Hunter still a free agent. Where do we think he ends up going? What up, Frank? Appreciate you, bro. Ryan, which team do you hate more, Chiefs or the Niners? It's the Chiefs for me personally. Again, like, I think if you grow up in the Bay and you grow up in California, I can understand like why somebody would say the Niners. Like, again, I talk to Graf pretty often, and Graf was like, it's the Niners for me, and I can understand if you were to move out there in that area. Also, during the Super Bowl, I rooted for the 49ers, not the Chiefs. So I think that kind of tells you where my mind was at. Both situations, though, this past Super Bowl was tough. It was a tough Super Bowl, man. It really was. Mando, I did. Yes, I talked about this. Space right now, according to the Spotrac, is at $29 million. After the cuts become official tomorrow on Tillery, Brian Hoyer, and Jimmy Garoppolo, the Raiders are going to be somewhere around like $43, $44 million. So just something to keep in mind. What do you got for me? It has been rather slow. However, Kevin Jones says, Mitch, say hi to the class. Hi to the class. If this show is on in a classroom right now, at school, I mean this, I want a picture, I'm putting it on the show. Dude, imagine a teacher watching this show right now with their class. The Panthers are signing Broncos linebacker Josie Jewell. Also, Brandon Powell returning to the Vikings. I'm serious. If there's a teacher right now watching this show with their class, you take a picture. You send it, or you tweet it at Jeremy or something like that, at Jeremy Chuggs. We'll put it up here on the show. That would be sick. That would be sick. I would say this, Chuggs. Let's go 5 o'clock. Yeah, I think 5's probably a pretty good number. I mean, what else do you have to do for Texans today? Probably something. Just something. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. Yeah, I don't mind that idea. All right, y'all. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to put some time here on the clock since Chuggs and I have been live for a little over 5 hours. We're going to put the end of the show clock up, and we're going to stop this show today at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. I think that's probably a pretty good number to do. Obviously, if you guys want to get wild and crazy, we can. That's what free agency is all about here. So I will say at least just keep that in mind. Rebel said, are we going home? No, not yet. Again, we got 50 more minutes. If like stuff happens here around the Raiders, we'll stay live. But I do at least want to make a show. I'll probably make it once the show ends, film it, and then put it out either tonight or put it out bright and early tomorrow morning. Just that way you guys get some more content. I will be back tomorrow, though, bright and early, so that's something to at least consider. Oh, boy. No, we have not done anything today. Can Michael Penix Jr. be the Raiders franchise quarterback? It's a hell of a question. It's definitely a hell of a question. Also, all right, so as it stands right now, remember, y'all, we are doing a duck race today. Ryan Campbell, you are in. And Ryan, I don't know if you are in yet for our March Madness bracket. I don't think so. Ryan, I'm going to put you in for our March Madness bracket. If you don't know what our March Madness bracket is, we are literally going to do a Raiders Report March Madness bracket. The first 64 people that Venmo me $50 are in. Winner of that's going to get $1,600. It's a lot of money. Winner's going to get $1,600, and it's going to be the ultimate duck race, back to back to back. In terms of this race right now, I just saw Giovanni Tejada get in, which puts us at $10 Venmo. Right now you have a chance to win $110 on the Raiders Report, and I'll just say this. We got a new MVP. We got a new MVP in these streets. A new MVP for the month of March, and we got a new MVP on today's show. And this person likes to party. That I know for a fact. Chuggs, we are also 6 likes away. That's cap, actually. 106 likes away from a jelly bean. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. All right, well, let me stretch here a little bit. Oh, boy. This is going to be interesting here. I think I just got another one in, and I see Joseph. Looks like Joseph Gerzosa, and then Rosario Morella. Both in. Steve Briscoe also in. So right now, 10 to win $125. You ready?
Yeah.
This one's rolling in from Ryan Campbell. Bang! Shout out to our new MVP, Ryan Campbell. Decided to pull up to the scene. Pulled up to the scene.
Gotta love you some RC.
Dude, I'll tell you what. Keep your chin up. Keep that chin up. It's going to be a better day today for Raiders free agency. That I know. I mean, here's the thing with Ryan Campbell. Now we're March MVP. I said, where was the MVP of today's live show? I'm going to wear your jersey tomorrow. So, are we going to rock some Ryan soup tomorrow there, Campbell? You want a little bit of Ryan soup? If you want a shout out here on the Raiders Report, spam RC down below. Let's get it going. I see Sherry Lynn. What up, Robinson City? Jaron L. Shout out to the Queen. Jesse. We got Kimbo661, VT Holmes, and then Mr. John Scheffler. I will admit this. One of the things that I do think the Raiders are doing is they're trying to move around some money today to get ready for tomorrow. They're going to have that extra $13.6 million. I think they're going to get aggressive tomorrow with it.
Or late tonight as soon as you fall asleep.
I mean, honestly, probably what happens is as soon as we end this live show, the Raiders will do something. That's usually how it works. Oh, man. Let's pour it up here a little bit from my man, Ryan Campbell. Shout out to today's MVP, man. Shout out to Mr. Campbell. Cheers to you, brother.
And because it's been a slow day, I thought I'd just do a fun question up there to see what people are saying. I like stirring the pot. I like seeing what people have to say. What is the best fast food chicken sandwich?
How about this? Let that marinate. I got to go pee. That boot's hitting me. That beer bong, that boot, I got to go. Bathroom. Dude, it's hitting me, man.
Dude, you gotta get yourself checked. When's the last time you went to the doctor?
I go every 6 months. I do. Alex makes me. I mean it.
And
before I met Alex, I never went to the doctor.
Do you tell them that you pee constantly?
They usually tell me to drink less. That's usually how the conversation goes. I got milk thistle now.
Oh yeah. All right, let's see. I see Popeyes, Chick-fil-A, Slim Chickens. John Scheffler, you're not wrong. Chicken Drip, I've never heard that. Wingstop. KFC, finger looking good. Cane's. Let me know down in the comment section. The best fast food chicken sandwich. Where is it at? I see Dave's Hot Chicken. I see Popeyes. I see Wingstop. I see McDonald's. I see Pollo Loco. The JT said, Popeyes makes my booty hole sing. We have fun here. I see Jack in the Box. I see a couple people saying spicy chicken from Jack in the Box. I've never had Jack in the Box when I haven't been absolutely hammered at 1 a.m. So I wouldn't know. And usually that order consists of tacos. Never been a big Jack in the Box guy. Wingstop. I've had Wingstop's chicken sandwich. It's not bad. Not bad at all. And we do have 2 super chats that just came in. I'll go ahead and get to those in just a second. I'm just trying to make sure I have everybody's name. Every $10 you get entered in for a chance to win a Raiders Report jersey at the end of today's show. All right. Mitch, I think you might be able to answer this question.
All right.
Help me out a little bit.
I got you.
Best fast food chicken sandwich.
Oh, man. I'm probably going to go with the spicy chicken deluxe from Chick-fil-A.
Really?
Like, when I think of what spicy chicken sandwich is my go-to, like if you were to say I can get any...
Popeyes.
My only... Just being honest with me, and maybe it's just because I've had Popeyes before, I think it's really good. It always hurts my tummy. It does.
The funniest comment that happened while you were gone is somebody said, I love Popeyes, but it makes my booty hole sing.
Dude, it hurts my stomach. Popeyes, I've had problems with Popeyes. It's good, but...
K Smooth, I've literally never heard a good thing about White Castle. Anybody that I know that's been to White Castle has never said, "Oh, that is so good."
I think the only people that like White Castle are people that have only been to White Castle.
BK original. You know what? I actually used to like BK. I don't know if they still have it. I'm not a big Burger King guy. I know
Okay.
it's weird. The one person in the office that likes Burger King, Jack, likes it for their fries, which I think arguably is the worst thing on their menu. But I remember they used to have like the long chicken sandwich. I don't know if they still have it. You know what I'm talking about? They have like it's like on a hoagie bun.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Yeah. I don't know. I think Burger King is not my choice. I do think Wendy's is underrated. Like, I feel like Wendy's gets put in the same category as Burger King, and it doesn't deserve to be there.
But every time I go to Wendy's, I just get the nuggies.
But I
The
guess
spicy nugs from Wendy's.
I guess my also think, like, again, maybe if there's some people who we know that work here at this office, they eat a lot more fast food. If I'm gonna get fast food, like, I'm probably gonna get Chick-fil-A, right? I'll get that, or I don't know, like Popeyes very randomly.
Well, there's not a Popeyes walking distance from you.
Correct. Yeah. Cane's, we get Cane's. I mean, it's usually Chick-fil-A though.
See, I just
Like, I'll tell you this right now, there's never going to be a day where Alex is like, let's just get something simple, let's get fast food. And she's like, Burger King. Hardee's. White Castle.
Dude,
that's
I'm telling
never
you,
going to happen.
Wendy's, get the spicy nugs, and then go home. This is the cheat code.
Okay.
Wendy's spicy nugs. You take them home. You put them inside a Hawaiian roll. Dip it in barbecue sauce.
Yeah, that sounds like something DK'd eat like 4 or 5 of. You had her at barbecue sauce.
Whataburger.
Joe Mald, you in. Nicholas Potter, you in. Jason Raven. Oh, wait, we got Nicholas Potter and Jason Raven. What is the Harry Potter, the Raven people?
Ravenclaw.
Ravenclaw and Potter, and then you got Kevin Anderson.
Ooh.
So as it stands right now, Chuggs, 10 to win 150 for the duck race here, 50-50 raffle, which you know what? Let's do this. Let's run it. I'm going to run it. We're going to run this one right now. And then we're going to put up one more, and that'll be it. Let's run this one. We got a perfect 30. I mean, that's just the next race that we're going to do. All right, this is going to be an offer because I want more people to join our March Madness bracket, okay? Now, if you're already in the March Madness bracket, this is not going to apply to you, so therefore I am... Actually, no, I don't think we can do that because it's going to take away from the funds, the winning amount. Yeah, never mind. Scratch that. See, this is what happens when you try to make deals on the fly. Scratch that. Not going to happen.
All right, here we go.
All right, so we got in this race 30 people. Winner's going to get $150. Amy won the first race, and that was for what? $240. That was for $240. We'll see how much this one, $150. So yesterday we gave away $400. Gave away another $400. Gave away $420. Math. And then today we gave away $240.
Alfredo says, how does that work? I'm trying to get in. So we're doing a March Madness bracket at the end of the month. Every $50, or every person that sends a $50 Venmo to Mitchell Renz, the first 64, they get in. And then it's a win or go home situation.
Correct.
To where the winner of the bracket at the very end gets the whole entire pot for them. So the winner gets $1,600.
So the way that we're going to run that March Madness bracket is technically going to be 2 ways. The first way that you guys are going to see here on the Raiders Report is going to be like, imagine Luis Rodriguez up against Jason EB head-to-head, duck race March Madness style. Winner of that goes to the round of 32. Chuggs and I are going to rank you all from 1 to 16, 1 seeds to 16. Don't take it personal. It's just more just going to be of like people that we see in the chat. That's just how it's going to be. And then the winner of that gets $1,600. But I also thought it would be fun to do like an actual March Madness bracket. So essentially what I'm going to do here is we're going to create the March Madness bracket wherever CBS, whoever's running it, Chuggs and I are going to be in it, and then we're going to send you guys that link via Venmo to the people that got in at 50. So it's only going to be, I want it to be like an exclusive group, and I don't know, I think it'd be kind of fun to do. So a lot of bragging rights. That's the idea behind it. So if you want in, it's a $50 Venmo, and then that way we have enough money to give away and have a good time with it. So sound good?
Yeah.
What?
I was checking something I did, and people are just awful online sometimes.
Yeah, that's a no-brainer. The comments I have on that Minshew Twitter post, I'm telling you right now, if some Raider fans had 2 bullets and it's me and whoever else that you could possibly think of throwing there, I'm getting every bullet.
People are mad?
Yeah, it's just because yesterday I was like, I hate the move. And now in the comments, people are like, this freaking guy. Like, though I did see a few people, they commented like, you're clearly not watching the live show, which I appreciate that. Those are the ones I need. Those are the ones I need. All right, let's run this bad boy. Winner gets $150 here on the Raiders Report. You ready?
I'm ready. Are you ready?
You ready? Let's run it here. This is, oh, okay. I didn't know what was going to happen here.
Little chicky eggs.
Yeah, this would be weird. I don't know what to think here.
Jason E.B.
Jason E.B.
Nicholas Potter.
I'll tell you what, these are going back and forth. I kind of like this one. Anthony Parks right now, Joe Maldonado, Steve Briscoe. If you were a chick, what would you do? I mean, Luis is just down there at the bottom.
If I was a chick.
Would you run with your head out? Pause.
If you were a chick, what was the first thing you would do?
Run with my head out. What movie is that from? It's definitely from a movie. Either way, though, would you run with? I feel like you run quicker if you're not looking. However, would you look to like?
You don't know where you're gonna go. Oh, 5 seconds.
Who's pulling
Tuna!
up? Giovanni Tejada. Mr. Giovanni Tejada is the winner of the 150 doll hairs. Congrats to you. Giovanni, if you could do me a real solid, if you could comment in the chat that you just received $150, that would be splendid. That would be greatly, greatly appreciated. Also, Alfredo, you in.
To March Madness?
March Madness for Alfredo. Let's frickin' go, man. Alfredo Ramirez. Oh, wait, I spelled that wrong. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. No, honestly, no way right now. A tequila shot might do me in.
93 Nav Man.
All right, so T added with Devontae Adams would be epic. Do you agree? I do agree that would be epic. Not going to happen. Like, if you're the Raiders and T. Higgins, wants to go somewhere else, he would be a elite receiver. Like, Devontae, T. Higgins, that's probably the best wide receiver duo in the league. Then you add somebody like Jacoby Myers as your wide receiver 3. The reason why I don't see it happening is because they still want to be able to figure out a way to get Trey Tucker on the field. And yes, it would be unbelievable. But if you're going to invest in a player like T. Higgins, I'd rather you invest in a player like T. Higgins at the cornerback position, right? Like a legit top corner in the NFL. Maybe not a true, number 1 shutdown corner, but a corner that you're like, all right, that definitely makes our defense a lot better.
Speaking of corners, latest signing that just happened, Jalen Mills
Yep.
going to the New York Giants.
The Giants. He was all right last year, no? All right. Decent.
Yeah, I mean, he's always in that. I feel like he's never been, outstanding, but
Sure.
he's never been ass-tastic.
Ass-tastic. What's up, Christian? Kind of odd. Eberflus was the only coach at Bo Nix's pro day. I don't know if I believe that. I mean, is that true?
Maybe the only head coach.
Oh, man. I find that hard to believe. Again, I don't know. I will look into it. But if this is true, that is strange to me.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a strange thing. To have only one coach, that'd be pretty mind-blowing.
People in the East have no idea what Jack in the Box is. Really?
I mean, on the East Coast, I'd never had it.
There's no Jack in the Box on the East Coast?
No.
Pete, no?
Nope.
The West Coast?
I've actually never had Jack in the Box.
Do they have Sonic?
I never had a Sonic until I moved down here. But, like, the one thing that people on the West Coast, at least down here in the South, you don't have Wawa. You don't have Sheets. Like, that's...
I don't even know what those are.
Really?
I know what Wawa is. It's a gas station.
That's what Sheets is.
Oh, really?
It's a gas station with food. But it's like...
Better than Buc-ee's?
No. I mean, that's like saying Buc-ee's is the NFL, right?
Wawa's the UFL.
Yeah, and then Sheets is like the XFL. And then the CFL is honestly like there's another brand.
QT?
No,
Racetrack?
That's bad. That's JV football. There's another one. Quick Check. That's a New Jersey thing. I mean, here's something else so I went to college in New Jersey and I remember when we visited New Jersey for the first time with Alex, we had to get gas. And she thought somebody was trying to like get into our car because in New Jersey you're not allowed to pump your own gas. What
do you do if it's like late at night?
Oh, they always have someone working there.
Like there's somebody out there at 3 a.m. just waiting to pump your gas.
It is illegal for you to pump your own gas in New Jersey.
Why?
They don't allow it. So,
huh?
Yeah, you can't do it. Like
why?
They don't allow it. Yeah, so I mean that person that is their job.
Do you tip them?
You can, yeah. You can tip them. I mean, it's literally their job. Like that's what they do. And oddly enough, it's one of those things. Like if it's summertime, I don't mind it. But like there were some days where I'm not gonna lie, it's like 20 degrees. You're like, I'll slip this guy $1 to pump my gas.
It's like being like, North Carolina, you're not allowed to wipe your own ass.
That's a little extreme.
Like what?
You just walk out of the bathroom.
Thank you, my good sir. It's cold outside, so here's $1.
Oh my lord. Oh, dude, that's hilarious. But no, I mean, I remember Alex. She was freaked out when we first had the first person from New Jersey try to pump our gas. Oh, I think I got another person in here. I think we do. Another one. Ray Aguirre said, put me in the March Madness bracket.
Spinned over. He's like, ooh, this was a stinky one.
Oh, man. Ooh, piece of candy. Ryan Aguirre.
Did somebody have corn?
Dude, that's why I don't even eat corn. Let's go to Sal. Only thoughts on Hondo saying on his podcast they are attempting to trade for a star player. Haven't heard any other insider say that. I don't know. I mean, maybe Hondo knows something that we don't. I think the way that you got to treat Raiders beat reporters, and this is just the honest truth, you just got to treat them as them giving their opinion, right? I'll say until...
Was Hondo on with Graff and Wasted?
Yeah, so I think yesterday was Hondo's birthday, so happy birthday to him. I want to say that he was on yesterday, though. He was definitely on with Graff and Wasted. I don't know 100% if it was his birthday. I think it was one of those. At least that's what I heard. Anyway, though, I think when Hondo and these guys give their opinion, you got to look at it as an opinion. And it's not a disrespect hit towards the beat reporters, but I do think when you look at the track record over the last year, 2 years, 3 years, until beat reporters kind of show us that, all right, like they legitimately have sources and they're talking. I'm not saying that they're not talking to people. Like I talk to players, we talk to people as well, but that doesn't mean that we know exactly what's going to happen. It's more of opinions, right? Like that's just.
I tried to tell you.
It's just some stuff that happens.
I guess you didn't know.
But when it comes to Hondo, if they're gonna pull off a blockbuster trade,
as the sad
let's
story
freaking run
goes,
it, man.
baby,
That would be
now
sick.
I got the flow.
I mean, who would you want right now?
Because I knew it from the start.
Justin Fields, I don't think it would end up happening.
Baby,
that
when
that
you
would be
broke my
blockbuster.
heart, that I
However,
had to come again and show you that I'd win.
it would be nuts.
You lied to me. All those times that I
Where
said
is this
I loved
coming
you,
from?
you lied to me.
I don't know where we're
Yes,
going
I
here.
tried. Yes, I tried. You lied to me.
I don't know. How about
Even
this?
though
My
I
question to
knew
you is
I'd
this.
die
If this
for
is
you,
true,
you lied to
if this
me.
question is true, who would you want the Raiders to pull off a blockbuster trade for?
Yes, I cried. Return of the Mac.
You
Once
think?
again, return of the Mac. There it is. Return of
Do you think
the
it's
Mac.
Khalil Mack? I mean, that would be. I mean,
Return
I hate to break it to you. If Khalil Mack gets traded, we're here
of the
till
Mac.
March 13th.
Return of the Mac.
That would be
Once again.
nuts.
I was just singing Allie's favorite song.
Return of the Mac.
Return of the Mac.
Dude, Khalil Mack would be insane, man. Somebody said it ain't Mac. I don't see the Raiders and the Chargers making a trade either, but, you know, sometimes it happens.
So I was singing that because Ryan Campbell's just randomly commented. He said, Chug, start singing Mac is back again. That was great earlier.
All right, to the MVP, Ryan, I'll let it slide. If it's for Ryan, I'll let it slide right now.
Yes, I cried. Yes, I cried.
All right, here's the thing. Somebody just sent in a 20, Keith Crego. He said, I want another duck race. So, Jeremy, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to tell y'all this is going to be the final duck race of the day. $20 Venmo to get in, okay? Final one of the day. If you want a chance to get in, you got to get in now. And we're going to run this one 15 minutes from now. So at the 10-minute mark, we'll run it.
We'll run it.
Reminder, though, also for everybody that's sending a $10 super chat, we are going to do a Raiders Report jersey giveaway. So just keep that in mind for everyone that has entered in for a chance to get in. So, Keith, you in.
All those times you said that I love you, you lied to me.
I don't know how many people are going to get in this one, Keith.
Yes, I cried. Yes, I cried.
I'm hoping for a big one. And the Bucs are keeping Levante David. Levante David, 1-year deal worth up to $10 million. Base value is around $9 million. So Levante David, PFF projected him to get about a $5 million deal. I mean, that's a pretty good deal there for Levante David. Still one of the best linebackers in the biz.
Yeah.
I mean, it would make sense for Tampa Bay to keep him, especially since they lost Shaq Barrett. Pay up a little bit extra to ensure that your middle of your linebacker group, essentially the quarterback of your defense, remains there. What? I thought you were going to say something. Let's go to Christian. It was a report by Albert Breer sent you a DM.
This is about Eberflus being the only head coach at Bo Nix's pro day.
I guess the DM, is that from... I'm a little bit worried where it came from. If it's on IG, I will do my best here. Yeah, I don't... Christian. All right, I got you here, Christian.
Ross Felix. Jeremy Chuggs, Mitchell Renz. I can verify. I went to college in New York and didn't know how to pump my own gas because I never had done it. There's only one state left where it's illegal to pump your own gas.
All right, thank you, Christian. Yeah, it's true. It's from Albert Breer. Kind of crazy. Also, we got some Raiders roster moves here. The Las Vegas Raiders are re-signing linebacker Kanai Malga. Kanai Malga has been re-signed by the Las Vegas Raiders. I'm just going to make a quick short on that.
Yeah.
If you don't mind.
Go for it.
All right, y'all. So I don't know if some of y'all even know who Kanai Malga is. He's been on the roster before, but this one is coming in now. The Raiders are re-signing linebacker Kanai Malga. I don't know what the contract details are. If I had to guess, I would guess it would be very similar to like what the Raiders gave Amir Abdullah, probably somewhere around that $1.85 million figure. But he's been bouncing around on the Raiders practice squad. Got some opportunities a little bit last season. I was going to say, I don't even know how many snaps he played last year. I mean, he was very, very limited player. And he played in 5 games in total, had 3 total tackles. But Kanai Malga is returning here to the Raiders. Let me just make a quick video short. Select more. Do you think you could hold it down here for a little bit?
Of course. Oh, are you doing it right here?
Yeah, I was but still just talk, I guess.
You want me to talk while you're talking?
No, yeah, I guess that doesn't make sense. We got some Raiders roster news here. The Las Vegas Raiders are re-signing linebacker Kenai Malga. We don't have the contract details out yet. If I had to guess, though, it's going to be very similar to the Amir Abdullah deal. 1 year, $1.85 million. For more news and updates, subscribe to the Raiders Report. All right, y'all.
Woo!
Thank you.
Thank you.
Raiders roster. Raiders. How do I put this? Raiders.
New poll up. The other one was getting a little stale. What position do you want the Raiders to sign next? I put 4 options up there for you. CB,
Okay.
linebacker,
Oh, the poll.
O-line, or safety.
Corner bakery.
Also, what should I order tomorrow for lunch? I think I'm 2 for 2 on lunches for the office. Monday went with a little taqueria. Today went with a little BJ.
Yeah. I mean, I'll say this. I wasn't as crazy about the BJ today.
Really?
No.
Allie,
The tendies were stiff.
BJ, good or no? The food that we had today. What?
Allie goes, what
said-
are you asking me?
He said it. He said it wasn't good.
I mean, I've had.
No, he said it wasn't.
I've had better.
Confirmed.
I've had better. Honestly, we've gotten BJ's before. This one, bottom level.
Really?
Bottom tier.
Interesting. I mean, I can't. All I had was a tendy and some chips.
Yeah. I had one tendy, I had a nug, and I had a slider. They were, again, okay. I was a little bit disappointed in the tenders.
Really?
A little bit disappointed in the tenders.
And see, that's the biggest thing. Brett says the BJ, not good tender.
Some would say it's a little dry.
Yeah. Maybe office vote. Do we go barbecue tomorrow? I was thinking about getting barbecue.
Dude, barbecue might be pretty solid.
Do we go, Allie, barbecue or Mediterranean tomorrow? Oh, I don't know if I can tell them what you just said.
So it looks like we're getting Mediterranean. You guys have the whole bathroom to yourself. You'll be fine.
Petey.
Now, come on. We can. Alaric Jackson being restricted by the Rams. I think that was expected.
Finesse Lounge. Can you enter the March Madness bracket more than once?
No.
No.
New, and how about a new?
That's what y'all want?
Pizza. Pizza's heavy.
Okay. I can do that.
Pizza's heavy.
Is
I will say.
you know what, how about this? I'll put a poll in HQ.
I thought you were going to put a poll on the Raiders report. I'm like, this is what they want to know, what we're having for lunch tomorrow. All right, y'all. Again, the news that kind of just rolled in here, the Raiders, they re-signed Kenai Malga. Also, the Bears are getting Jonathan Owens.
Oh, wow. Jonathan Owens.
Say it. When you're an NFL player and you're better known for your significant other.
Your wife.
Are they married?
Yeah.
Oh, see, I don't know.
You can't put your gas in Oregon, too. D. Hunter?
Wait, are you saying you can't pump your own gas in Oregon? Is that a fact? Like you're actually like not able to?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh!
Lord Body Bear!
Bay!
We got Bo Jackson out of nowhere.
Bonos!
Lord Body Bear. Let's go. You know what? It's been a minute since Buddy Bear has pulled up here, I feel like. Buddy Bear, I feel like you hang out with everyone else here at Chat Sports and not me.
Let them know.
Everyone but me.
If they get another hundo in the next 2 minutes, Bo Jackson beer bong.
Bo Jackson beer bong for another 100.
Bo Jackson beer bong from Trizzy. Jonathan Owens goes to the Packers. You know what? I'm feeling pretty frisky now. Every hundo from here on out, I'm taking one down. We got a few left over here. We got a few bodies. Yeah, we got a few bodies. Oh, Buddy Bear. I'm not going to lie. That was like a jolt of energy. You scared the hell out of me, though. Yeah, that was very scary. Spam Buddy Bear down below. Mr. Lord Buddy Bear. Unbelievable. All right, I got to put Buddy Bear in our March race here, which, Buddy Bear, I don't know if you know, I got to burp. Every bang counts as 2. Lord Buddy Bear. Lord Buddy Bear. What a legend here. Shout out to Ryan, Roy Leos. Shout out to all these guys, man. All of them. Dude, I thought I just saw something pop up on my phone, but maybe I was tripping. Nope, I wasn't. All right, we got Joe Mauld in the chat. Oh, shit. What did I do? Timeout. This is a disaster.
What'd you do?
I accidentally deleted everybody in March Madness. All right, hang on a sec. Guys, I got to backtrack here a little bit. All right, so I got Ray Aguirre in. Alfredo is in. Dude, I thought I deleted everyone. All right, now I got to get some people in here for this duck race. All right, so the names are Keith Craig is in. Juan Gutierrez is in. Next name here is Joe Maldonado. Chris Guzman in. I see Finesse Lounge is in. We're going to put Ryan Campbell is in. And then Jason E.B. Jason E.B. So as it stands right now, $20 Venmo for a chance to win $80. We are doing this race when that clock below me hits 10. Just so y'all know. I'm sending you something here. If you could look at it on TV.
Trace.
John Ben sent in a 10. John, I need another 10, though.
Triz.
John, I need another 10. This duck race here is for $20 Venmo. So if you want in, I need you to get in. Do we wait? I say we wait. All right, y'all. Who do you think banged? If you had to take a guess. If you had to take a guess. Oh, we got One Son's jacked up. What's up, One Son's? Pulling up today.
Pulled up to the scene.
Pulled up to the scene.
Ceiling, not there.
Nope, not there at all. You ready? This one's rolling in from
Ryan Campbell. Bang!
a Bo Jackson beer bong. Oh, is that what that's for?
No, just hold it right there.
Kind of makes sense. A nice little half
Watch
pad.
out.
Oh, she's slippery. Honestly, that was kind of rather impressive. This is a guy who went to Arkansas.
Just came back.
The Harvard of the South.
I'm back in my prime.
The Harvard of the South.
I did hear that one of the bars did charge a cover now.
Dude, it's actually outrageous. Dixon Street, all the bars are charged cover.
All
What
of
happened to the place I love?
what?
What happened to the place I love?
I'm sorry.
Used to work at the
Where
place
are
before.
you, Christmas? Why can't
All right, let's go, Bo!
You ever wonder why a chin strap looks the way that it does? It looks like it'd be better to hold a nut sack than a chin. I mean, why are there two random holes right here? That should hold a nut sack, not a chin.
Well, yeah, in case they like peel out or something, you know, like kind of pop out.
I guess.
Bulge, I guess, if you will.
I don't know. I don't know. Mr. Bo.
All right, last chance to get in the duck race.
Last opportunity to get into the duck race. Final call.
Where are you, Chris?
All right, I'm going to send you this list. As it stands right now, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 people are in. John Benz, I need a 10. If not, I'm just going to send it back to you.
One son's jacked up. Raider fan since 1976.
Oh, you sent it. My bad, John.
I have 6 kids and one son jacked up as a Niner fan. Love the show. Thanks for all your hard work, guys. 19-second for a boot is my best time, and it freaking hurts.
19-second for a boot, though? That's really impressive. I mean, honestly.
Okay, maybe one of the most impressive feats I've ever seen. At the Ahern, whenever we were covering the Super Bowl,
Okay.
a gentleman did it was 24 seconds, so I know 24 seconds, that's not very fast.
Oh.
24-second Guinness boot. Full Guinness.
I say we get Guinness for St. Patty's Day.
We won't be live.
We will? Or we won't?
We won't. It's on Sunday.
It's on Sunday.
Unless we change our off day.
No, I'm going to need that. Maybe if the Raiders, how about this? If the Raiders have breaking news
On Sunday.
on Sunday and Monday,
Well, we'll be live on Monday.
I'm saying, but we don't drink on Mondays. So I'm saying, like,
Yeah.
if breaking news makes
Yeah.
us go crazy, or if somebody hits the gong,
Yeah.
we'll have Guinness on Monday.
1 year, $10 million. That's more than I thought for the Levante David.
Yeah, I agree with that. One son's jacked up. What's up, bro? I'm telling you right now, that Guinness boot, that guy was up there in age too. Like,
All right, I'm gonna give y'all.
he wasn't a spring chicken.
I'm gonna give y'all till 8.
8.
8 minutes.
See, we got the names here. We got Christian. I sent you all everything already.
Oh, you did?
Chris Gomez in, Juan Perez in. So that puts us at now. Winner would get $120.
Is RC in?
Yeah, he's in there. Keith Craig, Juan Gutierrez, Joe Maldonado, Chris Gomez, Finesse Lounge, Ryan Campbell, Jason E.B., John Benz, Alfredo Robles, Chris Gomez, Juan Perez. Those are the names that I got in right now.
Okay.
Yep. I say we do it. I say we run it. Winner gets $120. Winner gets $120. And then we do still have one more duck race at the end of today's show. Winner gets a Raiders Report jersey. The MVP of today's stream goes to Ryan Campbell now.
Chicken noodle soup. Chicken noodle soup. Chicken noodle soup with a soda on the side.
When was the last time you've had chicken noodle soup?
Whenever I was sick.
Would you rather, are you like, see, like to me, my favorite soup is tomato soup. Tomato soup and a good grilled cheese, that's hard to beat, man. Really, really difficult to beat.
Yeah.
Oh, man, we got speedboats.
Baked potato soup, really good.
Ooh. All right.
Soup draft?
Soup draft. Yeah, because I feel like that's tough.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I also don't love soup. It's soup. Like,
Is chili a soup?
can you eat chili on Friday during Lent? Some people say yes. Some people say yes. All right, here we go. Here we go. You ready?
Yes.
3, 2, 1. Let's get it going. Winner gets $120.
People are already in the comments. Tomato bisque, menudo. Shout out your top soup.
Ryan Campbell out to a lead.
Shout out
right
your
now.
top soup.
Is
Petey, top soup.
Alfredo Robles down below. I
Top
also
soup.
see Quinn and Alex. You guys sent that in a little late. I'll send it
Top
right back
soup.
after this race. We got Alfredo right now. Finesse Lounge there at the bottom.
Petey doesn't know soup.
We got Ryan Campbell falling back. Chris Guzman.
Where do you sit with clam chowder?
Jason E.B. It's not bad. It's got. I'd rather only eat it at the beach. Juan Gutierrez. It's got the lead. I like seafood at the beach. Juan Gutierrez. As you can tell, that H is silent. I don't know how that even got in there. Watch out for Guzman down here on the back. John Benz. He's got it rigged. His boat is a Benz. Oh, he's just bragging now. Takes it away. John.
Oh, look at him now.
I hope he's just listening to music. Because it looks like he's doing some other extracurriculars right there.
It looks like he got what we had for lunch.
Holy shit. That's hilarious. That is,
Petey,
that's spectacular.
Petey, I was asking you your favorite soup. Yes.
Oh, my goodness. John Benz with the win. Actually, Jeremy, I want to do a fun. I want to try something fun here. Congrats. So we got 3 extra entries from AK Raiderman,
French onion?
Quinn Cottle, and then Alex Ruiz.
3 people, winner take all?
Let's just do it.
All right.
Winner take all. So we're going to do a 3-person race here just because these came in a little late. So we're going to do AK Raiderman. I got Quinn, hopefully I pronounced this right, Cottle, Alex Ruiz. So we're going to do a 3-person duck race. Winner take all. So the winner of this is going to get $60. Somebody's going to go home a happy man. We'll see. Let's run it. Now, remember, y'all, if you haven't already, make sure you guys subscribe to the Raiders Report. We're going to be live again tomorrow, probably around 10:30, 11 a.m. It kind of depends when Chuggs and I kind of get everything set up and whatnot. So just something to think about, just something to just have out there in the back of your mind. But we are going to be live tomorrow at 11:30 p.m. Eastern Time, somewhere around there. So it might be earlier. If the Raiders have breaking news, we'll be live sooner. If we want to try to plan maybe some more content, more videos for you guys, we might go live a little bit later. But somewhere around that ballpark, essentially when we went live today, is when we'll be live. Stoffel Badger says breaking news: Raiders do nothing today. That's not true. They re-signed Kanai Mauga.
Yeah.
Linebacker Kanai Mauga, re-signed by the Raiders.
There we go.
That's blockbuster. All right, so we got Alex Ruiz, AK Raiderman, and then Quinn. Winner of this race gets $60. You ready? I'm rooting for Chuck. Though I'm not a big fan of red, so I don't think I'd put him in red. But unless it's Christmas. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. I don't know. Why is this race longer? How did we get to 80 seconds?
I don't know.
When the boots and everything catches up to you.
The race doesn't officially start till it's 1 minute.
I actually feel bad. I mean, these dogs.
3.
I feel bad for them.
1. Now.
All right, they were getting warmed up. Here. Though, if I had to guess who's going to win, my vote right now is on AK. The dog races, though, are usually pretty back and forth.
This has been...
I feel like I've been driving on a road for the same road for 10 miles, and it's all the same trees around me. I feel like I'm on Route 80 in Pennsylvania. Nothing has changed. I mean, it has literally been this for 50 seconds. If it ends like this, we might never do a 3-person dog race ever again.
I think we broke the simulation.
I'm actually concerned about what is transpiring right now.
Oh, no. There we go.
Uh-oh. Quinn's starting to fall back here a little bit. Alex Ruiz might be getting a second win. It's because you made him run for 1:20. Oh, wait, we might get a comeback from Chuck. Come on, Chuck. Let's go. Oh, Alex Ruiz. Oh, my Lord, what a race. Yeah, we already did it.
Can I Mauga? Yeah. We did it. He's like,
what a race.
Yeah, he is real.
Linebacker, Kanai Mauga. Yeah, we did one already. is what it is. Oh, wait, I almost sent the wrong amount.
Alrighty.
Congrats to Mr. Quinn. Congrats to the Mr. Quinn. All right, nation. We got one more race to do. This is for the Raiders Report jersey. So remember, at any point today, if anybody super chatted more than a 10, you're going to be in for this race. And I'm rocking my Ira Jackson. As it stands right now, I'm going to be rocking a Ryan Campbell tomorrow jersey. Today was definitely a boring day from the Raiders standpoint. I still hope that you guys had a fun time at least hanging out with Chuggs and I. I know that we were definitely hoping today would be a little bit more entertaining. However, I don't know. I think days like today for me personally, they go by a lot quicker. I like being able to sit up here and talk to you guys, just interact, and I hope when people are just having their work day, doing whatever they do today, they're like, all right, cool, like we get to listen to Mitch and Chuggs all day. So greatly appreciated. Definitely hoping that as soon as we end this live show, the Raiders don't do something, because that would kind of grind my gears a little bit. If they do obviously do anything tonight, then we will go live, especially if it's big-time news. We will be here. We'll cover it with y'all. If it's like minor news, like, I don't know, Kanai Malga, then I'll probably just make a video at home or something. Well, it's got some other news here. Raekwon Davis signing a 2-year deal with the Colts. We got a pirate flag.
I guess
Riverside Raider pirate flag. Can't have
it's
it.
the emoji.
Oh, I gotcha. Ben Bailey, barely with the lead. Is that Harold Horvitz? Horvitz. I mean, this is an interesting race. Wow, that's exactly what I pictured James to be. We got Josh I also swimming up here. I mean, Ira Jackson could get a dub here. I mean, obviously Ira doesn't need a jersey, but if Ira wins, it's Ira's jersey. He can decide what he wants to do with it here. Is Ira going to have enough? Oh, I think I jinxed it. Nico! Astastic Les! I don't know what you're doing to that poor dog, but...
Our lunch.
Holy shit. Nico, congratulations, man.
He said, hit the Nas, Ariel.
Nico, just let me know what you want to do. You can message me on IG if you want another jersey, if you want to do a jersey giveaway, if you want me to like send you another jersey, kind of like what we've talked about before. Obviously, though, you know that some of the sizes are not in stock right now. So just message me on IG. We'll figure that one out. All right, y'all. We're going to get ready to get the heck out of here. I do have at least one more final little bit of a ask. We're so damn close to 2,500 likes. And there'd be nothing that would make me happier.
We're 40 likes away
Than ending this show with a jelly bean with Chuggs. There's nothing that would make me happier. Jelly bean with Chuggs.
Really?
To finish this bad boy off, because that's what today was. Today was a stinker. Today was a rotten egg, vomit jelly bean.
Oh, my goodness.
I wanted a better day.
I don't like that one bit.
No? Well, it'd be really funny. As soon as we hit it, we dip. So he's like, peace out. But again, so tomorrow, one of the things I think you guys can expect is we will get a video bright and early about maybe some of the players that the Raiders could use. And I'm going to like target some bigger name guys with the money from Garoppolo and everything that they're going to end up saving. I also would like to maybe try to do a mock draft tomorrow. That could be fun. Like if I just build one out here a little bit. That is one thing we forgot to do is a mock.
We can do that tomorrow.
All right, we're going to do a mock tomorrow. Jelly bean time. Tails never fails. I'm going to keep going right. What did you get? Oh, no. All right, that is either... I got toothpaste, just by the way. Yep. Honestly, toothpaste, not bad. You got either banana
Or booger.
They don't look anything alike. What are you doing in there? I know which one you got.
Banana?
Oh, you know what? That might be... So, the problem is, whoever made them mixed them in with the bean boozled. Some are good, some are bad. What is it?
It's banana.
Oh. That sucked. Oh, well. You win some and you lose some. You win some and you lose some. All right, y'all. We're going to get out of here. We're going to enjoy the rest of our day today. Obviously, if any other breaking Raiders news happens, we will keep you guys up to date. Ryan Campbell, cheers to the MVP. Ira, I wish today could have gotten a little bit crazier for you. The first jersey that we wore was David Zahn, but so far our Raiders Report MVPs have been balling out this week. So for me, Jeremy Chuggs, see you guys live tomorrow here on the Raiders Report again, somewhere around 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Have a good night. If the Raiders do anything else, we will be live here on the show. Peace out.